Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents How to Save a Life by P. Dangelico, narrated by Jameson Adams and Isabel Turner. Prologue. Jordan. Jordan. The voice reaches me in the fog. Some of it is tequila-induced, some of by grief. All of it is beyond my control. It sounds like my father, but it can't be him. Dad's in the Keys deep-sea fishing with Bo, so it must be another fog-induced delusion. I've had plenty of those in the last few weeks. Jordan, I hear again, more forceful and clear this time, projecting from the threshold of my bedroom door, hovering over me, bearing down on me. Jordan, comes again. It's about as welcome as sand between the back of my teeth. Who let you in? I say into the pillow, my voice cracking from disuse. How long have I been in this state? A few days, maybe more. I've lost all concept of time. It's irrelevant now, only serving as a constant reminder of what happened. Inertia got a hold of me that day, and life as I knew it stopped. It didn't cease to exist. It just stopped in that one awful fucking moment, leaving me forever trapped here. You gave me the code. The old man has always been a blunt talker and honest to a fault. I used to love that about him. Remind me to change it when you leave. His feet shuffle across the carpet. The brushing sound is sandpaper to my already injured nerves. I bury my head deeper under the pillow, but it's useless. There's no getting away. No more hiding. The button activating the shades beeps, and sunlight invades my bedroom. It hits the bare skin on my back and makes me recoil. Everything hurts right now. Simply existing hurts. Taking a deep breath hurts. Your brother tried calling you. Yeah, I know. I had to block him after the 25th call. How much longer do you plan on doing this? He continues after a heavy beat. How long? Good question. How long does it take for a life to end, if I will it? How long until I fade away, quietly, without drama? Stop looking for me, I want to tell him. Stop trying to save me. But the words won't come out. Something stops them. Some feeling just out of reach. I close my eyes and I'm on a foggy beach. A girl calling me. Lainey, maybe? I'm not sure. I can't see her face. But she keeps calling my name. And she sounds happy. She sounds so damn happy. I want to go to her. It's all I want. Aren't you supposed to be in the Keys? I say, squinting into the sun, the outline of my father's broad frame blotting out most of it in an act of mercy. Your mother is worried. She said if you don't get an assistant, she'll get one for you. My mother, the control junkie. There's no changing her. I used to tell Bo to learn to live with it. My words keep getting thrown back in my face. Life has a funny way of doing that. If I ever survive this, I need to put a stop to her bullshit. You're divorced. Start acting like it. I dig my fingers into my eye sockets. My head is pounding with a nasty case of drinker's remorse and a cruel case of a bright sunny day in the dead of winter. She's my best friend. We got a divorce so we could stay that way. The mention of a best friend is a gut punch. My stomach turning over and over. My best friend is gone. I'm never going to see or hear from her again. Only in the fog. The fog is my ally. The fix I need to get from one day to the next. The only thing that keeps the pain from running roughshod over me. I know you're hurting, but this... He looks around. You can't let it take you down. It doesn't do anybody any good. John West, a shrink by trade, rarely counsels his own family. This is his way of telling me he's worried. I'm fine, Dad. You can go back to your boat. I manage with semi-believable conviction. The old man responds with a long-held sigh and stuffs his hands into his pockets, calloused by years of wrestling tuna and marlin. "You win," I say, sitting up, resigned that he won't go away until I make an effort to appease him. I run a hand over my jaw and discover the full beard covering my face. I guess more than a few days have passed. Bottles litter my bedroom floor, which explains how the time was spent. That was never in doubt. The only way I can bear life right now is in a state of deep intoxication, by drowning in oblivion. I wish he would leave so I can get back to it. "I'm alive. You can tell Congresswoman West to call off the search party." "Get dressed," Dad says as he heads for the door. "I'll take you to lunch." The image of his flannel-covered back and wrinkled khakis is so damn familiar and comforting. The grief goes into remission for a minute. Only for a minute, though. "Dad," I call out as a wave of misery comes ripping back, separating the air from my lungs. Turning, he watches me struggle to control myself. "I didn't know Lainey well, but I do know she cared about you. I know she wouldn't want this for you. My advice, for what it's worth, start focusing on what she would want." My mind immediately goes to Eli, but that's water under the bridge.
Chapter 1. Riley. 5 months later. There are 2 types of people in this world. Wait. Strike that. Start over. There are 3 types of people in this world. Some people make lemonade when life hands them a bunch of lemons. Major praise to those folks. Some people accept the lemons and do nothing other than whine and complain about them. Arguably the worst of the lot. And then there are the rest. A handful of people who take those same lemons and shove them up life's... well, you get the picture. The jury is still out on which category I fall under. "Watch where you're going," I hear as a pair of large hands slam onto my shoulders. The voice is deep and rough and has a hard edge to it. It gets on my nerves, which isn't hard to do these days since my nerves have already been tenderized by a lack of sleep and an overabundance of responsibilities. But this is a different kind of annoyance. The worst kind. This voice reeks of condescension and entitlement, and I'm in no mood for either of those things tonight. Not when I'm working my 4th straight shift, waiting tables at one of the meatpacking district's most exclusive restaurants. "Sorry," I mutter. Don't read too much into it. It's a knee-jerk reaction. I need this job. I need it like I need oxygen. Which means I won't do anything to jeopardize it. Which also means I watch how I act, watch what I look like, and watch what I say. What I do not have to do, however, is watch where I go. Anyway, this jerk turned into me. I look up, no doubt wearing my best bitch face, and blink. Important to note that the interior of this place is moody with a masculine vibe. Silk-burnished brown wallpaper covers the walls. There's a lot of brass and velvet upholstery. The hand-blown Chihuly chandeliers offer only a chintzy glow. My point is, the lights are dim as you-know-what up in here, and all I see is a pair of intense, dark eyes. They take me off guard and keep me in place, staring at him in fascination like a brain-dead mule. I mean, he's handsome. There's no question. For starters, he has a mouth made for kissing. Pouty, but not in a feminine way. All his bones are in the right place and at the right angles. His dark hair is short and styled within an inch of its life by someone who probably charges what I call a mortgage payment and he calls pocket change. I would rate him as drop-dead gorgeous if there was anything remotely human about this guy. But there's no getting beyond the plastic, never been taken out of the box quality to him. All I feel is a cold distance in this guy's face, like no one is inhabiting the body standing before me. It's just a yawning, hollow space. This is where the fleeting interest fades, and I return to reality. And reality is the table of 7 whose order I need to take. Shrugging off his grip, I make my way to the table. They've been trying to get my attention for the past 2 minutes, and this is not the crowd you want to keep waiting. One of the guests is the mayor's best friend. But as I'm fake smiling through my apology to them, something gets my attention. A strange sensation causes me to look in the direction of the rude guy. He's still standing where I left him, staring back at me with a frown, his expression borderline confused. It lasts a fraction of a minute before he shakes it off and turns in the direction of the bar. As short as it is, however, it leaves a gnawing level of discomfort that I am unaccustomed to feeling. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but it's undeniable. "Miss?" one of the diners says, which jerks me out of my musings. Looking around, I find myself the center of attention of the entire table, and a hot flush of embarrassment covers my face. "Sorry," I mutter. If it were physically possible for me to kick my ass, I'd be at it right now. But whatever. Other than that strange moment, life goes on, and the rest of the night proceeds like clockwork. We end up running out of the black squid fettuccine special. Patty argues with Chef about the temperature of the Wagyu steak, as usual. Chef screams at Patty that the customer knows less than a sewer rat's ass about food, half of which was said in French. Nothing out of the ordinary. 2 hours later, I throw a passing glance at the bar and find the rude guy still sitting alone and consuming Macallan 25 like a fish chugs water. Presently, he's swallowing half a tumbler in one shot. If he isn't already, this guy is on a mission to get wrecked tonight. Other than that, I pay him no mind. This job may be a side hustle, but it is the side hustle that keeps my hopes and dreams alive, and nothing will come between me and my hopes and dreams. Fast forward to midnight. I'm counting my tips and dispensing my cut to the bus boys and girls as the last of the stragglers file out the door. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Mike, the bartender, slide a tall glass of water across the bar to the guy. He's still here. And now I'm starting to wonder who he is because, A, his bar tab is upwards of a few grand, and B, this restaurant is Michelin rated, not the type of establishment one goes to get lit. If he weren't someone, he would have been cut off hours ago, which makes sense given his behavior toward me. Welcome to New York, the U.S. capital of kings, queens, serfs, and slaves. Reaching into his black designer suit jacket, he fishes a black credit card out of the inside pocket and tosses it on the imported Venetian glass bar. I watch him rise from the stool in slow, measured movements, graceful even, considering the guy is trashed. "Damn, he fine," Carrie, one of the servers, mutters as she walks past me into the kitchen with a handful of dirty dishes. Meh, good looks only get you so far. He seems to be about as much fun as a migraine. He also strikes me as high maintenance and generally a chore. Come to think of it, I sympathize with whoever has to bear his company. The rude guy ambles out the door in a semi-controlled manner, and everyone disperses. He didn't give me the time of day, I hear Janine, another waitress, announce as I fetch my messenger bag from my locker in the employee lounge. Asshole. Slipping off my ballerina flats, I exchange them for my ancient Nike Air Jordans. The ones I picked up at Mrs. Caputo's garage sale. I'm pretty sure Richie Caputo was wearing these when we were in the 9th grade together. But when you ride public transit at night, the last thing you want to wear is anything bright, shiny, and new enough to draw unwanted attention. He's gotta be gay, she continues to vent. Janine is a dead ringer for Kate Upton, so there may be some truth to that. All the hot ones are, I say, throwing her a bone even though I have zero sympathy for her. Janine gorges on a steady diet of sugar daddies and tosses them aside like yesterday's news. She's a seasoned predator. The rude guy may have dodged a major hit to his bank account. On the way out, I swing by the dessert station. Paris breast. Eat it at room temperature, our stellar pastry chef says as she hands me the takeout box. Thanks, Izzy. Grabbing it, I place it neatly in my messenger bag. We get to sample all the desserts, one of the perks of working in this fine establishment, and I like to save mine for the ferry ride home. Outside, the stench of garbage, car exhaust, and hot tar from our recently paved alleyway makes me hold my breath. It's the only thing that overrides the clammy feel of my skin and the smell of fried food in my hair. July ushered in a bout of blistering heat and humidity, and tonight is arguably the hottest to date. Popping a double bubble in my mouth, I roll the sleeves of my white button-down shirt over my elbows and head for the subway. 1 block south, the pink neon light of the Gansevoort Hotel falls on the crowd congregating outside, all young and hip and likely out-of-towners. They pile into a dark SUV as I pass, leaving Billy, the doorman, standing alone. Hey girl, heading home? He says with a bright smile. Billy is a first-rate player. After 2 years of walking past him on my way home, we've gotten to know each other pretty well. He uses his considerable good looks to work that door for all it's worth, and I don't blame him. You gotta do what you gotta do. Trying to catch the 1:30 ferry. My bro needs a couple of windows replaced. He's in Bensonhurst. You do that? I stop and pull a business card out of the back pocket of my work pants and hand it to him as I walk backward down the sidewalk. Fortune favors the brave. And the prepared. A lot of people forget the second part. Tell him to call me. I'll give him a good price. Rounding the corner, I pick up the pace. If I miss the 1:30, I have to wait another 30 minutes, and every second of sleep counts when I have to be up early tomorrow for my main gig. It's just my crappy luck that I walk right into a robbery in progress. At least, it looks that way, but I inch closer anyway, hoping to better assess the situation. A short, stocky guy with hands the size of Thanksgiving turkeys is in the middle of feeding another guy a knuckle sandwich, while his taller, thinner counterpart bounces around on the balls of his feet, ready to jump in. He looks jacked up on meth. Not cool and potentially very dangerous. It's definitely a robbery in progress. On the bright side, there appear to be no guns involved. What to do, though? Calling the cops won't matter. They'll take too long to show up. Turn around, go down another block, and pretend I didn't see anything? I'm no delicate snowflake at 5'9", and I'm in decent shape. Working days and nights in manual labor does have its perks. I'm more than able to hold my own in a tussle, but I'm tired from being on my feet all day. And if I intervene and this gets messy, it could be hours before I get home. I have too much work to do tomorrow to go all night and day on little to no sleep. The problem is that I can't stand bullies, and 2 against 1 is not fair. Especially since, from what I can make of the guy getting his face rearranged, he's not equipped to defend himself. The Vic is wearing a suit. He's probably some Wall Streeter inflicted with soft hands and too much easy living. While I'm busy weighing the pros and cons, criminal number 1 steps aside long enough for me to catch sight of the victim's face. Ah, shoot. The guy getting jumped is the same guy from the restaurant. The rude guy. Having heard me, both goons turn to get a good look at who's interrupted their little party of 3. Essentially, this takes the decision out of my hands. There's no walking away now. "What's up, fellas?" Pulse racing, I give them a jaunty grin and discreetly delve into my messenger bag for my constant companions. 2 items I never leave home without, and neither is a credit card. Bear spray and a titanium telescoping stick. This isn't my first rodeo. "Fuck off," one of them growls. Nice. Surprising no one, they are not happy to see me. "I'd love to, but the subway's in this direction and you're in my way." I motion to the corner with my thumb and blow a bubble, popping it loudly. "This bitch for real?" soon-to-be inmate number 2 says with a dry chuckle. Behind him, the rude guy looks to be shaking off, getting his bell rung. He staggers around on his feet. The tall one punches him in the gut. I swear I can almost feel it as he folds over in pain. Empathy's a burden. "Come on, you have his wallet. Let him go." One laughs like he's completely unhinged, while the other stares like he's imagining me in pieces. There's no point in hoping common sense will prevail with these 2. The shorter, meaner one takes a step toward me, posturing, and that's my cue to take out my telescoping baton and snap it open. Meanwhile, the tall, skinny one, who's clearly a meth head junkie, lets out diabolical laughter right out of a scene from the Joker movie. "What you gonna do, bitch? You gonna take both of us on?" the stocky one says, puffing himself up. I should thank him for giving me a larger target to hit. Because, make no mistake, even though I'm close to wetting my underpants, I'm still fully prepared to administer some street justice if necessary. There's no bluffing in real life, so I shove down all semblance of fear and square up. "Challenge accepted," is my answer to that. He approaches, and adrenaline spills into my veins. But first, spitting my gum out at his feet, I point to the video surveillance cameras outside the door of the Jewish Community Center across the street. "Smile for the cameras, ladies." That stops him in his tracks. Glancing in the direction I indicated, he sees what I saw when I walked up on the scene, the blinking red light on the security cameras. As a woman walking around late at night, it pays to know my surroundings. "Let's get the fuck out of here," the stout one says to his meth head buddy. The tall one shoves the rude guy one last time, and they both slow swagger down the street without a care in the world. As soon as they disappear around the corner, I melt, the tension draining out of me. All in all, it went better than anticipated. I didn't break a sweat, and after checking my phone, I realized that if I run, I can probably still make the 2 o'clock ferry. I'm busy giving myself a mental high five when a clearing of the throat gets my attention. He's leaning against the brick building with his head tipped back, breathing deeply, his shirt bloodied and tie hanging like a limp noose around his neck. One eye looks worse for wear, but his lip took the brunt of it. It's split in half and will probably need a stitch or 2. "That was stupid," he croaks. Okay then. "You mispronounced thank you, but you're welcome anyway." I start to walk away because now I'm getting legit annoyed. No good deed and all that. "Hey, where are you going?" I hear him grumble. Is that a serious question? "Hey!" I guess the answer is yes. I turn to blast him and catch him swaying on his feet. Empathy strikes again and puts a damper on what was going to be a very satisfying verbal smackdown. "Home. I suggest you go to an ER and get that lip stitched." Head tipped down, he gingerly touches his swollen eye. "You can't leave me here." "Excuse me?" "I said you can't leave." I heard you. I just can't believe my ears. That sounded a heck of a lot like a statement of fact, or an order, which is arguably worse in my book. But he did take a couple of direct shots to the face, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. Want me to call an ambulance? Stepping away from the wall, he wipes his mouth with his thumb and frowns at the blood. No, he says in a not very nice tone. Hey, ray of sunshine, I just saved your life. Call me crazy, but I'm not sensing even a small measure of appreciation from you. I need you to drive me home. This is quickly descending into the realm of the absurd. Are you kidding? The nerve of this guy. He runs his hands through his hair and stretches out his shoulders. Can you drive? I look around, genuinely confused at this point. Is this some kind of setup? Is someone playing a prank on me? Don't you have, a driver? Obvious question. It's Manhattan. This is standard fare for the rich. Or a security person or something? If I had a security person, would I have gotten my ass kicked? Fair point, although I don't appreciate the sharp tone one bit. Anyone you can call? No. I find that impossible to believe. Do you know how to drive or not? He repeats, tone downright petulant. You know, I thought you were rude back at the restaurant, but now you're making me sorry I didn't let them give you more free plastic surgery. After which I continue walking toward the subway. I've got stuff to do, sleep to catch up on, and a life to live that does not include standing on a downtown street arguing with a bossy, ungrateful stranger. I'll pay you $100, he shouts. My feet stop moving because, well, money. I can always use more money. Turning, I watch him walk toward me. Talk about false advertising. By the looks of him, you would think he'd know how to handle himself. It's kind of tragic how bad he is at it. For a man his size, he, at the very least, should have been able to get a few licks in. $250, I counter, because it's late and I don't like his attitude. He scowls, wincing as his now swollen eye tugs at the corner. Extortion. Cool, see ya. 200. He counters, and by the sound of the muttering that follows, he's not too happy about it. Good. I would have settled for 150, but that's tough crackers. He needs to learn how to negotiate better, and God knows his sunny disposition doesn't help. Where do you live? His expression perks up. 72nd and 5th, across the park. The opposite of where I should be going. That's probably a bad sign. Chapter 2. Riley. Uptown may as well be planet Mars to me. I never travel that far north unless I'm visiting Veronica at Bergdorf Goodman. Under normal circumstances, I would decline, but these are definitely not normal circumstances. The night's already shot, and the ferry is long gone. At this point, it doesn't look like I'll be getting any sleep, so I might as well take the money and run. Small problem, however. I don't have a car. I do, he says, motioning to the metallic gray Bentley Continental GT with a racing stripe parked at the curb. I blink, perplexed, bewildered. Blink again. You parked a $250,000 car on the street, and you accuse me of being stupid? You know cars, he says in a flat, utterly disinterested tone. In my prior life, I knew cars all too well. For instance, I knew how much you can get for the parts and which chop shops knew how to dismantle the GPS tracker on this baby. Kinda, I dissemble. Do we have a deal? He prods. He has a way of speaking that makes everything sound inconsequential, as if he's doing me a favor. Something about it bothers me. Maybe it's that he doesn't realize how good he has it. that the rest of us are struggling to get from one day to the next. But whatever, the car has my attention now. It's a spectacular example of sleek sophistication and epic horsepower. I've seen a few around town, though nothing like this limited edition with a custom paint job. I want cash. I don't trust anyone too cheap to park that car in a garage. He nods. I have some at my place. Right. They have his wallet. Your place. Sigh. Look, dude, do I need to explain that I can do a lot more damage to your face than the two goons who jumped you? In the restaurant, when he was pressed and powered and looked like a depressed Bruce Wayne, he was intimidating. Now he looks like a beat-up rich guy in desperate need of my help. The playing field feels leveled. No. I can hear the smile in his voice, even though his face is a blank slate. This night keeps getting stranger and stranger. Good. Together we cross the street in silence. Then I notice he's in worse shape than I initially surmised. Walking stiffly, his face flinches with each step he takes, and a tiny bit of guilt stirs in my chest. Maybe I was a little hard on him. Just because he's a generally rude person doesn't mean I should sink to his level. We reach the car, and he takes my wrist, dropping a key in my palm. No lie, I'm almost giddy at the prospect of driving this car. It's a masterpiece of engineering. The exterior sexy and sleek. The interior the very definition of luxury. I wouldn't be surprised if the upholstery is stuffed with $100 bills, yo. It smells of money, too. The scent of new leather with a subtle hint of his expensive aftershave lingers in the air. Depressed Bruce Wayne, as I now think of him, settles in the passenger seat and tips his head back. His eyes fall shut. Meanwhile, the dum-dum behind the steering wheel, me, emits an embarrassing audible sigh. This earns me a slow, examining glance. A smile wants to flare on my face, but I resist the temptation. Those guardrails need to stay firmly in place for my safety and his. Thankfully, his interest doesn't last very long. Sorry, your car just hugged me. What's your name? Nah, that's not happening. I'm not keen on giving strangers my name. Call it a well-developed survival instinct. Ignoring the question, I pull the Bentley into traffic and turn up 10th Avenue. Your name, he repeats impatiently. We come to a red light, and a bus pulls along his $250,000 car. On the side of the bus, there's a poster advertising travel to the Philippines. Having never set foot outside the tri-state area, I have an unhealthy addiction to travel shows. It reminds me of the one I watched not too long ago. Imelda. Not my best effort, but what can I say? It's late and my supply of BS is running low. He cracks his eyes open and turns to look at me. I mean, really look at me. I'm not usually a vain person, but my long hair is falling out of a ponytail and curling like crazy with the humidity. 1 + 1 equals I look like a steaming pile of garbage. Imelda? He blinks and stares. Actually, he blinks the one eye that isn't swollen shut. One eye notwithstanding, the super laser-focused examination makes me defensive. Yeah, Imelda. Imelda what? We exchange sparring glances for a moment or two. He exhales tiredly. I have no desire to remember this night after we part ways. Last name? He sounds so completely disaffected and detached, I almost break a cardinal rule and tell him the truth. Marcus? He makes a face. Marcos? Marcus. My last name is Marcus. It's like a different pronunciation. The way he's looking at me is throwing off my major league game. I'm usually better at covering my tracks than this sloppy effort. Your name is Imelda Marcus? He repeats in apparent disbelief. Emmy for short. I ramble on, my hands sweating on the kid leather steering wheel as they often do when I lie. That's what my friends call me, but we're not friends, so kindly refrain from using it. He snorts, and judging by the wince, it hurts his face. The light turns green, and I proceed north, crawling up 10th Avenue, even though the streets are mostly empty, since the masses fled the city for the beach earlier today. Why are we barely moving? He says a few minutes later. Because I don't want you to hurl in the car. I have a thing about puke. I can't stand the stuff. I'm not going to hurl. His frown is legit close to turning into a smile as his eyes fall shut again. Hit the gas. Drive it like you stole it. I do as I'm told, weaving between yellow cabs and the occasional minivan with Jersey plates. You know, I say, dividing my attention between him and the road, it was kind of stupid of you to be walking around late at night completely shit-faced. The questions are duplicating like gremlins in my head, and I can't keep my mouth shut when that happens. He, on the other hand, says nothing, doesn't even twitch. I get zero feedback from him, and without it, we fade into silence for a few more blocks. Just a hunch, but it looks like you can afford security, I add. More silence from him. This guy is a sphinx, which, of course, only feeds my curiosity. I mean, do you always talk this much? He finally fires back. Testy. Good to see he still has a pulse. I was beginning to wonder. Consider it another favor. You could have a concussion, and I'm doing my part to keep you awake. You're a regular Florence Nightingale. He deadpans. You're welcome. Not long after, the side of my face starts to burn under his pointed scrutiny. What? Do you know how to use that stick, or is it a prop? I'm really good with it, but I don't want to give too much away in case I need to remind him who's boss. Best to keep that critical information to myself. I know how to use it, I tell him. My friend is a cop. He teaches self-defense, which naturally prompts me to throw him a side-eye. I can give you his number. Dominic could teach this guy a thing or two. Would you have fought them? The skepticism in his voice comes through loud and clear. This isn't the first time a man has doubted what I'm capable of. It never ends well for them. I've broken a few bones. The city isn't as safe as it used to be, tonight being another shining example. You like to fight? He continues. Nope, I say, turning to look him in the good eye. He needs to see that I mean the following few words that will come out of my mouth with all my heart and soul. I hate fighting, but I refuse to be a victim. A car behind us honks, and I realize we're sitting at a green light. I hit the gas and buzz across 57th Street to the east side. So, why don't you have security? Because I don't need it. I glance over to confirm he's kidding. I mean, how can he not be? His face looks like he ran into the back end of a mule. Instead, I find him in deep thought, staring absently out the window at the mostly deserted street. That's when the late nights on my feet and the long hours working during the day catch up with me. I start laughing. And not just laughing. I'm talking tears running down my face, barely able to drive laughing. Is that so? I finally get out as the giggles wear off. He's entertaining, I'll give him that. Yes, it is, he counters without a shred of embarrassment. This guy. He's definitely entertaining, even if he doesn't mean to be. 10 minutes later, I'm driving down 5th Avenue when he gestures to the illuminated lobby of a pre-war building. Park in front. I pull the Bentley to the curb and he jumps out, walking into the lobby without a backward glance. What choice do I have other than grabbing my messenger bag and chasing after him? It's past 1 a.m. I need to settle our business and head back downtown. A middle-aged white guy in a dark suit sits behind a white marble counter in the lobby. He puts down the tablet and mutes the game he's watching. "Boss," he says to the guy whose name I now realize I don't know. "Kevin, can you take care of the car, please? It's out front." He gestures for me to hand over the keys, and I do, laying them on the counter. "Will do," Kevin responds while he eyeballs me suspiciously. Whatever. His snobby doorman can stuff it. On the elevator ride up, the guy whose name I don't know leans back against the mahogany panel and closes his eyes. The gremlins are back and multiplying by the second. Before I can ask a single question, the bell dings and the elevator doors slide open into a richly decorated hallway. I've been in buildings like this before. A friend of mine once worked as a doorman for a similar one on Park Avenue, until he got fired for smoking weed on his lunch break. This guy owns the entire top floor. Pushing his front door open, he steps inside. The apartment is enormous, with an open floor plan filled with sterile contemporary furniture. Large pieces of depressing contemporary art cover the walls. It's so quiet I can hear myself breathing, and the vibe is dour. It's a perfect reflection of the owner. "This way," he says as he walks ahead, discarding his suit jacket and tie along the way. He throws them on a chair that looks too expensive to sit on. Dim lights come on automatically. I have no idea how this happens. It's not like he has one of those clap-on, clap-off thingies. They just do, and frankly, it creeps me out a little. With my hand on the bear spray in my bag, I cautiously follow him into a huge kitchen. I am always prepared to defend myself at all costs. The swanky digs and the, albeit roughed-up good looks, don't fool me. This is how women end up being trafficked, and I'm not about to end up a statistic. "Cash, you said," he mutters as he opens a drawer like any other. Except this is no ordinary kitchen knick-knack drawer. Nope. This guy has stacks of green bills in his. There's got to be thousands in there. "20s and 50s work for you?" he says and pulls out the cash. While he's in deep thought, counting the money, I notice his lip is bleeding. "Yeah, but you, Pointing, I try to indicate that the blood is making its way down his chin. "You, He doesn't glance my way, so I'm left with no choice. I walk around the white marble counter and grab a paper towel, placing it gently on his chin. This is completely out of character for me. My boundaries are clearly defined. I do not touch strangers, ever. I mean, unless I'm forced to kick their ass. And even then, it's never by choice. And yet here I am, touching this guy. A stranger whose house I'm standing in the dead of night. Flinching, his dark eyes meet mine with so much intensity it forces me to explain. "You were about to get blood all over my cash." The sharp glare eases a fraction. I get the feeling his boundaries are as clearly defined as mine, and I overstepped. I can't fault the guy. "Thanks," he murmurs, and gently takes the paper towel out of my hand. He blots his bruised lips and chucks the bloodied napkin into the trash. Then his attention returns to the bills on the counter, and he holds out the money. Staring at it, a strange, uncomfortable sensation unfolds in my gut, one that feels a lot like shame. Like there's something dirty about this transaction, which there isn't. Romantic notions aside, I'm no charity organization. I can't afford to be noble. Chalk the sudden pang of pride to the late night and the weird vibes, because the hard truth is that I need this money. And pride isn't going to pay the mortgage on the new 2-family I bought, or the permits, or the materials to renovate it. "Nice doing business with you," I say, as I scoop up the bills and stuff them in my bag. Suddenly, I feel a pressing urge to leave. It's not like I'm in the wrong here. I just missed 3 ferries driving this guy home. But it's like I need to leave the scene of the crime as swiftly as possible. As I head for the front door, soft footsteps follow me. I turn the handle and pull, finding it locked. I try again and get the same result. My pulse races, and my breathing turns shallow, building into a potential full-blown panic attack. "Hey, wait, hold on a minute. Let me..." Gently pushing me aside, he presses a code and the door beeps open. He has a door with a freaking code. It never even occurred to me. Rich people are a different breed. As soon as I step out into the hallway, the spike of adrenaline slowly ebbs away. The embarrassment remains, however. My face flushed, and my skin is clammy. His one working eye roams over me. "Thanks for saving my life, Imelda Marcus. It's been nice knowing you." We stare at each other for what I'm guessing is a second or two, but feels like an eternity. You know those moments. The ones that seem heavy and make no sense whatsoever. "Yeah, you too." I begin walking backward toward the elevator, and then it hits me. "Hey, you know my name, but I didn't catch yours." He exhales, leaning a shoulder against the doorframe, his blood-stained dress shirt straining against his chest muscles. I'm caught between being rightfully suspicious of him and aware that he is inescapably attractive. The struggle session is real. "Jordan West." It sounds like a mashup of a Marvel character and a porn star. Definitely not his real name, but who am I to demand honesty? A phone rings, breaking into the moment. He glances at the phone tucked in his hand. "Your Uber Black is here. A Yukon. The driver's name is Bill." I'm more than a little surprised and unsure what to make of it. "You got me an Uber?" "It's late and you need to get home," he casually announces, like this makes all the sense in the world. Then I do the math. It's over $100 to Staten Island. "No thanks." "I paid for it already." Mind reader, this one. In that case, why let a perfectly good ride go to waste? His battle-bruised lips tilt up, and his weary eyes crinkle at the sides. Mentally, I give myself a high five. Getting the slightest reaction out of him is a Herculean effort, and I just managed it. "See ya, Jordan West." I wink, smiling back. "Stay safe." "You too, Emmy Marcus." The door closes, and I'm alone in the hallway. Turning on the heels of my ancient Nikes, the ones scuffed up from the miles I've logged all over the city, I press the button to the private elevator. It rings immediately, and the doors slide open. Because people like Jordan West don't have to wait for the elevator like the rest of us. Stepping inside, I exhale. Tired and yet strangely energized. A strange night indeed. It's almost 4 a.m. when I step inside my 2-family house on Staten Island. I tow off my kicks by the door and drop my messenger bag on the oak floor I installed 3 years ago when I bought this place. Pulling the dessert out of my messenger bag, I place it on the counter in the kitchen and quietly make my way upstairs. "Rye, that you?" comes weakly down the hallway as I'm tiptoeing to my bedroom. Pausing, I head to my mother's bedroom, push the door open, and find her curled up in bed, her dark, wavy hair hiding half of her face. She's in a fetal position, which does not bode well for anyone. Also, she's got that look to her. Bonnie James has suffered from depression for as long as I can remember. The bad news for me is that it went untreated for over a decade. My childhood was plagued by it. The good news for her is that she's managed to get it somewhat under control in the last few years, when she remembers to see a doctor. The when is still a problem, though. "What are you still doing awake?" "Can't sleep," she mumbles. "I had a dream about your dad." My father died when I was 6. Some of him did, anyway. It took 6 more years to kill him off completely. On September 11th, 2001, Riley James Sr. was a fireman. But unlike many of the first responders from station houses across Staten Island and the rest of the 4 boroughs, my father didn't die that day. He died much later. The towers didn't take him down, but the aftermath of that tragic day did. He died from the weeks he spent at the World Trade Center site in search and rescue. Dad worked tirelessly, even when the smell of fuel and burning flesh and chemicals was so thick in the air you could see it, even when it was impossible to breathe. He worked despite the risk. Lieutenant Riley James Sr. was going to save lives regardless of whether his own was in jeopardy, because saving lives is what he was born to do. What 9/11 started, lung cancer finished off years later. Crawling onto the bed, I curl up behind her. "Did you take something?" "Yeah, it lasted a few hours. Why are you home so late?" I think of my crazy night, and a reluctant smile tugs at my lips. "I had to rescue a rude prince from a band of robbers." "You always did have a colorful imagination." "It's fine if you don't want to tell me." There's no use explaining. As much as I love my mother, she always sees the negative in everything, even on good days. You know the type. You comment on what a beautiful sunny day it is, and they immediately volunteer that a hurricane is rolling in tomorrow. "I brought you something sweet." The Paris breast sits on the kitchen counter untouched. Now I'm glad I didn't scarf it down on the ride home. "You want me to get it?" "Now?" "Why not?" I reply. It's moments like this one that dessert is most needed. A little sweetness to take the sting out of life. "You think you can get back to sleep?" There's a heavy pause, followed by a long sigh. "No." "You want me to go get it?" "Why not?" she tells me. Bonnie is a glass half empty kind of person, while I'm a glass half full. But we always agree on dessert. Chapter 3. Riley. "Did you talk to Veronica about me?" Tommy calls out from down below. He drops the tray of tiles on the ground next to where I'm working on the roof of the back porch of Mr. Donnelly's house. We're installing a new roof today. Me, Tommy, and Fat Jesus. Frankie was supposed to work as well, but his PTSD kept him home today. He's a really good carpenter, which is why I cut him a lot of slack. Plus, he's just a really good guy. Fat Jesus' real name is Ray, but Fat Jesus, or Fats, is all I've ever heard anyone call him. The long hair, beard, limitless patience, and kindness explain the Jesus part. The potbelly explains the rest. No judgment on potbellies. I'm in no position to throw shade. Last time I checked, I inherited my mother's thighs, and a gap was not included with the set. Squinting into the sunlight, Tommy plants his hands on his hips and stares at me like he needs to rest after hauling a single stack of roofing tiles. I love him like a brother. He's the closest to family I have outside of my mother, but he's a lazy one. Getting Tommy Marsden to do any actual work is nearly impossible. Staten Island is populated with standalone row houses or small saltbox Cape Cod-style homes closely built together. None of our jobs are ever large-scale, but time is always precious when you're trying to book as many of them as possible during the season. From spring to fall, you have to be working back-to-back jobs if you want to survive the lean winter months. "No," I tell him without taking my eyes off the work of hammering a new shingle on. I broke an index finger that way once. Never again. "Chick's a smoke show," he continues, undaunted. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch him grab the edge of his faded Jets t-shirt and wipe his sweaty brow with it, revealing a perfect set of abs and the edge of a V disappearing under his low-slung cargo shorts. The man hit the DNA lottery in every way possible. Tall, lean-muscled, with a head of sandy brown wavy hair and deep brown eyes that could tempt the Virgin Mary to sin. If he had an ounce of work ethic, he could make good money modeling. But we've already established that he's more likely to win the lottery than he is to suddenly change his lazy-ass ways. "She's seeing someone," I shout, hoping he'll drop the subject. Veronica has expensive taste in clothes and men. No matter how handsome he is, Tommy will never make the cut. "Tell her I asked about her anyway." "Get back to work," is the only reply to this constant harassment. "In a minute. There's something I need to discuss first." When he uses big words like discuss, it's a sign that we're about to argue. "Hear me out." "No." I stop hammering, take my gloves off, and check my nails. Serving $100 dishes at night makes it absolutely necessary that I take great pains to keep my hands clean, my skin unblemished, and my nails neat. Nobody wants to eat food delivered by a waitress with gnarly nails. "Come on, Rye." This time I give him my undivided attention. "Look at this face, Tommy," pointing to it. "This is my no face." "Can I get an I'll listen face?" "No." Sweat slides down under my sports bra and between my breasts. My blue tank top is soaked straight through, not to mention my underwear, which is the reason I always wear jean shorts to work. No risk of them ever becoming transparent. I learned that lesson the hard way, too. Taking my father's faded red bandana out of the back pocket of my shorts, I wipe my face with it, then wrap it around my head to tame the crazy mop of hair falling loose from a top knot. Bonnie is a mashup of Greek and Lebanese ancestry, and Dad was a pasty Irishman. I got her wavy, darkish brown hair and thighs. I did, however, luck out with skin that tans and my father's blue eyes, so I can't complain. "It's an easy job," he presses. "The house is empty. The Mark spends most of his time in Miami and has a collection of baseball cards rumored to be—" "No." Tommy's a gambler and not a very good one. He'll bet on anything. Ponies, cards, rooster fighting until I put a stop to it, the only time he ever took my advice. This is an argument we have whenever he's low on cash. "I'm done with the garage," Fat Jesus shouts from the other side of the house. I direct a glare at Tommy. "What do I say? What do I always tell you?" "Finishing on time and within budget is the only way to survive the home repair and renovation business. The margins are tight and the competition's stiff," Tommy parrots, trying to sound like me. Fat Jesus is done and you haven't even started yet. The answer is no. Nothing is going to change my mind. I'm done with all that. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. There was a time in my misspent youth when I couldn't say no to every scheme Tommy and his buddies cooked up. Petty crimes that graduated to stealing cars. I was either the lookout or the distraction. But that was eons ago, and the band is definitely not getting back together. I've tried everything to motivate him to go legit, but I'm afraid that ship has sailed at 28. "Fats, can you start on the dormers?" "Yeah, sure thing," he tells me, then shifts his attention to Tommy. "Get moving, pretty boy, or I'm taking home your cut of the job." Fat Jesus is my best employee, the hardest working guy I know. Tommy, the laziest guy I know, flips him off. "We need more felt underlay," I tell T. "I left the roll on the front lawn. Can you go grab it?" He gives me a squinty eyeball and slow swaggers away. And I mean slow. If he continues at that glacial pace, I'll need Botox by the time he returns. When we were kids, he could get me to do anything. Then a cop named Dominic Vega caught me shoplifting a can of Dr. Pepper and a bag of powdered donuts, and everything changed. Dom didn't turn me in that day. He took me under his wing and introduced me to his family instead. To this day, his daughter Veronica is still my best friend. And that's not all he did. Dom taught me how to fix things, build them up, and make them beautiful again. How to take something abandoned, discarded, and turn it into something of value. He learned the craft from his father, who had been a master carpenter. But Dom didn't have anyone he could hand down the skill to. No sons or daughters with any interest. Veronica wouldn't pick up a hammer if it had a Gucci label on it. And Selma, his other daughter, was busy with her traveling soccer team. So he taught me, and I liked it instantly. I loved seeing the fruits of my labor turn something broken into something saved. "A guy named Riley James Jr.?" I hear Tommy say to someone. My ears immediately prick. "Nah, man, I don't know any guy by that name." I roll. But now I'm more than a little curious about what's unfolding in the front yard. From this vantage point on the roof, I can't see it, so I climb down and make my way there. This needs investigating, especially if new business is at stake. Tommy is a bit of a hothead and can get protective at times. Too protective, in fact. He once tackled an old friend of my dad to the ground because the guy hugged me. Tommy saw us standing outside the supermarket and didn't know who the old retired fire chief was or what his intentions were, so he charged across the street and knocked him off his feet. I spent 20 minutes apologizing while we waited for the ambulance to arrive. Tommy Marsden anointed himself as my protector when he was 15 and I was 12. And nothing has changed since. I'm just hoping it's someone from the neighborhood who's seen my work and needs the services of H&D Construction. As soon as I come around the corner, I'm quickly disabused of that notion. My timberlands come to an abrupt heel-digging halt because it's not someone from the neighborhood. I'm pretty sure he's not even from this borough. It's the walking cash dispenser, the guy from that weird night a week ago. The human ATM's focus shifts over Tommy's shoulder. Lifting his sunglasses off his eyes, he pushes them to the top of his head. Then his scalpel-like gaze does a slow crawl up and down my body. Meanwhile, I am frozen in place, sweating profusely but otherwise unable to move. I'm not sure what to think. Does he want his money back? Because that would be a major bummer. The money has long been spent on Facebook advertising, and I don't have any extra cash to spare. He gives me a subtle tip of his chin as I slowly approach. That's all the acknowledgement I get that we've met before. I know it's been a week since I last saw him, and it was dark that night, but something about him doesn't look right. Something seems off. For one thing, he's less put together than he was at the restaurant. A stain that looks suspiciously like vomit covers the shoulder of his black t-shirt with a vintage logo. And his short, dark hair looks... messy. Yeah, it looks messy, and not in a good way. It doesn't look styled to death by a celebrity hairdresser like it did the other night. Granted, it's Saturday, but I thought guys like this one always wore designer skinny jeans and hair products when they kicked back. Not dirty t-shirts and bedhead. "You know him?" comes from my right. I'd completely forgotten about Tommy. "Yeah," I admit. And that's all he's getting. It doesn't seem to do the trick, however, because Tommy keeps staring, no doubt waiting for an explanation that he is not entitled to. "Thanks, Tommy, I can take it from here." My tone's a little too bright, the subtext being, "get lost." That doesn't do it either. He gives me a suspicious squint. Then comes this beauty. "Why are you looking at me like I passed gas in public?" My cheeks turn so red hot, not even a deep, toasty tan can cover it up. Go, I order. He knows where the line is with me, and he just crossed it. I'm going, he claps back. I swear he's 20-something going on 13. As he starts to walk away, my attention returns to my unexpected visitor. Hey, I say, because after that start, what choice do I have? He hasn't even offered his name. His real name, that is. Jordan West, a.k.a. who the hell knows what his real name is, looks after Tommy, watching him closely as he disappears around the side of the red brick house. His face is mostly healed except for some bruising around his lips and eyes that are, in fact, dark forest green and not brown, as previously noted. For a fleeting moment, those same eyes fall on my blue tank top, the one soaked in sweat and sticking to my body, and pause. Awkward. Every time I run into this guy, I look like a sweaty, rented mule. Considering how long I haven't cared what I look like, the feeling coming over me now is strange and unpleasant. Veronica will be thrilled to hear it. How did you find me? I ask, as I whip off the bandana and stuff it into my back pocket. It feels wrong having a serious conversation while wearing a napkin on my head. He takes my business card out of his pocket and holds it up. Riley James Jr., owner, H&D Home Improvements, licensed and bonded contractor. He reads out loud. I was going to call Uber, but then I found this in the Bentley and tracked down the address of the LLC. I thought maybe you worked for him. He says it so casually I almost miss the fact that he just admitted to a felony. Pretty sure that's illegal. There are ways. He shrugs and looks around, as disinterested as always. Your neighbor told me where to find you. Great. Twice as awesome. Mrs. Argento's giving my whereabouts to total strangers now. I make a mental note to raise her rent. So, are you interested in doing some home improvements? Fingers crossed he doesn't want his money back because that would be super uncomfortable. No. He looks down at the business card caught between two of his fingers. I have a thing about hands, and he has nice ones. Your name's not Imelda Marcus. No. I didn't think so. Yo, Rye! Tommy shouts from somewhere behind me. Time's wasting! As if Tommy has ever cared about wasting time. Or anything else for that matter. Go finish the roof over the porch! I shout in return. I'll be right there. When he doesn't respond, I glance over my shoulder and find him staring at West. This is not good. His expression is speaking in volumes that are much too loud. The dick swinging is nothing new, but this is business and he needs to step off. This earns him a raised eyebrow and a dead-eyed stare in return. Thankfully, he finally gets the message and walks away. My attention is back on the guy standing before me. I'm Riley James Jr. Interesting, he replies dryly. Who is that guy? The ATM motions to where Tommy was standing moments ago. No one? An employee? I'm not about to answer inappropriate questions from a nosy stranger. Enough of this dance. Jordan, right? If that's your real name. Look, if you came to get your cash back... It's my real name, he smirks. And that's not why I'm here. That's a relief because Facebook does not offer refunds. Why are you here then? West nods, his gaze pointed over my shoulder. How do you feel about kids? Kids? Is he drunk again? What do kids have to do with anything? The question is so out of left field, I forget to be intimidated and blurt out the first thing that comes to mind. We just met. Slow down. Yeah, he doesn't think it's funny. His face stays stone-cold sober, and the little bit of amusement I was feeling is immediately snuffed out. Whatever. I clear my throat. Back to business. I like kids. What's not to like? I did not peg this guy as a dad. He definitely does not give off dad vibes, and neither did his place. Come to think of it, there was no sign of a kid at his apartment. So I kinda need to get back to work. I came to offer you a job. More shocking revelations. I do a piss-poor job of keeping the confusion off my face. Did you say a job? Yes. I don't need a job. As a personal assistant. I already have 2 jobs that keep me very busy. I certainly don't have time for another. I'm not looking for a job. His demeanor shifts from assessing to challenging. His eyes harden with resolve. I almost look around to see if I missed something. You haven't heard my offer, he argues. He seems very intent on this job thing. What the heck is going on here? I really don't have the patience for all this posturing. There's a roof that needs to be finished. I've already got... Name your price, he insists. I'm starting to feel like someone is playing a prank on me. I mean, who is this guy? Pat Sajak? I don't have a price. He gets this funny little V in between his brows, like he's genuinely perplexed that I haven't fallen to my knees and kissed his Asics sneakers. Everyone has a price. Go ahead, try me. Look, Jordan. $3,000 a week plus overtime, he says, cutting me off once again. As for the offer, it takes some effort not to let my jaw hit the ground. $3,000 a week? $12,000 a month. For a job as a personal assistant? What exactly am I supposed to be assisting? A bank robbery? A hostile takeover of a small South American country? I'll even throw in a top-shelf insurance plan, he adds, continuing his pitch as if he hasn't heard me turn him down repeatedly. He is persistent, I'll grant him that. This naturally leads me to wonder. Why me? He looks off again, his expression borderline annoyed. This guy must be a real peach to work for. I'm starting to understand why he pays so well. I tend to be hard on people. His eyes meet mine, scrutinizing me, sizing me up. I get the feeling you can handle it. Strangely, I take it as a compliment. And for reasons unknown, I think he meant it as such. Regardless, my head starts shaking before I can even get the words out. H&D is all I've ever wanted. The income is still very inconsistent, which is why I wait tables 4 days a week, and I reinvest a lot of the profits back into my fledgling business. But I'm finally getting the word-of-mouth recommendations I need, and if I hit pause now, I'll lose all that momentum. Between my business and the restaurant, it's all I can handle. His mouth gets tight, and he gives me a little shake of his head. Fine. 4,000. No, that's not... I'm not shaking you down. It's a generous offer, really. I just can't. You're turning down 4,000 a week? His voice conveys all the disbelief I'm feeling. I mean, it's $4,000. There's a very good chance I'll regret this decision later. Biting down on the inside of my cheek, I force the words out one by one. And they are painful. Lordy, they're painful. Letting money go is always painful for me. Yeah, I am. But hey, with digits like that, you'll find someone in no time. In no time. He nods. Hesitating, he gives me a strange look. I have no clue what it means. Jordan, real name West, is full of long, shuttered stares that make no sense to me. I'm a pretty straightforward person. Sad equals frown. Happy equals a smile. And angry means you're going to get an earful. Why hide your emotions when life is already complicated enough? Nobody has time to be a mind reader. For a moment, I get the impression he's about to speak again, but then he turns to leave. heading straight to the dark gray Audi Q8 with tinted windows parked at the curb. When he reaches the door, he takes a last look at me. Depressed Bruce Wayne is one dramatic guy. "Have a nice life, Riley James Jr.," he says, his voice carrying across the front lawn. "Yeah, you too," I offer in return. It's a little late for goodbyes, however. By the time I get around to it, the Audi is pulling away from the curb and tearing down the street. Chapter 4. Riley. "What are you doing here?" In the alleyway outside the restaurant's service entrance, Tommy is waiting for me in his faded red 1990 Jeep Wrangler with the chipped taillight and the original tape deck player. We haven't spoken since we got into an argument 3 days ago, the day Jordan West showed up at my job site and offered me a job. Yeah, that still sounds strange, even in my head. Tommy insisted on knowing who the unexpected visitor was, and I insisted that it was none of his business. And then he did the unforgivable. He left the job site without helping Fat Jesus and me clean up. He's lucky I didn't have a nail gun handy, or I would have driven one straight through his pretty head. "Sup, babe?" Smiling widely, he throws one well-muscled arm around the passenger seat's headrest. The smile is forced. I know him too well not to notice. "Don't call me that. You know I hate it." He knows because I've told him no less than 1,000,000 times. In the same way, I know he calls me babe whenever he wants something. Again, why are you here? I walk to the passenger side door and await an explanation my female intuition tells me I won't like. There are only 2 reasons Tommy would ever drive into the city: a Tinder date or money. And God knows I'm no Tinder date. There was a weird period in time when I was 16 that Tommy fancied himself in love with me. Thankfully, it lasted only slightly longer than one of his naps. Throwing cold water on that was the best decision I've ever made. For years, I watched him burn through scores of girls. The potholes in Staten Island are filled with the broken hearts of the ones Tommy used and dumped, and I wasn't about to be one of them. Besides, I didn't want to lose him as a friend, and inevitably I would have. "Hop in, I'll drive you home." With a growing knot in my stomach, I throw my messenger bag into the back seat and climb in. Tommy presses play on the tape deck, and Bruce Springsteen's voice filters into the warm night sky. The only thing Tommy cares about is music. He even has a halfway decent voice. Unfortunately, he lacks more critical anatomical parts, the guts to see it through. So you're scared and you're thinking that maybe we ain't that young anymore. Show a little faith. There's magic in the night. You ain't a beauty, but hey, you're all right. "Remember when we used to hang at the dock with Mike and Kelly and Jorge and we would blast this song and the people in the apartments across the street would scream at us?" he says, reminding me of when we were teenagers. It also reminds me that while Jorge was lucky enough to join the military and get out of this dead-end island, Mike died of an overdose, and Kelly is still dealing drugs. We don't speak for 2 blocks, and the music takes me away to a place in my head where I'm not dreading what he's going to say next. Then we hit a red light, and as the car idles, Tommy turns down the volume. While he searches for the courage to say whatever he's about to say, I watch ribbons of steam rise out of the manhole covers. It reminds me of my dad, and a bittersweet smile lifts the corners of my mouth. When I was 7, I overheard him talking to one of his friends about Puff the Magic Dragon. When I asked him about it, he convinced me that it was the name of the dragon living under the streets of New York City with his dragon family. I fully believed it until my mother disabused me of that notion when I was 9. "No, your father is not going to get better, Riley," my mother said the night we rushed him to the emergency room for the 3rd time in a week. "He needs to stop filling your head with fantasies like the story about the dragons." I blinked back tears, secretly devastated about the Dragon family. "I messed up, Rye," Tommy finally says, bringing me back to the present. The knot in my stomach tightens. I turn to take in just how seriously Tommy messed up this time and find him staring out ahead, his face tight, his gaze vacant. "How bad?" I'm compelled to ask because, judging by his expression, I would guess really bad. "Bad." He chews on the inside of his cheek. "I owe money." I'm no hero, that's understood. All the redemption I can offer, girl, is beneath this dirty hood, with a chance to make it good somehow. Hey, what else can we do now except roll down the window and let the wind blow back your hair? Bruce's words spill over my thoughts and fall through the cracks before they float away in the wind. Not even Bruce can lessen the tension building in the Jeep. A metric ton of weight sits on my chest. I can hardly breathe as I force the words out of my mouth. "How much?" The silence continues for another minute, and with it, my anxiety grows. "How much, T?" "It was a poker game. A fucking setup." The Jeep drives onto the Verrazano Bridge, and the whirring sound of the deep tread tires on the metal grate, coupled with the wind, has me practically shouting. "How much?" He exhales tiredly. 30. $30,000. The gravity of it presses down on my chest while bile shoots up the back of my throat. "Pull over," I croak as soon as we reach the other side. When he takes too long, the panic spirals out of control. "I said pull over!" He makes a hard stop in the dark, deserted alley between two brick buildings, the tires screeching. Jumping out, I walk in circles and try not to breathe in too deeply. The stench of motor oil and garbage hangs in the air. One lungful could trigger projectile vomiting. "You okay?" he says, genuinely concerned. I can't keep the disbelief off my face. I wish he would have shown some concern before losing $30,000. No, I'm not okay. Lacing his hands behind his head, he stares up at the night sky with a defeated look on his face, and I'm torn between wanting to smother him in his sleep and feeling bad for him. This is our relationship in a nutshell. 30,000? I still can't wrap my head around it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Other than looking sheepish, he doesn't even try to defend himself. Who do you owe? Ivan De La Russo? Fuck, is the only reasonable response. Ivan is the local mobster. Although he pretty much sticks to gambling, this is not the person whose wrong side you want to be on. Ivan has been known to break bones. He did 5 years upstate for racketeering. I'm sorry. I had $5,000 set aside for my business insurance. If you're not bonded, there's slim to no chance of finding work in home repair. It's career suicide, but I don't have a choice. It's Tommy, and we always have each other's back. Even now, when I look at him, all I see is the boy with a perpetual black eye. After my dad died, my mother spent weeks in bed crying, mourning, and doing everything other than taking care of her 12-year-old daughter. This meant I spent my summer sitting on the front stoop, watching life go on without me and wondering when it would get better, when my mother was going to be normal again. Spoiler alert, never. It wasn't all bad. People looked in on us. They were kind and helpful. The fraternity is a strong one. They brought over more food than we could eat and sat with her. Everyone in the neighborhood knew what was going on with Bonnie James, but resources were stretched thin. We weren't the only ones suffering. Other first responder families were facing similar ordeals. There was a man renting the house across the street. He was middle-aged, around mid-50s, and single. His name was Marvin Stills, and he was always nice to us. We'd known him for years. We'd wave when he got home after work, ask us if we needed anything, took in the empty garbage cans and placed them by our garage when my mother forgot, which was often. One afternoon, as I watched him mow the front lawn, he stopped and asked if I wanted to see his bunnies. He kept a hutch in his backyard near the detached garage. So I followed him, eager to do anything other than go back inside and listen to my mother cry. I often think about that moment. What if I'd said no? What if I'd gone back inside and watched TV? Would my life be different now? Marvin wasted no time acting on his dark impulses. In hindsight, he'd probably been planning it for a while, biding his time like any seasoned predator. As soon as he ushered me into the backyard, out of sight of the street and behind the garage, he pushed me to the ground and covered my mouth with his dirty hand. It reeked of body odor, motor oil, and grass clippings. To this day, I hate the smell of recently cut grass. I didn't realize what was happening until I was on my back, and he was ripping my pink terry cloth shorts off. My brain couldn't process what was happening fast enough. It feels like you're having an out-of-body experience, disconnected from this horrible event you have no control over, as if you're watching from afar. Then my underwear came off, and something inside of me snapped. Adrenaline spilled into my veins, and a stored-up reserve of energy sparked my fight-or-flight instinct. I started screaming and trying to push him off, but I was 12, and he was an old man who easily overpowered me. He was fumbling with the zipper of his pants when all of a sudden, his body disappeared. 1 minute I was being crushed by an oppressive, nearly suffocating weight, and the next, it was gone. I scrambled to my feet and snatched my shorts off the ground, turning my back to whatever was going on around me. And there was definitely something going on. If you've ever heard the sound of flesh meeting flesh, of bone being crushed under unrelenting force, you know it's a sound you will never forget. Shaking, I pulled my shorts back on and turned to find 15-year-old Tommy Marsden straddling Still's prone body. He was pummeling Still's face, rearranging it into something unrecognizable, something inhuman. Tommy was in another world. Hands bloodied, he was beating Stills like he was getting payback for every injustice ever done in the world. With each punch he landed, the old man's body jerked off the ground. All I knew about Tommy back then was that he lived 2 doors down from us, and his father liked to use him as a punching bag when he drank. I rarely saw him without a black eye, which made Tommy a bit of a dangerous character in our neighborhood. Nobody messed with him, because Tommy fought back, and when he did, he made sure you stayed down. Tommy must have sensed me watching, because he stopped beating Stills and looked up at me, his anger barely leashed, his cheeks blazing red hot. He looked like a wild animal. "Go home," he said, breathing heavily. "Don't tell no one what happened." It was the first he'd ever spoken to me. When I didn't move, he added, "You're okay, right?" It was less a question and more a statement. Years later, I would come to understand that was how he survived the hell that was his childhood, by convincing himself he was okay, that everything was copacetic. But back then, I took it as an order, and it was probably for the best. I wasn't ready to understand and process what had happened. An understanding passed between us. I wanted to forget what had happened as much as he did. Nodding, I wiped away the tears and the dirt, the evidence of the assault off my face, and calmly walked home. I never saw Stills again. The next day, his car was gone, and so were the bunnies. Tommy and I never discussed what happened. But that day changed everything. When is he expecting the money? Climbing back into the Jeep, he anxiously grips the steering wheel tightly. Soon. Now, I guess. Don't do anything. Don't go see him. I'll come up with something. When he doesn't acknowledge my instructions, it sets off another round of alarm bells. Tommy, do not do anything stupid. You hear me? I'll figure something out. He nods, and I climb back into the Jeep. The rest of the car ride home is conducted in silence. Not even Bruce Springsteen can save me from despair. Detective Dominic Vega was on his way home from a late shift at the local precinct when he decided to stop at the 7-Eleven 3 blocks from his home for a cup of coffee. He walked in and observed a teenage girl, 16 to be precise, stuffing a bag of powdered mini donuts in her puffy black jacket. Then he watched her stride over to the wall of refrigerated drinks, shoplift a can of Dr. Pepper, and slide it into the opposite pocket. Detective Vega walked to the cashier and promptly paid for the items. He then followed the juvenile delinquent out into the parking lot and read her rights. After scaring the crap out of me, he gave me a choice: show up at his home the next night for a family dinner, or get booked for petty theft. I showed up at his house. "Hold still," my best friend demands while taking a fistful of my hair and yanking my head back. Veronica's the sister I never had. Playing the role perfectly, she's fiercely protective and mildly abusive at the same time, albeit in the most loving way possible. "Ouch!" I wail around a mouthful of popcorn. There's a Euphoria marathon on TV, enough junk food to survive a zombie apocalypse, and Vern is doing my makeup. It's a typical Sunday night for us. Except there's nothing ordinary about this Sunday night. It's been 5 days since Tommy blew up my life, and I've finally come to a decision and devised a plan of sorts. Or rather, the decision has been made for me. The plan is the byproduct of me alternating between beating my head against the wall and curling into a fetal position. But I've decided not to dwell on the devastation wrought on my life, or I may start to cry and never stop. I gave Tommy the $5,000 I had tucked away for my insurance and told him to negotiate a payment plan with Ivan. Ivan, being a criminal and a gigantic piece of shit, inevitably agreed, but imposed a VIG, an interest payment on the rest of the sum, an interest rate of 20%. This isn't a guess. Everyone in the neighborhood knows how these guys operate. After careful consideration, I determined there's only one way I can make the rest of the payments, and that is by taking West's offer. These are the only 2 options that do not end with me serving time: work for free for the next few months for West, or hand over the paper on the 2-family house I live in, the only property I own outright. The other property is an investment. Being chronically short on cash means it is not even close to being renovated, therefore unlikely to sell for nearly enough. And it's heavily mortgaged anyway. Bottom line is that I'm not going to lose my properties, my entire life savings, to Ivan. I'm not about to give up everything I've worked and sacrificed for because Tommy, a grown man, can't control his habit. The walking ATM machine is the best chance I have of getting us out of this mess with the least damage. That is, if the offer still stands. This brings me to tonight. I need Veronica's help to pull off this impossible caper. The problem is, I can't tell her the entire story. She would insist on involving Dom, and I can't have that on my conscience. Which means this will take some finessing. "Serves you right. Stop moving around," she demands. "You're ruining my art." She dips a brush into the pot of metallic copper eyeshadow, taps the handle with the nail of her ring finger, and paints my eyes. I'm the official guinea pig, an honorary role I've held since that fateful family dinner all those years ago. Back then, I was going through a goth phase and thought it would be perfectly appropriate to show up wearing black lipstick and platform knockoff Doc Martens. Needless to say, Veronica, with her perfect long brown hair and flawless makeup, even at 17, was as intimidating as she is now. "Why do you wear that?" she said, an hour into staring at me from across the dinner table. I shrugged. That was the extent of my response. I did a lot of that back then. It doesn't make you look pretty, she outright told me. I would later learn that this is literally a crime against nature in Vern's book. For me, however, that was pretty much the point. I was growing fast and filling out, and the last thing I wanted or needed was any male attention. "Can I do your makeup?" she asked. I shrugged and nodded, because why not? I had a severe shortage of female friends, and I didn't want to do anything to make her mad at me. So I let Veronica fix my makeup, and we've been best friends ever since. "Bitch, how about you wear sunscreen?" says the woman who fancies herself the skin police. She makes a face and tugs my hair again. "I can feel your skin aging as we speak." Ouch! Ouch! I do, you sadist! I wear SPF 50 every day. This is the product of 7 hours of roofing. Then wear a hat, or you'll look 80 before you turn 30. Does it look like I care? No, and that's the problem. Time to change the subject. Otherwise, she'll punish me with a chemical peel. "Tommy asked about you again," I casually throw out. She rolls her eyes. "Did you tell him I don't date guys who steal wallets to pay for the date?" Cringe. Unfortunately, it's not far from the truth. Kinda. Tommy is my weakness and my burden. I don't have it in me to make him feel bad about anything, and she knows this about me. He's so much more sensitive than he lets on, and already has low expectations for himself. That's why I can't stay mad at him despite everything he's put me through. "You told him I'm dating someone, didn't you?" "I did." "When are you going to stop making excuses for that jamoke?" "Never. I will always do everything in my power to protect him." "You know I hate hurting his feelings," I remind her. Vern shakes her head and returns to abusing my eyelids with an eyelash curler. "Aren't you always dating someone anyway?" "Kinda," she says with a devious little smile. "His name is Brad. He's a hedge fund manager." Poor Brad. For context, Veronica is a smaller Puerto Rican version of Gal Gadot, with the tactical smarts of a 5-star general. 1 + 1 = Brad is screwed, and not in a good way. "I saved a guy the other night," I casually throw out, baiting the waters in a manner of speaking. She stops and gives me the vaguest stare, which makes me fear for the children she'll have one day. "You saved a guy?" she repeats, skeptical of my claim. "Don't tell your pops." "Depends. Spill the sauce." "Nothing. He was having dinner, drinking mostly at the restaurant, and when I finished my shift, I ran into him getting jumped." "You ran into the dude getting jumped?" The look on her face is priceless. Vern loves to talk tough, but she's the quintessential girly girl, the kind that panics when she chips her flawless nail polish. "And you thought, let me step in?" I have a visceral reaction to seeing someone being victimized, and my reaction is not to look the other way. Why is that hard to understand? They were really going to town on him. She shakes her head and rolls her eyes. "You need a man badly. You need someone to keep you busy so you stay out of trouble. Was he cute at least?" I knew that line of questioning was coming. Everyone is a prospective mate in Veronica's world. I guess. Technically, he was, for an inanimate object. "You guess?" This earns me a side eye from her. "What's his name?" "Joey Nobody?" I say, chuckling. She tosses the eyelash curler down on the coffee table with the rest of the makeup and picks up a tube of mascara. "Did you even bother getting his name?" "Of course I did. I went to his apartment." She stops applying the mascara and leans back. "You what?" "I drove him to his apartment." This gets me more disbelief and a lot of blinking. He'd been hit in the face a few times, I explain. It does not seem to do the trick. I couldn't just leave him there. Drove him in what? Your jalopy pickup truck can't make it down a block. His Bentley? And my jalopy truck gets me as far as Jersey. The multiple emotions that cross her face would be funny if I wasn't faced with upending my life to save my best friend. What's his name, bitch? Vern says, grabbing her phone. Don't Google him. Name. Jordan West, I tell her. Otherwise, she'll never stop. Her perfectly manicured nails tap on her phone. It doesn't even sound real, I hear myself muttering. Veronica's brown eyes widen, and her perfectly shaped eyebrows climb up her flawless forehead. Are you kidding me? What? This guy? She shoves the phone at me, inches from my face. On the screen of her phone, Jordan West stares back at me, looking every inch a walking ATM machine. You drove this hot meal of a man to his apartment? Yeah, that's him. Sweet JC, he's hot. It's like a unicorn made a baby with the devil. Nervous laughter escapes me. A bit of an overstatement. It's like Brad Pitt mated with the god of death and created this delightful creature. Vern continues, her attention still on the phone as she swipes the screen for more pictures. Jordan West seems to be somewhat of a public figure. Whatever. But now, admittedly, my curiosity is whet. Who is he, and why are his pictures Googleable? I pop a few Reese's Pieces in my mouth and await her answer. He's a rich guy and he's hot. What other reason does there need to be? Anything else? Anything important? Other than being known for his hotness? He's a tech guy. She reads some more. Invented some code thingy and 10 times hotter than the Facebook dude. I don't see a wife either. Please tell me you got his number. Yeah, sure, right after I gave him my rap sheet. You don't have a rap sheet. Thanks to your father, I don't, but I should. In my defense, I was dealing with the death of my father and a mother who could hardly cope. Back then, the only person who I could depend on was Tommy, which is why, when it comes down to it, I will always take care of him. You should have gotten his number and given it to me. Rich and good-looking is definitely her type. Veronica is one of those annoyingly positive people who wholeheartedly believe that if you want something bad enough and go after it, you will achieve it. I'm more of a cynic. This isn't one of your Billionaire and the Nanny books. Besides, no loss. He's about as charming as a razor blade. I've had more fun smashing my thumb with a hammer. Veronica chuckles darkly. Who said anything about talking? I've never been a fan of casual sex. No judgment, but I can't do it. Some stranger being inside of me without knowing the basics is not my idea of a good time. I'm not terribly picky, but I would like to know his middle name, how often he changes his underwear, and whether he's ever engaged in revenge porn. Real question, my best friend says, looking quasi-serious. Do you ever feel the need to see a real penis up close? In addition, would you remember how to operate one if you did? I saw one the other night. I shrug. It's the truth. Not the truth she's looking for, but the truth nonetheless. Vern looks confused with a touch of hope. Hopeful wins the battle, and her expression brightens. You did? She assumes I mean West. Yeah, the homeless dude on 23rd Street was pissing on the street corner as I was walking by. He gave me a great demo on how to operate one. You're hopeless, she grumbles as she finishes applying my mascara. I'm doing cornrows on you tonight. You can't, I tell her. Why not? He offered me a job and I'm going to take it. Thick silence follows. A job? The rich, hot guy? Doing what? God, I hope it's something dirty. I laughed despite my frayed nerves. As a personal assistant. Why the hell would you want to take a job like that when you have your own business? I can't tell her about Tommy. She'll either flip out on me or tell her father. And as well-meaning as he is, I can't have Dom getting involved. Ivan De La Russo is no Tony Soprano, but he's also no joke. I would never forgive myself if Dom got hurt. It pays well. Plus, you know how slow things get in winter. This is a legitimate reason to take a job I am poorly suited for, and she knows it. For years, she's listened to me complain about the lack of business in winter. How well? 3,000 a week well. Holy shit. See why I couldn't turn it down? What about your business and the restaurant? It's like a stake to the heart. The thought of giving up both my job at the restaurant, a job I will never be able to replace later or get back, and putting my beloved business on hold hurts so much I can hardly stand it. But there's no use in torturing myself. This is my only chance to hang on to my properties. I have to make it work. There's no alternative, and there's no turning back time. Forget that now. I need your help. Anything. Clothes. I need to look the part. What do I wear? Veronica smiles. Chapter 5. Riley. You got this. No sweat. This is easy street compared to the foundation you poured by yourself for Mrs. Toronto's new garage. I tell the image in the mirror. My nerves are shot right now. My stomach is acting up due to a bad case of nervous jitters. Facing down 2 junkies on a crime spree does nothing to my sensitive stomach, but a job interview with a tech billionaire with an attitude problem has me reaching for the Pepto-Bismol. Veronica's right. There's something wrong with me. But there's no time for psych evaluation now. I've got to get it together. Or there's an excellent chance my stomach will fail me at some point on my way uptown to West's apartment. And I can't have that. You're gonna wreck this interview. My stomach gurgles. Or maybe not. I'll have to pop another Pepto. At least I'm dressed for the occasion. Thanks to Vern, I barely recognize the person staring back in the mirror. As promised, she came by the house before leaving for work and did my hair. Low bun, not too tight, and my makeup, work appropriate. She also lent me her Dolce & Gabbana navy blouse with the mandarin collar and her black slacks that look cropped on me since I'm 4 inches taller than the Puerto Rican princess. I look the part of a successful tech guy's personal assistant. But then what? What if he asks me to do something I have no clue how to accomplish? Like, set up a Zoom meeting? In that case, I'm Who are you talking to? My mother says, barging into my bedroom. She's still wearing her robe, which indicates she doesn't have a temp job lined up for today. For years, Bonnie was a librarian at the famed New York City Public Library. But after my father died, she had to resign. Too many sick days. Too many leave of absence. She's been working temp jobs ever since. No one. Grabbing my messenger bag, I make for the door. Eyeballing me, she brushes her shoulder-length curly bob behind her ear and crosses her arms. Bonnie knows something's afoot. I still don't understand why you would take an office job. You've never been good behind a desk. Always the cheerleader, my mother. I can always count on her to make me feel less than good. It's not that she's malicious. She's just a glass half empty kind of person. And you have your own business. I can't tell her how much West is paying me. Otherwise, she'll get the wrong impression and assume all that money is going into the family till. It's not like she oversteps about my finances. I've been earning my keep since I was a teenager, so she has no standing. But she's still my mother. Besides, lying takes effort and energy that I don't have to give. I'm also not very good at it, so I generally tend to stay away from it. There's not much I keep from her, except, the big stuff. Sigh. I'm juggling a lot of balls here. Like I said, it's a stable paycheck during the winter, and I'm getting great medical insurance. Suspicion fills her brown eyes. She doesn't look convinced. Oh, well, it'll have to do for now. I've got to go, I say, leaning in to kiss her cheek while I move past her and out the door. Love you. We need food. I'll try to go food shopping if I feel up to it. She throws over her shoulder. If she feels up to it. If only she would feel up to seeing a doctor would be even better. On that note, I head for the ferry. Fingers crossed, I have a job waiting for me in the city. Manhattan is considered another world for those of us who are raised in the boroughs. Think of it as the capital city in the Hunger Games. Everyone wants to live there, but very few are entitled to. Today, it's not so glamorous, however. The subway may as well be a sauna, or, as I think of it, the devil's urinal. With the heat and humidity at record highs, the smell of piss is strong today. Thankfully, it's not full since it's a Saturday. I figured my best chance to catch West at home would be on the weekend. It's the only hand I have to play, mainly because I don't know where his office is. Plus, it felt a little stalkerish to show up at his place of work, even if I could find it. Anyway, that's the plan, to ambush him at home and convince him to give me the job he's probably already given to someone else. It's a long shot, but the only one I've got. The doors of the subway train close, and bodies move about, getting comfortable for the ride. An older man steps aside, offering me a direct view of the sliding doors. Someone has covered the safety sign that should read, "Do not lean on door," with one that reads, "Do not fall in love." I'm way ahead of you, buddy. No chance of that happening. I've never been in love before, and I don't see the need to start now. My mother loved my father desperately, and see where that got her? That's right, forever broken, going through the motions of life without living. I once read that love requires sacrifice. If what is meant by that is sacrificing my dignity and the capacity to function as a normal human being, then the cost of love is something I can't afford. I figure if I could resist the temptation of falling in love with Tommy, my savior, when we were teenagers, I'm pretty much love-proof. By the time I reach West's building on 5th Avenue, I look like I jogged here. My hairline has a nasty coating of sweat, my hair is getting poofy, and Veronica's silky shirt is sealed to my body in an unseemly fashion. Definitely not safe for work. But whatever, here I am. It's now or never. Plucking it away from my chest, I cautiously approach the front desk and clear my throat. Hi, I'm here to see Jordan West. The snobby doorman does not recognize me because I get a genuine smile. Is he expecting you, miss? Not today, is my well-crafted, technically accurate reply. He picks up the phone and calls up. Someone answers. There's a young lady here to see you, Mr. West. Riley James? I say, forcing myself to speak. I'm getting the same feeling right now that I did the first time I kissed my one and only boyfriend, Jimmy Gates. And the feeling is this might turn out okay. Or I may regret it for the rest of my life. The kiss turned out okay. This means my odds are not looking good this time around. Law of averages and all that. Miss Riley James? After a few moments of silence, the doorman hangs up. Penthouse. The elevator is on its way for you. Gain access. Check. Step 1 accomplished. Like clockwork, the elevator arrives and transports me to the top floor. On the way up, A new round of stomach willies kicks up, and I send a silent prayer of gratitude that I took the second Pepto. Because nothing says you should hire me like getting a nasty case of the runs at a prospective new boss's house. I'm in the middle of pulling myself together, plucking the shirt away from my boobs, when the front door abruptly swings open. How do I describe the scene? On the threshold of the open doorway stands a disheveled man wearing jeans and a stained black t-shirt. He's holding a baby girl, an Asian baby girl who's wearing a small pink helmet. Rich folks are weird. The pink helmet is strange, but what's overshadowing the moment is that the baby is crying hysterically. We stare at each other while West bounces the baby on his hip. It's impossible not to stare. West has one of those shockingly beautiful male faces that make most people stupid. When he opens his mouth, however, the fascination dies an inexplicable sudden death. The expression of pure exasperation on his face tells me everything I need to know about him. This dude is in way over his head. He's just as harried, if not more so, than I am. On the inside, I am pleasantly smiling. It's a delightful balm for my exhausted nerves and unreliable stomach. "Come in," he says and walks away. He doesn't even look surprised to see me, which is strange. Then again, strange seems to be our thing. I assume I'm meant to follow, so I do. I have to practically jog down the hall to keep up with him. In daylight, his home is even grander and more intimidating than at night. The ceilings are very high, giving the place an almost church-like impression that compels one to speak in hushed tones. The austere contemporary furniture in shades of gray and brown looks untouchable and uncomfortable. I'm getting depressed just looking at it. Along the way, multiple female voices spring up. They pour into the hallway and grow louder the closer we get to the living room. "I'm done discussing this, John," says a woman with a Caribbean accent. "Gabby, I'm begging you." I follow West into the living room, which overlooks Central Park. The first thing I notice is the view. Done by design, it is a sight to behold. I would be mesmerized were it not for the two women in a heated discussion. "I understand you have a problem, but we all agreed on 2 weeks," says the one with the Caribbean accent, a black woman with close-cropped white hair. She's striking in peach lipstick and a mauve linen tunic, her expression more annoyed. "You were in a bind, and I did my best to help you out. The Johnsons made arrangements the moment they found out they were pregnant, and I'm not about to break my commitment to them." "You can't just abandon us like this. You're the only one we trust," replies the other, a white woman in her early 60s with a short silver bob and a sharp calculating look in her green eyes. There's a strong resemblance between the green-eyed one and my new boss. "Call the agency whose number I emailed you," Gabby tells Joan and retrieves a purse from the couch. She slings it over her shoulder. "Maybe they can help." "Nobody nearly as qualified as you," shrills the woman who could be West's mother. "It'll be fine, Joan, I promise." Gabby squeezes Joan's arm and walks past her. "Bye, Gabby. Thank you," West calmly adds as he watches her go. I'm surprised to discover West speaking to anyone with warmth in his voice. I didn't think he was physically capable. The guy has the personality of a pet rock. Warmth is not exactly in his wheelhouse. Another equally shocking discovery is that he looks kinda normal holding that baby. "Bye, baby. Good luck," she replies with a gentle smile directed at West. Then she exits down the hall. Brooding, the woman who I assume is his mother watches Gabby leave. As soon as that's over, the green watchful stare refocuses on me. She slowly turns to face me, and every hair follicle on my body stands upright. My body kicking into fight or flight doesn't bode well for my plans. "Who's this?" she says, her tone indicating she's not exactly happy to meet me. "Riley James Jr., West answers in his typically disinterested way, as if it's a burden and a chore to speak. His mother makes a face. "How odd." Internally, I cringe, my neck prickling with heat. It confuses people when they hear the junior, and it's too much trouble to explain that my father was absolutely convinced I was going to be a boy and never recovered when he discovered I was a girl. Just, Riley James is fine. "Nice to meet you, Riley James is fine. I'm Congresswoman West." The prickling heat that started at my neck reaches my cheeks. "My mother," West adds, as if that needed clarification. My soon-to-be new boss approaches, bouncing the baby on his hip. She's really cute, although clearly upset about something. The crying has transformed into soft whimpering, but it doesn't look like that's ending anytime soon. "Nice to meet you, ma'am," I say, because I was raised to have manners. West's mother is a curveball I didn't anticipate. The woman looks like a suspicious meddler, and she's a politician, which means she can blow my cover with one phone call. The odds of me pulling this off and convincing him to give me the job have dropped significantly. Bummer. My shoulders slump with the corresponding sentiment. "Why are you here?" she rudely asks. "She's my new assistant," West replies like it's no big deal he just handed me, a total stranger, a job. Conversely, my surprise cannot be contained. "I am?" "She is?" his mother simultaneously asks. "You wanted me to hire an assistant? Here she is." Mrs. West makes yet another pained face. "She's a little young, isn't she?" "She's old enough." His attention pivots to me. "Isn't that why you're here?" I mean, yeah, but isn't he even going to interview me? Yeah, but aren't you going to interview me? "Saving my life qualifies. And it's yes. Don't say yeah, it's unprofessional." My entire face flares cherry red. This family has a knack for shaming me. "Yes," I repeat. "Saving you? From what?" his mother says. "A flat tire? She looks like she works with her hands for a living." My hands automatically curl into fists. West's morose demeanor is starting to make a whole lot of sense. But his claim that I saved his life is a bit of an overstatement. At the most, he might have taken a few more shots to that pretty face had I not intervened. Regardless, I have the job with minimal effort and no begging, so I'm not about to do or say anything to jeopardize that. One thing Tommy's troubles have taught me is that half the secret to success in life is not getting in your own way. Ignoring his mother's question, West comes closer and holds out the baby. "Take her." "Oh, I don't..." Too late. He dumps the baby in my arms without even a second warning. Good thing I'm used to lifting heavy objects. The baby immediately wraps her tiny legs around my waist and her arms around my neck like they're octopus tentacles. She has a surprisingly strong grip. Then she lays her head on my shoulder and, in the process, hits my chin with her helmet. "What's her name?" I'm forced to ask because, if left up to him, I'm pretty certain he won't speak again. "Maisie." West exhales tiredly while he watches me with an unreadable expression. "Congratulations on being a father. She's beautiful. She really is just the cutest baby." "Not mine," he says. Not his? Because that's not weird. Not yours? Probably not a good idea to accuse my new boss of being a child thief. But whose baby is this? Whose baby is this, then?
Eli's.
And Eli is...
Not here.
The man is a human Rubik's Cube. A lot of work and not worth the effort. I'm not very good with kids, I feel compelled to explain. just in case he was getting any ideas. "Probably not, but we don't really have a choice now, do we?" his mother says, jumping into the conversation once again. Very unpleasant woman. Which explains a lot. Makes me feel sorry for her son. And why is she implying that I'm the choice? Because childcare is not what I signed up for. I signed up for screwing up Zoom meetings, not screwing up toddlers. So, the nanny isn't coming back? While West casually walks to the window overlooking Central Park, his mother lays a look of pure contempt on me. "Gabby Walters is the most sought-after childcare professional in the city." No mystery where West gets the attitude. Sorry, is the childcare professional coming back? Her shoulders fall and she gets a hopeless look on her face. No, she's not. But someone else is, right? I nervously glance between mother and son. She frowns, or what I imagine would be a frown were it not for the copious amounts of Botox in her face. Try getting a last-minute qualified childcare provider in this city. She scoffs. It's impossible. A sinking feeling comes over me. I'm about to ask about an unqualified one because what's the alternative? Me? No, absolutely not. His mother's gaze falls on the quiet child tucked into my arms, her baby fists holding tightly onto my shirt, her head resting on my shoulder, a wet spot developing on the delicate silk from her tear-soaked cheeks. For the first time, I see the severe lines on Mrs. West's face soften. "You'll do for now." How the heck did I get roped into this? "No, ma'am, I am seriously unqualified. I'm a danger to this child," I say, hoping to drive the point home. "I don't even know which way is up or down on her." Mrs. West points to Maisie's mouth. "That's where the food goes." Her short, French manicured nail points to Maisie's butt. "That's where the poop comes out. You clean both in that order." After which, the woman picks lint off her white linen shirt, fixes the wooden bangles jangling on her wrists, and grabs her purse off the chair next to her. "I've got to get back to D.C. Tucking it under her arm, she makes for the exit. "You're leaving?" West asks in that irritatingly indifferent tone. "My work here is done. I'll call when I find someone more suitable, Jordan." Looking directly at me, she adds, "Try not to break her in the meantime." Out she goes without a backward glance, leaving a trail of expensive perfume and a lot of confusion in her wake. The confusion is all mine, of course. Chapter 6. Riley. As a general rule, I'm not a kid person. I don't gush when I see babies. I don't dream of minivans and Little League baseball games. It would be nice to have a kid at some point in my life, someday in the distant future, but it's not a priority. Not when I'm broke and struggling to build a business. Besides, with who? I can't remember when I last went on a date. The unvarnished truth is that I don't know much about kids. I was barely a kid myself, and even then, not for very long. If you've ever lived with a chronically sick person, you know that life revolves around them, while yours gets pushed to the back burner, if not off the stove altogether. All I can remember until the day Tommy saved my life are hospitals, nurses, and the smell of vomit and antiseptic cleanser. Among those memories is the image of my mother screaming not to play near the oxygen tank. In stark contrast was my dad trying to convince me everything was going to be okay, that it wasn't my fault that Mom was upset, that she was just tired from lack of sleep. And yet, here I am, a childcare provider for a toddler. Mr. West? I say, testing out his name. Awkward, but what else do I call my new boss? Jordan, he's quick to correct. Jordan. Yeah, okay, that feels weird too. I'm not a babysitter. No, you're not. You're my assistant, and I need assistance with my godchild. Godchild. Another crumb of information to stash away and examine later. He's not exactly the forthcoming type. Earlier, he managed to sidestep the question about Maisie's parents pretty smoothly. I'll bide my time for now and pelt him on personal matters later when I'm comfortably entrenched in his life. I sit on the couch when the baby gets heavy in my arms. She barely stirs. Mr. West? I repeat, which sounds awkward to me. Jordan, I mean.
Let's cut to the chase,
he says, interrupting.
I need you here 7 days a week.
7?
For now, until I find someone else. And some nights.
Nights? I echo again. He must think I'm dense, but the situation is escalating quickly. How did we go from total strangers lying about our names to sleeping under the same roof in the span of one meeting? And why isn't he the least bit suspicious of me?
I'm paying you $3,000 a week. I expect you to be available to me,
he says in the tone of someone who is seldom questioned. You said 4,000, I correct. When it comes to money, I never forget an offer, and desperation is a great motivator. His dark green eyes narrow on me, and his hands go to his hips. A moment of intimidating silence ensues, and I start to regret my bout of courage. He undoubtedly learned this trick from his mother.
3,000.
4,000, I insist. I don't know what just came over me, but the cat's out of the bag now. I can't take it back. He pays me $4,000 or I walk. Go big or go home. That was your offer when you came to my job site. And now you want a few nights, so... His mouth gets a little tight. If he thinks he's going to glare me into submission, he's got another thing coming.
4,000, and you jump when I say so,
he says eons later. I try not to react outwardly, but the thrill of victory is coursing through my veins. In the privacy of my mind, I'm fist-pumping the air. There's nothing more exciting than winning a hotly contested negotiation, and the smile spreading across my face can't be held down. Deal. He checks me out, scrutinizing my hair and clothes.
Dress casually. Bring stuff to keep here.
That nagging feeling surfaces again. You're okay with me living here part-time? Like, you don't know me. I should be treading as carefully as possible. Yet here I am, tempting the devil. West sits on the armrest of the chair across from me.
Riley James Jr., age 26, birthday January 18, 5'9", 125 pounds. Never been arrested. Credit score 800. That makes you less of a risk than most people.
He pauses.
And don't say like. It's unprofessional.
The grammar lesson flies right past me as I digest the rest of his little speech. Heat covers my cheeks. This is the second reminder never to underestimate this man. How did you... Wait, I didn't give you any of my info. His expression shifts to one you could describe as amused. For a robot. How do you know so much about me? He shrugs. Not an ounce of shame or remorse to be found anywhere on him.
There are ways.
I'm starting to get a clear picture of his ways, and I'm not sure I like them. Pretty sure that's, again, illegal. The sense of entitlement with this guy is off the charts.
Be here at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'll fill you in on the rest.
Fine, I say, slowly and carefully handing him the baby who has somehow dozed off. But you're wrong. He frowns. 129 pounds. A nanny? My mother scrutinizes me above the rim of her Dunkin' Donuts coffee mug. It's mornings like this one when I glance around my little kitchen, the one I painstakingly renovated by myself, built the cabinets, stained them with no less than 4 layers of an Italian gray stain, at the white marble counters and subway tile backsplash I saved for an entire year to buy, that fills me with pride. I did this. I built a business from the ground up out of nothing. The money we got from my father's settlement didn't last very long. Most of it went to paying medical bills, and the little that was put aside for me helped me buy this place. I think I can handle a toddler. I've handled worse. I do my best to avoid her scrutiny over the rim of mine. I say to that, taking a sip of my coffee to delay the inevitable. Not exactly. It's a temporary situation, until her father comes back. And who knows when that will be. The first order of business is to get to the bottom of that situation. And what exactly is the deal with the mother? Where is that woman? How could she abandon a 2-year-old? But you don't know anything about taking care of a child, my most ardent supporter says. That would be sarcasm if you missed it. Wrong. I know plenty now. I spent most of the night online reading and watching everything I could find on toddlers. Thank God for YouTube. Not to mention, I pretty much took care of myself when I was a kid. That must account for some knowledge. I'll figure it out. Besides, it's not for long. Our father is, away and should be back soon. My mother's expression matches my thoughts. She's thinking, bullshit. And she's not wrong. You're late, my new boss declares the moment the door swings open. It's safe to say this will be a painful few months. Time to learn how to grin and bear it. Good morning, I say, forcing some cheer upon him. He looks like he needs it. That and an enema. Also important to note that the door swung open before I hit the bell. Yes, the doorman called up, but it looks like the Grim Reaper is on a hair trigger today. His eyebrows are in a super slanty V, and he's showing a modicum of emotion. This is big for him. Is it? Is his response to my greeting. The name suits him. What else do you call someone who only wears dark colors and possesses 2 emotions? None or irritated? What's with all the black and gray clothes anyway? Today is another uninspired choice. A black button-down shirt and dark gray slacks. I shouldn't be taking notes, but it's hard not to when he seems to be making a statement. Sending a message. Whatever. Are you going to stand there all day, or are you coming in? Caught musing, my cheeks flare. Because I'm a stickler for punctuality, I cast a sneaky glance at the phone in my hand. 2 minutes late. Sorry, it won't happen again, I promise. The subway? Wes turns and walks away, headed for the kitchen while I'm in the middle of my clumsy excuse. No more subway, he announces. You'll take a car service. I can't, I start to explain, chasing after him, a theme developing between us. I'm paying for it. Well, in that case... In the kitchen, Maisie is in a playpen, entertaining herself with a set of soft blocks. She's wearing the helmet again. This can't be healthy. When she hears us enter, she glances up and smiles at us. Pick up, the little one commands. Glancing sideways, I find West's expression blank. I can't tell if he's trying to figure out what that means or how to go about it. Can I take the helmet off? Why is she wearing it anyway? Caution is one thing, but this is next-level paranoia. No, is his singular, unreasonable reply. Please? A stare-down ensues. Nothing on YouTube said anything about helmets. Not anywhere online, to be honest. He gets that obstinate look on his face that says I would have an easier time moving a mountain. She walks. She could hurt herself. He can't be serious. Then again, he may know less about kids than I do and wants to play it safe. The entire apartment has an open floor plan and very few doors. You can see from one end to the other in some cases. There's a noteworthy lack of furniture in the living room across the way. Like someone removed all the hard objects from the room, and all that's left are the soft couches and chairs. He's definitely safety obsessed. There's nothing on YouTube about helmets on toddlers. I looked everywhere. YouTube, he says, genuinely confused. Yeah, YouTube. He exchanges his mildly constipated expression for a mildly amused one. For a corpse, that is. You get your information from YouTube? What's his issue with YouTube? It's arguably one of our greatest inventions. I learned how to change the spark plugs on my truck and how to make tiramisu on YouTube. Where else can you learn useful stuff like that? Have you been on it lately? No, I can't say that I have. Like any toddler, Maisie has an issue with patience. She doesn't have the time for Wes to make up his mind, so she takes matters into her tiny hands. Grabbing the side of the pen, she hoists herself onto her little pink feet and lifts her arms in the air, her dark, almond-shaped eyes full of hope. Pick up! I think she means you, I say, tone more than a little tentative. I don't want to be giving my new boss orders, but that baby has an on-the-verge-of-screaming look on her pretty face. Not now, Maisie. Riley needs to pay attention to what I have to tell her. It's important for your welfare. Lord Jesus. He's talking to a 2-year-old like she's an employee. His attention shifts over to me. I have to get you up to speed. I say, keeping a close watch on the baby. Her eyes are getting glassy, and she's making soft, agitated noises. This is not good. Riley, are you listening? Then the unthinkable happens. Her little chin starts to tremble like she's about to blow. It's officially time to jump in. I'm new at this babysitting thing, and even I know that. Operating on pure gut instinct, I take the baby in my arms, and she comes willingly, hooking her little legs around me as if she's done it 1,000 times before. Maisie smiles, and a reserve of warmth unfurls in my chest. West does what he does. Look distant with a touch of constipation. Emotional and otherwise. But the crisis is averted. I've got a meeting in an hour, he announces. You can go, we're good here, I tell him, smiling at Maisie. No, we are not good here. We have a list of rules to go over. Riley, are you paying attention? Yes, boss. He sighs. Phone. Have this one on you at all times and keep it on. You are to answer when I call. He pulls a brand new iPhone out of the cash drawer and slides it across the kitchen counter. There's a code for the house, he continues. It's automated. Your personal one to get into the elevator and the house is programmed in the phone under my name. Keep the phone locked for obvious reasons. I nod, head spinning already. He keeps going with nary a pause. In the meantime, Maisie plays with my hair. She seems fascinated by it, wrapping the curls around her hand. Credit card. Jordan slides a Visa card with my name on it across the counter. I stare at it in disbelief. Cash is always in the drawer. I am trusting you. He looks pointedly at me, laser-focused. He's intimidating when he gets like this. All I can do is nod. The baby. She walks. Watch her carefully. She is to wear the helmet when you go out. He's a wannabe dictator. My new boss is a control freak. Seriously? Yes, seriously. But don't you think... Yes, I do. And you shouldn't, he says, talking over me. You're paid to follow orders. Remember our deal? She could get hurt. The helmet stays on. I will text you when I'm on my way home. I don't need to know your whereabouts during the day, but you will be here when I get back. Finally, he pauses and takes a deep breath. His gaze softens to butter when he looks at Maisie. Then, quietly, in that deep voice of his, he says, I like to be here when she has dinner. He averts his gaze and fusses with the drawer then, as if there's something shameful in wanting to spend time with an adorable baby. I finally found his soft spot. It's nice to know he has one. "Will do," I say, desperately trying to hold down the corners of my lips. The Grim Reaper wouldn't appreciate it. "If anything comes up, anything at all, call me, no matter how small the problem," he insists. "Got it." "Don't take anything into your own hands. Call me." "I'll call you if anything should go wrong, but it won't." He doesn't seem convinced. The worry lines are still there, etched between his brows. "You don't have to worry, Jordan. I'll take good care of her." "One more thing. The most important one," he says, his voice dropping an octave, his countenance very serious, as opposed to just serious, like it always is. "Don't ever lie to me, Riley. I can't stand liars. Whatever it is, tell me the truth." An uncomfortable feeling stirs in my gut. I hate lying too, but not all lies are created equal. "Promise," I tell him. I just hope I can keep that promise. He exhales. "Okay, let me see you change a diaper." "Not straight enough. No, higher. You have to secure the diaper higher on her waist or it will be at her ankles in 10 minutes. Higher, I said." I'm starting to sweat under his scrutiny. The man is worse than a Marine drill sergeant. The way he's been carrying on for the past 30 minutes, you would think a mortal disaster could happen if the diaper isn't applied to his exacting standards. On top of which, he keeps checking his Rolex because he has a meeting to go to. Earlier, he led me to this makeshift baby room with a crib and a changing table and blew my mind. I watched him change a stinky, shit-filled diaper with proficiency while I stood by, desperately trying not to gag and throw up in my mouth. Not my best moment. And credit where credit is due, the man can change a diaper. The good news is that Maisie keeps giggling and kicking out her legs every time I tickle her belly. From what I've seen so far, she's a happy baby. "How's this?" I ask, securing the last tab. 2 perfectly clean, shredded diapers lay on the floor in a discarded pile of test runs, deemed not good enough by Grimm. He eyeballs my handiwork and checks his watch for the 3rd time. "It'll have to do for now. I'm late." He starts to leave and turns. "Don't forget. Phone on. Be here when I get back. All food needs to be organic." This one's new. All food? "Yes, Riley. All the food you give this baby needs to be organic. What's difficult about that?" I mean, it's kind of difficult. "Is there a reason?" "The reason is I say so. Toxins and heavy metals introduced in the body at a young age contribute to illness later." I'm sensing a pattern. Safety obsessed and now illness obsessed too. He walks out of the baby's room without a farewell. Probably for the best. "He's gone," I coo at Maisie, bouncing her on my knees. A week later, we've fallen into a comfortable routine, though one with a steep learning curve. I set up a play area in the kitchen so I can cook and watch Maisie at the same time, and Grimm and I had words about it. This morning was another doozy. Jordan introduced me to the stroller. "You know how this works?" he said, pulling it out of the hallway closet. I gave it a rough examination. "I know how to use a table saw. I think I can figure this out." This did not go over well with Mr. Safety Obsessed. I probably should have anticipated that. For this transgression, I received a 10-minute lecture reminding me that I'm handling a baby, not a piece of wood, as if I needed reminding. Maisie giggles and screeches when I lift my knees off the counter stool I'm sitting on and bounce her higher. "Gone, gone, gone. The dictator is gone." "Gone," she yells. "That's right, baby girl." "Not quite," the man who pays my salary says. He's standing in the doorway of the kitchen with dare I say, a ghost of a smile on his face.
Forgot my tablet.
I bury my embarrassment in the baby's neck and plant a kiss there. He grabs the tablet off the kitchen counter and leaves for good this time. Today is the first official day of us braving the great outdoors. Maisie and I have decided on a stroll in the park. I've even scoped out a playground not too far from the apartment. Jordan's irrational fear of just about anything harm-related has not lessened one bit. And I try not to trigger it, which is why we haven't gone out yet. This is a shining example of how my day generally goes. Grim, what are you doing right now? Me, showing Maisie how to build a pipe bomb. Grim, is she wearing the designated safety attire for handling explosives? Me, sends a picture of Maisie getting her dirty diaper changed while wearing a helmet. Grim, I'm impressed with your progress. Carry on. He only seems to have a sense of humor in written form. I'll take whatever I can get. I strap Maisie in her stroller, pack drinks and snacks, something I've learned to always have on hand lest I get tears from her I'm not very well equipped to handle, and out we go. It's a beautiful day, and New Yorkers are enjoying everything the park has to offer. We stroll by joggers and rollerbladers, people on bikes, even a horse-drawn carriage. "Hosie!" Maisie shouts, pointing at the animal, which sounds more like Hosie. Then dog and birdie, or more accurately, buddy. It's kind of sick how much secondhand joy I'm getting from her excitement. I'm finally starting to understand why people have kids. I should have taken her out a week ago, but I was reluctant, thanks to Grim and his phobia. We make it to the playground by late morning, and it's already packed with kids of all ages, their nannies, and 2 stay-at-home dads. "Which one's yours?" the dark-haired girl sitting close to me on the edge of the sandbox asks. She's been texting for the last 15 minutes since I've been here, so her question surprises me. "The girl with the pink helmet." Maisie's currently attempting to take a little plastic beach shovel away from a boy around her age. She's much more assertive with other children than I anticipated, which makes me oddly proud. The boy slaps her on the head with it, but she's wearing the helmet, so we're all good. The hell I'm going to tell Jordan. He'll have her wearing an entire Pee-wee hockey outfit. "The boy's mine," she offers. Maisie gets a strange look in her big eyes. I'm keeping a close eye on the situation before an all-out brawl breaks out. "Does yours eat poop?" she adds. I turn to get a better read on this girl. Is she right in the head? "Excuse me?" "Poop. Does she eat it?" I'm Clea, by the way. That's Madison. She motions with her chin to a blonde girl around my age on the other side. She's talking to one of the stay-at-home dads, not paying attention to her kid. "Hers does. Mine does occasionally. We all laugh about it." Is she for real? What do you mean by poop? "I mean, some of them stick a hand in their diapers and—" "Got it," I say, interrupting. That's the last image I want in my head. No, Maisie does not eat poop. Thank the Lord. I don't think I like this girl's attitude either. She seems to be taking joy in it. And you just let them? Aren't you supposed to change the diaper when it's dirty? The bitch didn't give me the 4th of July off. I had a house in the Hamptons with 10 of my friends and I couldn't go. She smiles wryly. Dirty diapers are discretionary. This is so wrong on so many levels that I don't even know how to respond. My iPhone rings with a FaceTime call, another one of Jordan's annoying habits. Why can't he just text like normal people? "Hi," I answer. "Where are you?" he says right out of the gate, and it's not curiosity I'm sensing. He's wearing a slight frown already. "Outdoors? I know, very risky to breathe fresh air." "Riley," he warns. I've been testing his boundaries as much as Maisie has lately. It's impossible not to when he's so painfully rigid. "Let me see Maisie," He's checking to see if I've been following orders. How predictable. No need to wonder why he has such a dearth of friends. I can't imagine he trusts anyone. I point the phone at the sandbox where Maisie and the little boy are still working out who gets to keep the shovel longer. While the camera is on her, the little boy rips it away. "Keep a close watch on that boy. He's very aggressive." They've been going back and forth for half an hour. He's not aggressive, I tell him, turning the phone back around. "Is that the parent? What a dick," the girl next to me says, loud enough for him to hear. Grim looks immediately irritated. "Who's that?" "No one. Bye, Jordan." I end the call before he gets worked up. "See what I mean? Diapers are discretionary," Clea the sadist says. "I haven't even told you about the animal poop." Having had enough of the boy taking the shovel from her, Maisie wrestles it away from him. He begins to scream and cry. Typical male. He can dish it out, but he can't take it. "Did you say animal poop?" I ask, certain I misunderstood her. "Yeah, in the sandbox. Rats, squirrels, sometimes dog. We don't always check." The playground is turning out to be a very bad idea. I bolt for the sandbox and grab the baby. The playground is officially off limits. Chapter 7. Riley. It's funny how quickly experiences can change a person. Funny as in intriguing. Not funny, haha. One minute you think you've got it all figured out. You know what you want and how to go about getting it. And the next minute, life suggests something different that makes you question everything. I genuinely like my new job. 3 weeks into it, I still wake up energized for the day ahead. The schlep from Manhattan to Staten Island every night is a chore. But other than that, I am genuinely happy to work for free. Which is essentially what I'm doing when I hand over my paycheck every week to Tommy and his bookie. The bonus to liking my work is that it's been incredibly easy to leave Staten Island and all my problems behind. Something I hadn't anticipated finding so liberating. It feels almost sinfully good, like when I would ditch class in high school. "What are you two doing today?" says the man who takes pleasure in riding me like I'm a workhorse. He wasn't overstating it when he offered me the job and said he can be hard on people. Our routine is as follows. I arrive at 7 a.m. By then, he has Maisie dressed and fed already. I handle the childcare for the day and feed her dinner. Sometimes he's here to help, sometimes not. Then I give her a bath and put her to sleep, and he takes over parenting duties for the night. It's a cozy, well-orchestrated home life, an odd counterfeit of the real thing. We both carry on as if it's perfectly normal for us to be raising someone else's child. I still don't know anything about the events that led to Maisie coming to live with him, and he doesn't make it easy to ask. Maisie's playing in the pen with a new doll when I walk in. It should hold her attention for another 10 seconds at the most. Standing next to the brewing coffee pot, Grim is wearing another cheerful combination today. A dark gray suit with a black shirt and a gray tie. It does, however, make his jaw look sharper and his eyes greener. So maybe the desired effect was achieved. The Undertaker look works for him. The coffee pot beeps and shuts off, done brewing. Jordan grabs 2 mugs out of the overhead cabinet. For a man raised with a silver spoon, he's very self-sufficient. He feeds himself and never asks me to do his chores like going to the dry cleaners or food shopping. Bags of fresh groceries are mysteriously delivered to the house daily. He refuses to depend on anybody. Kind of like me, I guess. The cleaning crew that comes in with military precision is under express orders to come every other day because he doesn't like people in his home. This is the stuff that baffles me. It's a mystery why he's so comfortable with me in his personal space and no one else. And I mean no one. No one ever shows up. No one visits, no one calls. Does he have any friends? It sure doesn't look like it, which makes me feel sorry for him. A handsome billionaire with the world by the short hairs. Go figure. Speaking of personal space, he hasn't asked me to stay over yet. I'm not looking forward to all the awkwardness that will create, because I am definitely not comfortable with him in my personal space. Not going to the playground in the park, that's for sure, I mutter. Why not? Because the nannies delight in the kids eating poop? If he knew, he'd make us both wear hazmat suits. Because the nannies are staging a silent insurrection, I tell him. I don't think I want to know what that means. You don't, trust me. The smile in his eyes doesn't extend to his lips. It's like he won't allow himself any joy. It makes me wonder what it would take. What would require him to loosen that grip he has on every normal human emotion? It must be exhausting holding on so tight. Or maybe he's been this way for so long that he doesn't even realize it anymore. The only time he can't help himself is when he spends time with Maisie. Whose funeral are you attending today? His brow scrunches and confusion fills his eyes. I'm not going to a funeral. Really? You're not? I bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from laughing at his expression. What are you trying to say? Nothing, boss. Jordan opens the refrigerator and frowns. He pulls out a small container of dairy cream and holds it up for my edification. What's this? Cream? It's a dairy product derived from cow's milk. Some people like to cook with it, some people put it in their coffee. He's not amused, his face remaining a block of ice. Didn't we talk about buying only organic? Is that his damage? For heaven's sake. We did? That's my cream. I don't give it to Maisie. But I can't bring myself to soothe his tortured soul. He doesn't deserve another explanation when his overreactions have been like this for 3 weeks. I've learned to save my energy. That's it? That's all you have to say? I explained to you why it's important for Maisie to eat organic. My temper flares. I blame the lack of coffee. I haven't had my second cup yet, and the thoughts in my head accidentally slip out. Dear Diary, the nanny was bad again today. For this, I get a blink and a hard stare. I get off the stool and grab the cream out of his hand. This is for my coffee. Then I grab the fresh pot, pour 2 mugs, splash some cream in mine, and hand him the black one. He likes it as black as his soul. I know, shocker. I take my seat at the kitchen counter again, and Jordan slides the sugar jar closer to me. That goes for you as well, he says softly. He sounds a little remorseful, so maybe miracles do happen. You shouldn't consume anything that's not organic. It's not healthy. Should I tell him my mother would forget to feed me some days after my father died? I was on the national school lunch program for a few years, Jordan. That ship has sailed. Taking a sip of my coffee, I avert my eyes. I don't want to see the reaction to my overshare right now. I thought Maisie and I would visit the Museum of Natural History today. Maisie ditched the new doll and is having a grand time with her old blocks. Let me know what you decide. I'll be home in time for dinner, he replies. With that, he finishes his coffee and grabs the jacket off the stool. Taking his empty cup and mine, I rinse them off, place them in one of his 2 dishwashers, and he leaves. Half an hour after lunch, Maisie and I take an Uber across town to the museum. It was the perfect call. Her little face lights up with wonder the moment we step inside, and she sees the blue whale hanging over us. Grim. How's the museum? The text comes in when we're standing by the woolly mammoth skeleton. How is she? She's freaking out in her stroller, excited to get out to get closer. Me. Sends a picture of Maisie with a huge grin on her face and her grabby hands reaching for it. Grim. She's not scared. Big statement. No, she's not. He could take a few lessons. Me. Not much scares her. Nothing so far. The subtext is obvious. I understand being protective and cautious, but his concern runs deep and dark and manifests as a bit nutty. Grim. ... Grim. How long will you be there? I don't know if I should be scared or pleased. This could go either way with him. A subtle warm feeling spreads in my chest. Maybe he's not a cadaver after all. Maybe he's on life support and needs something to fight for. And even stranger, I want him to fight for it. Jordan's a good guy. Anyone that sees him with Maisie would agree. He's just hard to be around. Being in his company is like crashing up against a brick wall all the time. It's easier to avoid him. Me. Enough time for you to join us. Let me know when you get here. When Jordan doesn't text back, I take it as a positive sign. He would have shut me down if he had no intention of meeting us here. In the meantime, we hit the food court. I get Maisie's organic yogurt and fruit cup out of my bag and buy myself an ice cream cone. Then I find an open table and park the stroller in front of me. Problem is, today is the day Maisie decides the yogurt no longer pleases her. She keeps pushing the spoon away. No, Little Miss Demanding insists. Reaching out toward my hazelnut gelato cone, her chubby hands make a grabby motion. So I do what seems natural. Despite the Supreme Leader's wishes, I give her a taste. Small bites, Maze. Easy, baby girl, I tell her, keeping it far enough away that she doesn't grab it with both hands. Ait, she repeats. Small bites, I warn again. Taking a small mouthful, she blinks, her brain working out whether she approves or disapproves. Then she smiles and giggles. You like that, huh? More? She makes an excited sound. More, I hear, which sounds like maw. So I let her take a few more licks. What's the harm, right? It's not even a question. She's capable of pitching a fit if I don't, and the echo in this place is impressive. I'm not about to risk it. First taste of ice cream comes from my right. A man's voice. Naturally, I steal a glance. The second our eyes meet, he smiles, showcasing 2 crescent-shaped divots on his cheeks. He's in his early 30s, with dark, blonde, shaggy hair, hip in the way artists are allowed to wear it, but not anyone else. He's attractive, but this ain't it. I am not here to cruise single fathers. His son is sitting next to him. The ice cream. Is it the first time she's tried it? He clarifies. Is he flirting with me, or is he a spy sent by Jordan? On the latter, I have legit grounds to worry about that. On the former, I've shut down that part of myself for so long that I can't tell anymore. When he doesn't break eye contact, I determine that he is flirting with me. Sitting next to him, his son, a 6-year-old version of him, is eating a sandwich and staring at his iPhone. He's so focused on what he's watching that he may as well be on another planet. I think so. She's not mine. I'm just the babysitter. I'm Todd, the stranger offers. This is my son, Jake. Thankfully, Jake is oblivious to his father's machinations. But now I'm getting an increasingly uncomfortable feeling. The last thing I need is for Jordan to catch me trying to hook up while on the job. I can only imagine how that would play out. Riley, I reply with a tight smile because I can't be rude. I just don't have it in me. Nice to meet you, His gaze lowers and his brow furrows. Hey, I think there's something wrong with your girl. I look down and see 2 fire engine red spots on Maisie's cheeks. It looks like someone branded her. There's no mistaking what they are. The words are on the tip of my tongue, but Todd beats me to it. I think she's having an allergic reaction. She's going to be fine. the Lenox Hill emergency room doctor tells me, kindness and understanding pouring out of her. I wipe my face of the tears still flowing and wrap my arms around myself. Coming off the adrenaline rush has left me weak, shaky, and cold to the bone. It doesn't help that the AC is on full blast, and I had the chills so bad I sweated through my t-shirt. I've never been more scared in my life. Now that I know how Jordan feels all the time, a well of sympathy for him has opened up in my chest a mile wide. The silver lining is that a stranger has single-handedly restored my faith in humanity. Todd has been incredibly sweet and helpful. He helped me rush Maisie to the emergency room and insisted on staying. He and his son are waiting in the visitor's lounge until Maisie gets the all-clear. "Where is she?" Jordan's raised voice carries across the room from the check-in desk, the panic in it unmistakable. I texted him as soon as we got here. No reply was received. Frantic, he scans the emergency room, and our eyes meet. I know then that this is going to be bad. Really bad. My heartbeat races while my mouth runs dry. He's scared and furious. A dangerous combination. And I seem to be the target of all his unleashed emotion. If I was wondering what it would take for them to come loose, I have my answer. He's a tinderbox waiting for an excuse to explode. I'm not the only one who notices. As he approaches, the nurses and other healthcare workers loitering in the hall step aside to let him pass. "How is she?" he asked the doctor, an Indian woman with dark brown skin and large almond-shaped eyes. "Mr. West?" the doctor returns with a soft smile. Her calm demeanor is the only thing keeping this exchange civil. He nods at her while he continues to ignore me. I'm shaking, barely able to hold it together. "You're Maisie Noble's legal guardian?" she queries. "Yes." Maisie has had a mild to moderate allergic reaction to peanuts. "Peanuts?" he cuts in. He finally blasts me with his attention, which makes me automatically shrink back. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under. I gave her a few bites of my ice cream. I mean, hazelnut gelato, and, we think it had peanuts in it. I do my best to explain under the circumstances. I didn't know. I can see on his face that no explanation, no matter how reasonable, will fix this. He's not thinking clearly. I administered epinephrine, and she's handling it well, Mr. West. The symptoms are all but gone now, the doctor explains in a soothing tone. She's obviously practiced dealing with distraught parents. I do, however, advise that you be vigilant about making sure she doesn't consume any products with peanuts going forward. She may outgrow the allergy later. It happens sometimes with children. But we don't know for certain. Can I see her? Yes, of course, she says. Right this way. Jordan? I quietly plead, but he won't look at me. Without thought, I touch his arm and he rips it away from me. I should have known not to cross his boundaries. You idiot! He shouts loud enough for everyone in the ER to hear. He takes a deep breath and runs his fingers through his hair. You had one job to do, and... He shakes his head like he's trying to get a hold of the rage. As much as I try, I can't stop crying. I can't stop shaking. I don't even remember falling apart like this at my father's funeral. I've never felt guilt like this before. I'm sorry, I didn't... You're fired, he snarls. We're done. I'll mail you your last check. I knew this was a possibility, but it hurts to hear it nonetheless. Maisie's become an important part of my life in such a short time. I can't imagine not seeing her again. Let me say goodbye? I can't handle Maisie thinking I abandoned her after suffering the loss of her mother and father. She didn't do anything to deserve to feel this way. It's my fault. I take full responsibility for being careless, but the least he could do is let me say goodbye. Please, Jordan, I'm begging you, just let me say goodbye. I don't want you anywhere near her, he hisses, after which he walks away. Who was that douchebag? Todd asks, suddenly standing next to me. We both watch Jordan disappear behind the hospital curtains. No one, I tell him in a shaky voice and wipe my face again. Just the guy I used to work for. Chapter 8. Riley. For one? The teenager behind the counter gives me a dead man stare. You want to order a 12-slice pie with extra cheese to go for, like, one person? This is my life. This is what it's come to. I stare back at the teenage girl taking my order at Johnny's Pizzeria, the one down the street from my home, which I risk losing to the bank if I don't find a new income stream quickly, with thinly veiled contempt. She's wearing way too much mascara. If Veronica were here, she would already have the makeup remover wipes out and cleaning her face. Then she'd give her a makeover. I'd rather slap it off her face because... mood. Did I stutter? I ask, performing feats of wonder to remain calm. No. Portion-shamed by a teenage food Nazi. This is the kind of week I'm having. Then, yes, one set of plastic utensils, one Dr. Pepper, and a large pie to go. And don't say like, it's unprofessional. As if I'm not already in a foul mood, having been fired for doing my job, rather well, I might add. Now I'm forced to justify my food choices to a person who still stinks of her mother's milk. After getting my way with the teenager, I drag my sorry self to Veronica's place, where I learn, at the tender age of 26 years young, that there's such a thing as an emergency date. The hell is an emergency date? I ask, leaning back onto her bed while I watch her put the finishing touches on her hair. He's hot, he's a corporate attorney, and I haven't gotten any in a month. If that's not an emergency, I don't know what is. She shakes out her long, pin-straight brown hair, sweeps one side behind her ear, and checks herself in the bedroom mirror. Look at this, she says, indicating the image in the mirror. These are my best years. I can't let this go to waste. Boy, do I have a lot of lost time to make up for then. I get off the bed and stand next to her, checking out the side-by-side image in the mirror. In comparison, I look like Cousin It. My hair is a hot mess in a top knot, and dark bags lurk under my eyes. I'm wearing my ancient red hoodie so faded it's now pink. I didn't even take a shower today. I won't discuss the state of my legs. Shaving has not been a priority. I'll leave it there. Depression has gotten its hooks in me, and it's not shaking loose. I miss Maisie. I miss my job. I do not miss the bastard who fired me. So, you're not even a little tempted by my large pie with extra cheese? I whine. I mean, it's hot, and it'll make you feel good inside. She gives me that Vega look. The one that says I'm hopeless. Maybe I am. Who knows anymore? Todd from the museum called me a few times, and I haven't answered or called him back. Dating isn't a priority. Besides, my options are slim at best. Everyone I grew up with in Staten Island is either in jail, a cop, or a fireman. A big fat no to all three boxes. Some of us require human touch once in a while. Veronica's right. I just can't seem to find anyone I want to touch. The last person I touched was Jimmy, and that was 2 years ago. It was nice, but nothing I desperately miss. What are you going to do? She asks, worried about me. I can't have that. It's not her job to constantly worry about me. I'll figure something out tomorrow. I dissemble. Something that doesn't involve me selling my wares for money because we both know I wouldn't get much with my lack of skills. The problem is that I have no idea. I'm stuck. I had a plan, managed to execute it, and then the jerk went full psycho on me in public. To make matters worse, I miss Maisie. It's only been 5 days, 120 hours and counting since I last saw her, and I miss her desperately. Does she think about me and wonder if I abandoned her? Because that would kill me. What happened to Brad? I asked Vern on our way out. He spoke about himself in the third person, she says while she locks her front door. That's a yes from Brad. Brad needs to see Veronica again. Like, ew, extremely creepy. She gets no argument from me. You want me to cancel and we can hang? Sisters before misters. Sisters before misters, I echo, and we fist bump. At the curb, a black Mercedes S-Class idles, the corporate suit waiting patiently for her behind the wheel. Nah, you go on. Have fun. Get naked and frolic. I can figure out how to slice my own wrists. Are you sure you don't want me to report him to child services? She's not joking. Not even a little bit. Veronica is the one you want in the foxhole with you when stuff goes sideways. She has zero scruples when it comes to defending herself and the one she loves. Cross her at your peril. No thanks. I'd rather not have both of us end up in jail. That's sweet of you, though. She shrugs. The offer stands. The Grim Reaper's done enough damage. I'd like to put the entire ordeal behind me as soon as possible. But the truth is, I can't stop thinking about it. My feelings are still bruised, and that's nearly impossible to accomplish. I thought we were getting somewhere, striking up a friendship of sorts. And to be humiliated in front of the hospital staff and doctors like that was devastating. Then there's Maisie. I guess I like kids more than I was prepared to because taking care of her was more a pleasure than a job. The one takeaway from this entire cluster is that I'm looking forward to having some of my own one day. With who, though? Extra large pie in hand, turning cold by the minute despite the humidity and heat, I walk back to my place, toe-dragging my Air Jordans. I'll have to throw these out tomorrow. Every time I look at them, I'll be reminded of you-know-who, and I can't have that. I climb up the stairs, push open the front door, and drop my messenger bag on the floor. I'm home, I grumble rather loudly. It's an exclamation and a threat. Approach at your own risk. I'm rarely in a bad mood, and this one qualifies as a doozy. I've got a cold pizza if you're interested, I offer weakly. A peal of laughter drifts out of the living room in what is definitely my mother's voice. The carefree joy feels like a personal insult. Nobody should be laughing in my house. Not when I'm in such a shitty mood. And my mother doesn't laugh. Not since I've known her. So this anomaly needs an immediate investigation. I don't pause to drop the pizza in the kitchen. I march directly into the living room, where I find Bonnie James sitting on the carpet I bought on Etsy, legs crossed, playing with Maisie. Huge smiles are stretched across both of their faces. I don't have any recollection of my mother playing with me when I was a kid. Not a single memory. And yet, here she is, teaching Maisie how to play patty cake. The stench of sulfur reaches me, wafting over from the other side of the room. Metaphorically speaking or whatnot. Sitting in the corner, lurking like an evil specter from hell, the Grim Reaper stares back at me. He's bent forward, his elbows on his knees. Catching sight of me, he immediately sits up and slowly stands. His dark dress shirt is wrinkled, his sleeves rolled up, and his hair messy, and not in a stylish way. in a way that says he's been running his hands through it repeatedly. He looks like meatloaf left out in the heat for a week. Good. His suffering pleases me. More, as Maisie would say. How many souls did you steal today? What? Grim replies, expression puzzled. What's going on here? I demand to know. Rye! Maisie screeches, noticing me standing at the edge of the room. Her tiny hands go up. Pick up! Dropping the pizza box on the console table on my left, I walk over, pick her up, and plant a big kiss on the chubby folds of her neck. Nothing smells as good as a toddler when she doesn't have a dirty diaper. But most importantly, she looks healthy and happy. A sense of bone-deep relief comes over me. Down, she orders, and I do as I'm told, giving her back to my mother. Mr. West said he needed to speak with you urgently, so I told him to wait, Bonnie explains. I tried calling you. She means my personal phone, which I had to cancel today due to lack of funds, thanks to the man staring at me from across the room. Is my reply to that. I admit nothing. My dignity can't take another hit right now. Can I speak to you? Grim says in a quiet voice. My pizza is getting cold, so no. Anger slowly but steadily collects in my gut. It'll only take a minute. He's been waiting an hour, Rye, the traitor who birthed me says. Just speak to the man. The fit of pique I'm about to have is going to blow my head off and possibly put a hole in the roof. Speak, I say to him. There's no reason why he can't apologize in front of an audience. Can we do it somewhere private? The gall of him to make demands. I turn on my heels and walk out the door to my front porch. If I'm going to blow, I can't do it in front of the baby. Jordan follows moments later, closing the door behind him. He looks away. Searching for what? A sign from Satan himself? Exhaling, he faces me again. You're not fired. He can't be serious. Come again? You're not fired, he repeats, as if I haven't heard the deeply insulting bullshit coming out of his mouth. Was he raised in a lab? Has he never dealt with human beings before today? I would like for you to come work for me again, he continues, undaunted. I don't know whether to laugh or cry, or call a paramedic. He needs to have his head examined. The arrogance of this man is on a level I would call delusional. This is what you came all the way to Staten Island to say to me? I'm not fired? Not an apology. Not an, I'm sorry I humiliated you in front of 24 people. I'm not fired? I apologize for humiliating you, he says, voice low, his jaw clenched. That's the best you can do? I ask, on the verge of laughing at the absurdity of it. He makes a pained face. Yeah, buddy, feel the pain. He's lucky I'm not making him tattoo the apology on his forehead. Well? I persist. He's not getting off that easy. What would you like me to say? I take a deep breath and exhale. For a smart guy, you sure don't have any answers. I know I'm going to regret this later, but right now, all I see is red. I need you to leave. Riley, he murmurs in a genuinely remorseful voice. Now we're getting somewhere. Now that it's too late. He can unfire me, but he can't unhurt my feelings. You need to leave, Jordan. As much as I love and miss Maisie, I can't. Look, I'm sorry, he interrupts. I am. I shouldn't have treated you that way, but I was... He stops, blinking down at me as if he doesn't know if he should say more. You were worried, I get it. But might I remind you that neither of us knew she had food allergies. You blamed me, a stranger, for not knowing she was allergic to peanuts when you, yourself, her godfather, had no idea. His chin dips down. He stuffs one hand in his pocket, the other sifts through his hair. You're right. I'm sorry. Can you please come back now? He looks genuinely remorseful, and I need the money desperately. But who's to say this doesn't happen again? You can't treat me that way again. A spark of hope dances in his tired green eyes. I promise. I mean it, Jordan. I cross my arms, suddenly feeling vulnerable for whatever reason. He has a way of getting inside of me, sneaking in when he's being sweet, that legitimately scares me. Let me prove it to you. He steps forward and does something he's never done before. He touches me. He reaches out and tucks a stray piece of my hair back behind my ear. My breath catches. I don't think it's a conscious decision on his part because he stalls, pausing long enough to decide whether to continue. His fingers linger on my ear and slide down my neck. It feels so good I almost forget myself. It feels right in the wrongest way possible. A strange mix of excitement and fear. Inside the house, Maisie giggles and the spell is broken. It's a bucket of cold water shocking us back to reality. His hand falls away and he steps back. It's your last chance, I tell him, because as much as I love Tommy, there's only so much I am willing to sacrifice, and my mental health is not one of those things. I won't stand for being abused. Deal, he says quietly, looking more relaxed than he's ever been around me before. Like a weight has been lifted. Will you come back to the city tonight? I've been having a hard time getting her to sleep. The lack of sleep is all over his face. I nod, and one side of his lips lifts into a rare smile. For him, that is. For almost everyone else, it's a resting face. 20 minutes later, after I've packed and Jordan and Maisie are waiting for me in the Audi parked in the driveway, ready to drive back to the city, my mother cups my face. Why are you looking at me like that? I ask, hoping and praying she's not having one of her episodes. Bonnie stares into my eyes, the smile Maisie put on her face long gone. I miss it already. Don't get your hopes up, baby, she says rather cryptically. I snort, somewhere between finding this amusing and terrifying. What are you talking about? That man. She drops my face and points to the front door Jordan walked out of a short while ago. Has nothing left to give. An uncomfortable foreboding parks itself in my gut. I have no idea what you mean. Partly, also partly, I don't want to know what she means. He gave it all away already, a long time ago, she clarifies. Mom, he's my boss. There's nothing going on between us. Maybe not, but I know my chickens. Your only chicken says you're imagining things. Leaning against the wall, she crosses her arms and watches me grab my bag off the floor. Mark my words, Riley. You'll end up with a broken heart. The words hit me hard and get stuck in the places I haven't shored up yet. Like you, I want to say, but don't. I can't hurt her the way she flagrantly hurts me sometimes. I know she doesn't do it willfully, but it hurts regardless. Love you. See you soon, I say. Kissing her, I leave and let the resentment go the minute I step out of the house. I've gotten remarkably good at it. Because I learned a long time ago, you never know what life has in store for you, or when time runs out. Never let a chance to tell someone you love them slip through your fingers. Words may be cheap, but regrets are expensive. Chapter 9. Riley. You want to get together tonight? My BFF asks. I check my iPhone screen. The time reads 8:30 p.m. I've finally mastered the art of putting Maisie to bed at the same time every day. Huge win. And I'm learning to make small meals and plan ahead so I'm not constantly having to wonder what to feed her. Smaller win, but just as important. Maisie's soundly asleep in her crib, while I'm parked on the goose-down sofa in the living room. I've got popcorn, a cold Dr. Pepper, and Hometown on HGTV playing on a flat-screen television big enough to double as a home theater. I'm good here. Can't, I tell her. Jordan's at a business dinner, so I'm staying over. Besides, I'm watching Hometown, and Ben and Erin are renovating a home struck by a tornado, and the elderly owner started crying when he saw the damage. It's so sweet that they're helping him. Wow, you're living the dream, she deadpans. I hope Jordan doesn't get food poisoning. What's the name of the restaurant he's at? Vern, I warn. I'm not ready to forgive him. Don't ask me to. Fine. I'll give you another week. You should take his ice cream out of the freezer and hide it in the oven. I laugh. My best friend, ladies and gentlemen. Savage. He deserves worse. Revenge plots are Vern's specialty. She loves it in her fiction novels and in real life. It's best not to stoke that fire. Better to change the subject. I won't bother explaining to her that he's more than made up for it in the past 2 weeks since I was unfired. Like, there's always Dr. Pepper in the drink fridge, and the food I like, or that he's always checking to see if I need something, and that he actually smiles at me sometimes. This is serious progress for a man who couldn't look at me without his face going completely idle a few weeks ago. What happened to the corporate suit you went on that emergency date with? I ask her. Brandon? He's gone, kicked to the curb for excessive sweating. I snort. What does that mean? I'm not even sure I want to know. Every time Veronica tells me about her dating nightmares, an angel loses its wings. If she can't find someone to love, then I don't stand a chance. It means that he sweats so much during sex that, and I'm not making this up. I mean, I wish I was, but I'm not. His sweat dripped down his face onto mine. No, I say, horrified. Yes, some of it even landed in my mouth. I nearly choke on the Dr. Pepper I was sipping. That's the most horrible thing I have ever heard in my life. At one point, he threw a towel over my face and kept going. This is why I don't date. This is enough to keep me celibate for the rest of my life. What about Jordan? She asks, skipping on to the one topic I'm trying to avoid. What about him? What's his deal? She continues. Does he date? Good question. It's been on my mind since I wandered, drifted, with purpose, purposefully, actually, into his bedroom a few days ago. It took me a while to drum up the courage. This is after I found a room in his suite which is always locked. Always. I try the handle every time I'm here. Did I tell you that I found a locked room? One that's always locked? Yo, are you teasing me right now? Nope, for real. Based, she says, laughing. He's full-on Christian Grey. Doubt it. It's Jordan we're talking about. It's probably the closet where he keeps his cape and sickle. You better hope it's not a closet full of 50-gallon drums filled with body parts. His bedroom was predictable. It looks exactly how you would imagine. Bland. Dark gray linens and honey maple furniture. The style is contemporary like the rest of his home and free of anything too personal outside of his clothes, of course. The only items of interest were the books stacked on his nightstand, a Winston Churchill biography, and a book on nutrition, something about eating clean or whatnot, and a black and white photo in a simple silver frame. In the photo were 3 people in their 20s on a sailboat. On the right was a tall man with a short beard built like a Viking. He was smiling broadly with his arm around a beautiful Asian woman with long dark hair whipping in the wind. She was smiling as well, with her face tipped in the direction of the Viking. and on her left stood Jordan. His smile was not as broad, not as bright, and as handsome as he was, the incandescent light coming from the other two casts a shadow over him. I assume the woman is Maisie's mother, and maybe the tall guy is Eli. Pure speculation on my part, since it's easier to get a straight answer out of the CIA than to get one from Jordan. He's my boss, nothing more. I don't ask personal questions. Yeah, right, and I'm J-Lo. This is so Billionaire and the Nanny. That gets a chuckle out of me. No, it really isn't. How old is he anyway? A little old to be single, maybe he's gay? She says in one long run-on sentence. I think he's 35? 37 maybe? 33, comes from behind me in a deep male voice. My stomach drops. Swiveling around, I find him standing in the doorway. Busted. My skin feels like I dove headfirst into a volcano. I'm absolutely certain my face is an unnatural shade of neon red. How long have you been standing there? I have to ask. Since 35. His lips curl up at the ends. Walking over, he sits next to me on the couch, even though it could easily sit 10 people. The only thing separating us is an innocent bowl of popcorn. Jordan takes a handful and stuffs it in his mouth. There's a smile in his eyes. It makes me wonder what it would take to make him smile. Really smile. To make him drop all that heavy baggage he carries around each day and just be joyful for once. At least for a little while. I've seen his anger, indifference, and fear. But what about the opposite end of the spectrum? You think I look 37? I pinch my lips together to stop the smile pushing my cheeks apart. You act like you're 80, so let's split the difference. He makes a face and turns his attention to the television. V, I gotta go. The boss is home, I say into the phone. She's in the middle of firing off another question when I end the call. 37? Really? I grab a handful of popcorn and pop one kernel in my mouth at a time to hide my amusement. Jordan is never talkative and never playful. This is new territory for us. Are you fishing for a compliment? He thinks about it before answering. Yes. Here goes, but only because you pay me. Are you ready? Hit me, he says, smirking. You're the youngest-looking 33-year-old man in the universe. Does this please you? You could have said something about me being extremely handsome. Extremely? That would require a raise. I can throw in a very handsome for free. I'll take a very handsome. This brings us to a very awkward moment where I'm smiling like I suddenly developed a concussion, and he's staring at my lips. How is Maisie? He finally says, ending the moment. He asks me that every single night he can't be with her for dinner. It makes me melt that this man with a shell 1,000 miles thick has one weakness. A 2-year-old girl with an easy laugh. She ate her dinner like a good girl. After that, we fall into a comfortable silence watching TV, the type old friends might share. But we're not old friends. We're not even new friends. We're two people thrown together by circumstance, by a strange twist of fate. Jordan, I say, taking a chance now that he's left his armor by the door. He frowns at the television. Mr. Warren, the elderly homeowner, is crying after seeing the renovations to his house. Why is Maisie living with you? Where's Eli? What happened to her mother? He turns to look at me, as stoic as I've ever seen him. Lainey died 7 months ago. Eli showed up at my office a few days after you and I met and left her there. Left her there? He was in bad shape. He looked like he hadn't showered in weeks, talking about the past. Just a bunch of nonsense. I stepped away for a minute to deal with a work issue, and when I returned to my office, the baby was there, sleeping in the car seat, and Eli was gone. The ache under my breastbone is familiar, a bittersweet pain. I know what it's like to lose a parent when you're a kid. I know what it does to a person, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone, let alone Maisie. I don't know what to say. Sorry doesn't seem enough. Poor Maisie. Stalling, choosing my next words carefully. I know you were all very close. I'm sorry about your friend, Jordan. He stares back at me, then, in the quietest voice possible, yeah, me too. He rises from the couch. For a second, he pauses and looks at me. Then I hear him murmur, "Good night, Emmy." It takes me a minute to figure it out. Then I recall the night we met. I guess new friendships have to start somewhere. Maybe ours began tonight. Tommy looks around the bar like he's waiting on someone. He's jumpy, pushing the drink coaster back and forth on the bar with his index finger. The swishing sound gets under my skin. So does this place. It's a dump. It's dark and smells like skunky beer and mold. The guy and an older woman playing pool at the far end of the bar look equally sketchy. Why Tommy had to pick this place in Staten Island to meet up is beyond me. "Gary, can I get another beer?" he shouts at the bartender. It's freaking 4 in the afternoon, and he's on his third one already. I'm about to lose my patience with him. I had to ask Jordan for the day off to do this. For the time to check on Bonnie, put a for sale sign on my old pickup truck, and take care of a leaky pipe in Mrs. Argento's unit. And to give Tommy the money for Ivan. "I haven't seen you in 3 weeks. Can I get your attention for 1 minute?" I say to him. "Yeah, sure." He smiles that smile that could be worth $1 million if he wasn't the person he is. The envelope full of cash sits in my bag, burning a hole in it. I take it out and slowly slide it down the bar to him. "Here's the next payment." Grabbing it, he stuffs the money inside the waistband of his jeans and pulls his t-shirt down over it. "Ivan is getting antsy." "Antsy? Why? I've been making steady payments." "He says it isn't enough," Tommy says, throwing an uneasy glance around the bar. My stomach reacts immediately. A dull ache begins to grow. I thought this nightmare couldn't get any worse, and yet here we are. That's $2,000 in cash stuffed in your underwear. I can't give him more at a time. I whisper hiss. I have to pay taxes on that money. "What about the guy you're working for? He's loaded, right? He got anything we can fence?" The blood drains out of my head. "No, Tommy! And don't bring it up again." Tommy looks down, shoulders hunched in shame and embarrassment. He wipes the condensation on the beer mug away with his thumb. "Ivan said he needs more. I'll talk to him again." My stomach goes into full rebellion mode. I can't spare another dime. I will literally not have enough to pay taxes if I give him more. Then what? I'm broke and owe the government? No. I'm doing the best I can, T. Are you working? What have you been doing? Guilt blankets his face. He looks so pathetic. I'm sorry I even asked. "I've been working for Ivan a little." You have got to be kidding me. I almost scream. Elbows resting on the bar, I bury my face in my hands. "What are you doing for him?" "Shaking some people down that owe him money." "You mean like us?" I remind him. He swallows, his expression telling me he hadn't considered it. "Nothing bad. I show up at their place of business and remind them to make the payment." If I had any hope that this time he would learn his lesson and wise up, that hope is dead. He killed it for good today. Tears of frustration well in my eyes. Watching Tommy destroy his life is like watching my father slowly die. I know what's coming. I know how the story ends, and I'm powerless to do anything to stop it. I wipe them away and take a deep breath. You're going to get in trouble. You're going to end up in prison, and this time I will be too broke to help. Tell Ivan I'll try to get more. Standing, I throw a 20, likely one of my last, on the bar for Gary because I know Tommy will probably skip out on the bill and walk out. I take the ferry back to Manhattan later that same day. After seeing Tommy, I can't stay in Staten Island. I need to get as far away from my problems as possible. For now, I need to pretend that my oldest and dearest friend isn't on a path of total self-destruction and that my mother isn't going to make me worry about her for the rest of my natural life. Sometimes I feel 1,000 years old. I dream about buying a bus ticket out of here and never coming back, like most people fantasize about winning the lottery. It's never going to happen. But dreaming about it, the 2 minutes of relief it gives me is worth it. It's 9 p.m. by the time I walk through the front door. The lights are off and the house is completely silent. I slip off my Air Jordans and tiptoe down the hall. The baby should be fast asleep, and Jordan is probably already in bed. He's an early to bed and early to rise type, unless he's out for a business dinner. I reach the side of the apartment where his bedroom suite and the guest bedroom I sleep in are located, and hear a strange noise. I stop to listen, thinking maybe my mind is playing tricks on me. But no, there it is again. It's a slapping sound followed by a grunt. The blood drains out of my head, and my hands start to shake. He has a guest over, and they're having sex. Jordan is having sex with someone. This shouldn't be a problem for me, and yet it is. I'm having a severe reaction to it, feeling a sense of loss so great it's like I've caught my lover cheating. Except we aren't lovers and never will be. This is crazy. He doesn't belong to me. Regardless, I am flooded with jealousy and pain. My brain splits into 2 parts. The rational part can see the absurdity in this. And then there's the other part that wants to bust down the door, grab the bitch by the hair, and drag her out. The grunting stops, so I assume they must be done. It's so quiet at this point that I can hear myself breathing heavily. I'm about to go to my bedroom and scream into my pillow when his door suddenly opens. Jordan is shirtless and barefoot, wearing silky black basketball shorts hanging low on his hips. They expose a set of ab muscles no ordinary civilian should ever possess. Muscles like that belong on action figures and professional MMA fighters and should be admired from afar. They don't belong on my emotionally stunted boss who's standing close enough for me to touch. Sweat drips down his finely sculpted chest, in between his pecs slightly dusted with hair. No need to speculate about what's hiding under that suit anymore. Jordan has hair on his chest. This explodes into my mind like a glitter bomb. Then I remember he just had sex with someone else and the party gets canceled. He takes the hand towel hanging around his neck and wipes his face, looking as surprised to see me as I am to see him. "Hey, you came back." He says it like it's a good thing. Like, "Hey, you came back. Exciting." Not like I just interrupted him having sex. Not like, "Hey, I'm about to fuck the house down and you weren't supposed to be here." I'm so out of sorts I can feel my heart beating in my throat. It's so loud I'm surprised he doesn't hear it. "Hey," I respond, leaning a little to the right, trying to look over his shoulder to see where she's at. An image of sweaty bodies suddenly floods my brain. "Yeah, I couldn't, Riley?" He looks concerned. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. You're very sweaty." I didn't mean to say that. That last part was not supposed to come out of my mouth. That was the silent part that I said out loud. "I couldn't sleep." Yeah, I bet he couldn't. "So I hit the bag." He calls having sex hitting the bag? Who is this person I've been living with? I never pegged him for a misogynist. but hello, rude awakening. What a drag. Heavy disappointment I'm feeling right now. Wow, okay, stumbles out of my mouth. I guess I'll see you tomorrow morning. Try not to hit the bag too hard. I could hear you out here. His face puckers like he doesn't have a clue what I'm talking about. What is up with you tonight? You're acting weird. His attitude lights a fire. First, I have to deal with Tommy's crap, and now his? Me? I'm acting weird? You just called some chick you're having... I catch myself getting louder and lower my voice to a whisper hiss. S-E-X with a bag. But I'm the one out of line? Glad we got that cleared up. I wouldn't want to continue thinking you're a nice guy or anything. He blinks. He blinks again. Then he covers his mouth with his hand and his shoulders start shaking. And now I'm a little confused. What's so funny? I mean, seriously, what is so freaking funny about disparaging a human being so flippantly? And he's not just laughing. He's wheezing, trying not to wake the baby down the hall. This is a man I've technically never seen smile. And he's trying not to laugh so hard that he sounds like he's suffocating. What the hell is going on? I demand to know. He doubles over, hands on his knees, and takes deep, loud breaths. Come with me. Before I can stop him, he grabs my wrist and drags me into his suite. At first, I'm like, no, I don't want to see your lady friend naked. But then I see the bed is empty. Yes, the sheets are messy. Someone has definitely been in that bed at some point lately. But at present, it is person-free. There's no one here. Holding my wrist, he leads me to the Christian Grey room, the door that's always locked. Except the door is open. I peek my head in, scared at what I might find. It's a home gym. A gym? I say a bit too loudly. This is what you keep locked 24/7? In the gym, there's a punching bag, a speed bag, mats, and other stuff. Smiling, and I mean a full-blown smile that would put anyone who witnessed it into cardiac arrest, he walks in and throws 2 punches at the bag. Whop, whop. Well, this is embarrassing. I keep it locked because Maisie could hurt herself in here. Of course. This makes perfect sense. Were you snooping, Miss James? His smile turns devious. I almost don't believe what I am witnessing here tonight. This is embarrassing. You thought I was having sex? While the smile slowly melts, his gaze remains fixed on me. There's a challenge there I haven't seen before. A playfulness that makes him 10 times more attractive than when he's all buttoned up. I can't answer. I'm so hot under the collar right now, I'm the one sweating. You box? Mixed martial. Mixed martial as in arts? Like kicking and punching? I would venture to guess that most people who practice mixed martial arts know how to defend themselves. To stay fit? Things are not adding up. Among other things. Wait a minute. Then why did you get your ass handed to you on Broome Street? That's a question that demands an answer. He turns to face me, and his shoulders drop. Any lingering trace of humor disappears. It makes me regret the question. I want playful Jordan back. Why, Jordan? The truth. His chest rises and falls. He's so handsome, it's almost painful to look at him. Add all the angst, and he's got turbocharged sex appeal. Ever feel so much you'll do anything not to? Like biting the inside of your cheek so hard you draw blood when you break a finger hammering sheetrock? Like hurting yourself to stop the pain? Yes, I whisper. I can still see it on his face, the pain he carries around. I can feel it coming off of him in waves sometimes when he's unaware I'm watching him play with Maisie. I'm sorry about Lainey. I know what it's like to lose someone you love. I lost my dad when I was 12. His expression shifts, more concerned than introspective. How did you lose him? He was a fireman. He survived 9/11, but he worked the rescue site. Cancer got him a few years later. I've caught him glancing at the tattoo on the inside of my wrist several times. Never forget 11, written in cursive. He walks up to me, standing so close my heart starts beating fast, and takes my hand. He turns it over, stares at my wrist, and brushes his thumb over my tattoo. Sparks fly over my skin and shoot up my back. I didn't know, he says softly. I'm sorry. Then he plants the softest, sweetest kiss on my forehead and walks out. Chapter 10. Riley. Go to the club, says the star of my dirty fantasies. I watch his lips while he takes a sip of his coffee as if the secrets of the universe are about to spring out of there. This is becoming unhealthy. I keep forgetting to tell you that I made arrangements. I've been having dreams about him. Dirty, inappropriate dreams. I'm that girl now, the one who dreams about her boss. The last guy I had dirty dreams about was Brad Pitt when I was 17. And now we're here. There's no middle ground with me. Jordan takes another bite of the frittata I made for Maisie. The leftovers, I should clarify. I've been researching new ideas for meals online, and I think this one's a hit. What club? I ask, only mildly interested. He taps his fork on the now empty plate. The private club I belong to. This is good, he says. Just good? Jordan has become a good little guinea pig, always willing to try anything I make first. Smiling deviously, he puts the fork in his mouth slowly and chews his food. Very good. What a tease. He just handed me more material for my nightly habit. I can almost feel it between my legs, which is a miracle on the level of the Holy Resurrection, because I was pretty sure I was dead down there. I don't remember when it happened last, and it sure wasn't recently. Taking the now empty dish to the sink, he rinses it and places it in the dishwasher. Don't sprain a vocal cord with all that praise, I tease. He looks over his shoulder at me. Make me one next time, and I'll do better. It's my turn to smile this time. Where's this private club you belong to? On Madison, a couple of blocks over. Facing me, he braces his hands on the white marble countertop. I gave them your information. Charge everything to my account. What is there to do at this club? Plenty. They have a kids' playroom, a theater, spa, gym, he informs me. You can have lunch there. I sent you the info in a text. I check my phone. Sure enough, he has. After Jordan leaves for work, I get Maisie ready and we hit the city streets. Turns out you have to be somebody to join the club. So it isn't a complete surprise to see a famous New York actor walk out as I'm entering with the stroller. Rich people live a very surreal life, is all I have to say. We spend most of our morning in the kids' playroom, which is bigger than the entire first floor of my two-family. Then we make our way to the rooftop pool. On our way there, I spot a red bikini hanging in the window of the club shop. My reaction is visceral. I want it. I want it the way Veronica wants the latest Chanel nail color. And that means nothing will stop me from buying it. I never buy myself anything. And even though I shouldn't because I really can't afford it, I buy it anyway. After I pay for my red bikini, I pick out a cute pink one-piece suit for Maisie. Pool! She shrieks, which really sounds like poo. I haven't been in the water, recreationally that is, in forever. That's no exaggeration. You don't get days off when you have your own business. Every minute of your time is devoted to growing it. Every penny that is not spent on essentials gets reinvested. Vacations, clothes, entertainment, they all lose value. My one goal for years has been to keep my little business solvent. And even with my level of discipline, it's been tough. The baby doesn't last long. All the activity in the playroom knocked her out. So after we spend a little time splashing around the shallow end, I change her out of her wet bathing suit and tuck her back in the stroller. She falls asleep in under 10 minutes. Kicking back on the lounge chair feels like cheating, like I'm doing something wrong. However, Maisie doesn't look like she's going to wake up anytime soon. So eventually, I pop in my earbuds and pull up an audiobook. I got in the habit of listening to them on the job sites I've worked alone. Sighing deeply, I fall back, close my eyes, and let the heat and sun work its magic, warming my skin and drying my wet suit. I could get used to this. "What are you doing?" I hear not 5 minutes later, right at the part in my audiobook when the hero and heroine meet. Ignore it, I tell myself. It sounds suspiciously like Jordan, but it can't be Jordan because Jordan is at work. Then I hear, "Riley," and that definitely sounds like Jordan. Cracking my eyes open, I squint into the sun. A dark silhouette appears against a clear blue sky, hovering over my lounge chair in a black dress shirt, slacks, and sunglasses like he's here to claim my soul. A V appears between his brows. I can see it even with his sunglasses on. He doesn't look very happy to see me. "Chillin' like a Bond villain," I answer. "What does it look like I'm doing?" He pulls his sunglasses off and hangs them on his shirt collar. I get a slow blink and a frown. "Showing off too much skin at my private club." Oh. Cringing, I instantly turn a full body shade of crimson no human should ever turn. Not unless they're being burned at the stake. "What are you doing here?" Sitting up, I take the buds out and turn off the audiobook. Then I scramble to cover my suit with my old t-shirt. He's made me feel like a kid caught breaking the rules. I don't think I'm showing too much skin. The bikini is high-waisted and tasteful. Embarrassed, I steal a glance around at what the other women are wearing and see much worse. The hard lines on his face relax. His eyes soften and shift away from me. "I have a meeting uptown later. I thought maybe we could have lunch." He may as well have dropped a cinder block on my head. Lunch? He wants to have lunch? Am I allowed to show joy about this, or am I required to pretend I'm as indifferent as he is? What are the rules between employer and employee? Nanny and boss? "I haven't eaten yet." I go with a bland, neutral statement. Better to be safe than sorry. Even though we've shared a bunch of little moments, Jordan is basically a turtle in human form. If he senses any sudden movement, he may retreat back into his shell and not come out for another 100 years. He smiles when he looks at Maisie. That's the one weakness he can't hide from me. "She's sleeping soundly," he says. She's sleeping so hard she hasn't moved once. "Playroom and pool. In the shallow end with inflatable arm pillows," I say quickly, before he starts complaining about safety measures. I finally got him to drop the helmet requirement. I can't go back to that. The strange looks we were getting could scar her for life. He nods and I stand. We're so close I can smell his soap. "Where did you get the swimsuit?" The question takes me off guard. He searches my face as I'm contemplating why that would matter. It's not an accusation. He sounds genuinely curious. Regardless, he's the man who signs my checks, and I'm feeling more and more self-conscious by the minute. On edge. Maybe this isn't such a good idea after all. "I bought it in the shop myself. I mean, I paid for it." That's not what I meant, and I told you to charge everything to my account. I'll go change. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. You didn't embarrass me. He's quick to clarify. I just didn't expect to see you in a swimsuit. He looks uncomfortable discussing it, his color high. It makes me feel better. I'm not the only one out of sorts. His eyes meet mine again. It's a nice suit, he says, clearing out the tension. Come on, let's get a table. Have you found Eli yet? I ask, biting into the best free-range Angus cheeseburger on the planet. Jordan shakes his head, worry etched between his pulled-together brows. After the food allergy debacle, he redoubled his efforts to find Maisie's father. Not only do we need to know important information regarding her health, but I suspect Jordan is worried about Eli's state of mind as well. Besides, it's been a while. At what point should he get Eli's family involved? I thought you were a crafty, super sleuth tech genius. Isn't there something illegal you can do to track him down? The big smile startles me. It's so out of character that I have to make sure he's not having a stroke. Except there's amusement in his eyes as clear as day. I tried, trust me. No luck so far. Sinking back to reality, his smile fades. I do, I tell him. Because I do, implicitly. Being trustworthy is a bedrock principle for him. How did you get into tech? Have you always liked it? He looks down at his grilled salmon salad, organic, obviously, and picks through it. I've always loved it. I love solving problems, building doors where other people see dead ends. Heavy. I spent a lot of time alone when I was a kid. Computers. Code was easy to figure out. People weren't. With a mother like his, I can imagine what his childhood was like. I can practically feel the loneliness he suffered. Maybe because I felt it too, in my own way. The well of sympathy I have for him fills up, bubbles to the surface, and pours out of me. Are you always the smartest guy in the room, Jordan? The intensity of his gaze could punch a hole right through me. It must be lonely. You forgot something, he says in a low voice, his eyes on my lips. What? I ask, breathless, my heart beating fast. Love, he says, as if it trips off his lips easily. I blink, confused, off balance. Excuse me? Your tattoo, the quote. It's love and fortune favor the brave. The day I opened my business, I marked the occasion on my body. I had fortune favors the brave tattooed along my bra line to remind me to never give up. He holds my gaze until the skin on my neck starts to itch with anticipation. Something is happening here that I'm not prepared to deal with yet. I like to hedge my bets. West, how's it going, dude? A big blonde guy shouts. His voice is loud and booming in the way voices get when someone is completely trashed. The drunk guy stands over our table, wearing an oily smile. He has the ruddy complexion of someone who spends all day on the golf links, the bright blonde hair making it all the worse. What's up, girl? He says, examining me a little too closely. Without asking permission, he pulls out a chair and takes a seat. Jordan's a brick right now. His body language alone should have been enough to warn the guy off, but no such luck. Instead, his eyes drift over my breasts without an ounce of shame. We're having lunch, Woodson. What do you want? Jordan sounds on edge. There's not a trace to be found of the quiet, introspective man I was sharing a nice lunch with a short while ago. He was finally talking. We were finally getting somewhere, and Woodson had to ruin it. I could kill the guy. I want to know what's going on with the Windstar deal. Woodson turns his glassy gaze on me. I'd also like to know who your lunch companion is. The douchebag winks at me. It's called insider trading. Buy a dictionary. And who I have lunch with is none of your business. Ignoring all the signs telling him Jordan is not playing around, Woodson returns to staring at me. Hello, delightful creature. And who might you be? This would be entertaining if it weren't for Jordan's rising tension. I'm this child's nanny, I say, pointing to the little girl sleeping in the stroller. So please keep your voice down. Nanny, he says in the filthiest way possible. Are you for hire? All right, Woodson, get up and walk away. He's drunk, but he's lucid enough to know there will be consequences. I just hope it doesn't include me stepping in. The stick and bear spray are in my messenger bag. I never leave home without them. Jordan leads into Woodson and whispers, Get up and walk away. I have a baby with me. I won't tell you again. West, you're such a... A punch flies, lightning quick. Woodson's head jerks back, and blood explodes across his face. It happened so fast that I never saw it coming. Neither did Woodson. While Woodson's hiding his bleeding, possibly broken, nose under his hands, Jordan slowly rises to his feet, wipes his mouth on the cloth napkin, and drops it on the table. Let's go, Riley. Get your stuff. I throw my messenger bag across my body while Jordan calmly takes the stroller. Together, we head home. The club is officially off limits. Oh, good, you're home. We just walked away from a physical altercation. This is the last thing you want to hear when you step in the door. Neither one of us wants company, least of all Joan. How she got inside the apartment is another matter altogether. I'm changing all the codes, her son declares upon walking into the kitchen and finding her at the table, her wine glass in hand, and scrolling through her phone. Well, that answers that. You're going to be very happy with me. I brought you someone. Clara, she shouts. Can you come in here, please? A tall, skinny woman with thin lips and very pale blonde hair enters from the direction of the laundry room. She's dressed in nurse scrubs and has the expression of someone who operates on a whole new level of emotionally detached. I found you a nanny. Joan smiles like she just won re-election. Jordan does not smile, not even a little. In fact, he does the opposite. Clara's going to live here, Joan continues. She'll take great care of Maisie, and Riley can go back to doing what she does. Her focus shifts to me. What do you do, sweetie? Clara, Jordan says, addressing the woman who has not spoken a word yet. I'm sorry my mother dragged you here under false pretenses, but we are not going to need your services. He opens the fridge and pulls out a beer. Other than the night we met, he almost never drinks, which is how I know he's in a mood. Retrieving the bottle opener from the utensils drawer, he pops the top and drinks right out of the bottle. Yeah, he's had it today. The only part I heard, the only part that's important to me, is that he's not taking me off childcare because I genuinely love it. And for that, I'm grateful. An enormous sense of relief floods me. Taking care of Maisie has been as much fun and just as fulfilling as running my renovation business, which is truly unexpected. I may not have the credentials. Okay, I don't have any credentials, but I love taking care of her. Shouldn't that count for something? Jordan, the woman has credentials a mile long. She worked for the Obamas, for Christ's sake. Joan's agitation pleases me. I have zero doubt that if Jordan hadn't been here, had I been here alone with Maisie, she would have packed my stuff, put me out in the hall, and changed the locks. Thank you, Clara. I'll be happy to reimburse you for your trouble, Jordan says, ignoring Joan. Jordan! Riley is taking great care of Maisie. he says, cutting her off. It's about time someone did. We have a routine, and I'm not going to disrupt that. It's not good for Maisie, and it's not good for us. Besides, Riley's already living here, and you know I hate having people in the house. I get the impression the last part was meant to stick it to Joan. Her green eyes narrow on him. Anything else? He asks, dismissing her. You were always the difficult one. Your brother, she scoffs. He was easy, but you weren't happy unless you broke my heart at least a half dozen times a year. I apologize, he says, looking mildly harassed and mostly resolute. Now, if you don't mind, we have a kid to take care of. Duck, ducky, ducky, Maisie sings songs, squeezing the life out of poor Mr. Ducky. I'm in the middle of giving Maisie a bath before she goes to bed. It's been a long day, marked by too much drama. And drama is most definitely not my thing. It makes me think about Jordan and how much of this he's carrying alone. A friend who dumps his problems and child on his lap without warning. Another friend dead. A mother who constantly tries to manipulate and manage him. A business to run. Now I understand why he seems older than 33. And he never complains. Never makes it about him. The more I learn about him, the more my sympathy grows. So does my respect for him. Can I help? I hear. He's standing in the doorway of the bathroom with his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his pants, his shirt sleeves rolled up, exposing the corded muscles on his forearms. He looks tired and handsome. More handsome than any one man should. But he also looks content, and content is a big deal. A huge step in the right direction from where he started. He's been changing a little every day, shedding all that heavy armor along the way. Rough day, huh? Does anyone ever ask him how he's doing? How his day went? I don't think so. He nods slowly, his thoughts far away, as if he's replaying the day's events and finding them just as repulsive as the first time. After Joan left and the threat of her dumping Clara on us was neutralized, he went back to the office. Are you almost done? He asks. Just started. You'd never guess by looking at me. I'm a mess, on the floor with my arms in the water, my wet t-shirt sticking to my chest from all the splashing. You're soaked, he says, eyes crinkling happily. He walks in and sits on the edge of the bathtub. He doesn't know the half of it. My nightly sweat sessions have not abated. Yeah, well, she's not happy unless I take a bath with her. Jordan? Should we talk about potty training? How long is she going to be with us? He exhales tiredly. I don't know. Give me a few more weeks and we'll make a plan. Can you hold her while I get another bottle of baby soap? This one's dead. I shake the bottle and toss it in the trash can beside the sink. Except, well, instead of taking the baby's arms from me, he begins to unbutton his shirt. What the heck is he doing unbuttoning his shirt? But that's what he's doing. Slowly, methodically. He's performing what is essentially a striptease. And God have mercy on my soul, but I can't help watching. It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen up close and in person. And yes, it's safe to assume nothing sexy ever happens to me. Not unless you count Fat Jesus lifting his shirt to scratch his chest hair. I am at a loss for words, trapped by my own out-of-control impulses for a man I should not have feelings for. Carnal or otherwise. He takes the shirt off and tosses it on the ground. I freeze. I don't know what to say or do. Where the heck am I supposed to put my eyes? Because they keep returning to his magnificent bare chest, despite the rational part of my brain's objections. On the sly, my attention darts to his tight nipples, the dusting of hair on his chest and the line of hair that starts at his navel and disappears under the waistline of his light wool pants. He's a work of art. He really is gorgeous everywhere. Everywhere I can see, that is. Is he doing this on purpose? I'm left to wonder. Is Jordan a major tease? But no. His full attention is on Maisie. He's playing with her and that freaking duck. I'm the only one experiencing a crisis of mental focus. I'm the only one distracted. Very distracted. Not endangering a child distracted, but maybe endangering myself distracted. In an attempt to get a grip, I pour bath gel on my hands and start to wash a pink little body while Jordan continues with ducky duty. I have an event this weekend, he says quietly, his gaze trained on Maisie. It's a charity thing in the Hamptons. This is good. This is exactly what we need to get this business relationship back on track. A little distance. Because the truth is, I'm in grave danger of falling for this man. So you'll be gone all weekend or just one day? I want you and Maze to come with me. This is not good. Not good at all. In fact, this is a major bummer. Me? Why me? I'm genuinely curious. Why would he want a baby and the nanny at a fancy Hamptons party? Because I want you there, is his simple answer. I don't know what to make of it, and I won't even try. I'm exhausted from performing mental gymnastics, from fending off his mother's insults, from life in general. While he takes Maisie's hands, I sit back down on the floor and push the hair falling out of my top knot off my face. I'm exhausted. Mind if I stay here tonight? Stay here every night, he murmurs. Ducky! Pee-pee! Right, pee-pee! Maisie screams and giggles. Maisie's finally learned my name. As tired as I am, I can't stop smiling. She's been using it a lot lately, and it kills me softly every time I hear it. Jordan starts to lift her out of the bathtub. Watch out, I tell him. Apparently, he missed the pee-pee part. Not heeding me, he pulls her out of the water too early. Maisie's not quite done peeing yet and lets it rip down his chest. The look of utter shock on his face makes me explode with laughter. She warned you. Maisie kicks her legs and giggles, proud of her handiwork, while I grab the nearest hand towel and start to dry him off. It's a reflex, a nothing gesture, until I realize the only thing separating my hand and his body is the thin piece of Egyptian terry cloth I'm holding. The air suddenly shifts, the silence thick with meaning. I can't be the only one feeling it. Maisie dangles in the air from his safe and secure grip while I finish drying him off. If I stop now, it will only get more awkward for me. And there's only so much of it I can handle tonight. Once I'm done, I glance up into his face, doing my best to pretend that I'm completely unaffected, that I'm not insanely attracted to him. But the problem is, what I find there tells me neither of us is unaffected. There's so much naked heat and longing and desire in his eyes. I'm surprised I don't go up in flames. This is a man that barely has a pulse most of the time. And yet the level of intensity I'm witnessing is almost a little scary. That's when it comes to me. What am I doing? Fantasies are fun and all, but reality has consequences. I am way out of my league here. I don't think I would survive having sex with this man. He would wreck me. All done, I murmur. All done, Maisie echoes back. Jordan is the first to break eye contact. We are most definitely done. Chapter 11. Riley. The traffic on the road to the Hamptons is brutal. It's hell on wheels. 4 hours and counting, and we're barely moving. At least Maisie hasn't noticed. At the start of the trip, I put on a video and she fell asleep halfway through. It's been 5 days since the bathroom incident, and neither of us has said a word about it. We simply go about life as if it didn't happen, as if nothing ever happens, ignoring this growing thing between us. This is totally in character for Jordan. Me, on the other hand, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I call us the unfamily. We've been going through the motions for close to 2 months now, sharing space, sharing a house, and parenting duties, but we're not the real thing. Like today. Here we are, attending an event as a unit when, in truth, we're not. Not even close. We're the unfamily unit. Next to me, the driver seems on edge, one hand on the steering wheel, his thumb tapping impatiently. He keeps checking the rearview mirror like he's on the run from the mob. "Do you owe somebody money?" I murmur. We've both adopted this low voice talking without ever having discussed it. Typical unfamily stuff. His brow furrows in confusion, his focus shifting between me and the road ahead. Not that we're going anywhere. Traffic is at a standstill. "What?" "Never mind," I mutter. Today is another uninspired wardrobe choice. He's wearing a white linen shirt and jeans. Though, to his credit, it's an improvement over the all-black widow's weeds he usually wears. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" he says. Dark shades cover his eyes, so I can't get a good read on the amount of BS he's feeding me. "You look..." I can't say nervous or anxious. Grim would disapprove. This is a man who prides himself on self-control. Restless. He exhales. A moment of silence follows. "It's business." "Tell me more," I say, turning in my seat to watch him. He hardly ever talks about his work. Not that I would understand most of it, but I also get the feeling he wishes he could unload sometimes. He pushes his sunglasses to the top of his head and throws me a lopsided smile. A brief flash of lightness. It's like a spotlight is turned on, illuminating him from within. It transforms his entire face. I am officially dead. That smile was a shiv straight to the heart. Although he's been smiling more lately, it's still startling to witness. "Someone who wants to buy me out. He'll be there." "And that's a bad thing?" "I'm not sure," he says, expression contemplative. "I thought I wanted to sell." "Sell what?" "My stake in a technology I helped develop." This piques my curiosity. "What kind of technology?" "AI is artificial intelligence that tracks government or private institutions' spending. Every dollar spent is essentially a tracking device. Sanjay and I developed it for emerging countries battling waste and fraud, but the applications are limitless." Hearing him speak with passion is making me hot. I've never seen him more animated, other than when he's spending time with Maisie. "Is this the Windstar thing that jerk Woodson was talking about?" Jordan nods, his jaw tensing at the mere mention of the guy who was booted from the club. It turns out it wasn't the first time Woodson overstepped. "And now you don't want to sell anymore?" He shrugs, his gaze returning to the traffic ahead. "I'm not sure." Jordan is the most self-assured person I have ever met. There's no waffle in the guy. And for him to be this conflicted about something says a lot. "So don't do anything until you are." A slow smile grows on his face, and somewhere deep in my chest, that dangerously warm feeling is back. It's been happening a lot lately. This strange kickstart to my heart I've never felt before. The phone rings, and Madam President flashes on the Audi's touchscreen. Jordan answers. You're on speaker, so keep your voice down. No greeting, straight to business. The West family way. How's my lovely girl? Joan asks in a near whisper. Sleeping. Good. Everyone's here already. Are you close? Yes. I glance at the navigator map. We're nowhere near close. I shoot Jordan a look that he ignores. Bill Leventhal is here. I need his endorsement. Please make nice when you see him. This woman loves to issue orders. Whatever you say, Mother. Looking at me, he shakes his head, and I have to bite down on my lip not to giggle. Joan exhales. I don't ask much of you. The baby's waking up, he interrupts. We'll see you soon. And just like that, he ends the call. I don't know if I should be impressed or horrified at how he treats her. Your mother's a real peach. She's been in politics for 2 decades. She's been called worse. Does it bother you at all that she tries to manage you? No, because I don't let her. I only let her think she's managing me. That sounds a lot like manipulation. It gives me a bad feeling. I've always been a forthright person. Anything else smacks of game playing and dishonesty. The quickest route to a desired outcome isn't always a straight line, he says, turning to meet my eyes. I like straight lines, I murmur back. Why? He looks genuinely interested, like the answer is important to him. The feeling is back, the one in the middle of my chest. It's just geography, I tell myself. If the feeling was in your arm, you wouldn't care. Hopefully my heart will listen. Because I can see clearly where I'm headed. When someone says dress casual, I think casual, for freaking sake. You know, jeans, maybe a nice shirt or blouse. I don't think a day at Ascot, complete with dresses and fancy hats. This place looks like a movie set. Big problem. I am embarrassingly underdressed. The saving grace is that so is Jordan. Then again, rich people get away with murder, while the rest of us can't get away with jaywalking. We arrive just in time to see the polo match start. Maisie is now wide awake and ready to rumble, full of energy needing to be contained and talking nonstop. Horsey, horsey, which sounds like hosey, hosey. Hosies are everywhere, and so is the smell of horse shit. After Jordan helps me strap her into the stroller, I try as best I can to smooth out the wrinkles in the sleeveless, light blue shirt I borrowed from Veronica to go with my skinny jeans. But it's hopeless. I look like I wrestled a bear in this shirt and lost. Darling! Joan shouts from a few yards away, white wine glass raised in the air and smiling like a politician. She's surrounded by a crowd of well-dressed people, mostly men of a certain age. Look who I found! She indicates to an older man with a shock of white hair and a baby face. The man waves. I glance sideways to assess what Jordan's face is doing. He's got his stoic but resigned mask on. I'm learning all the little nuances of his micro-expressions at a record pace. Adapt or die, as Dom likes to say. I've had to. Otherwise, I would never know what's going on in his head, and I would be living in a constant state of confusion. I think she means you, I tell him. I have to go say hello, he replies grimly. Across the polo field, I spot a large navy blue and white striped tent with tables and chairs. People mill about under it. Go, we'll wait for you there. Come find us when you're done, I tell him, tipping my head in the direction of the tent. He looks skeptical, torn about whether to leave us. I give him a get-going face, and he finally does, albeit reluctantly. With the sun bearing down on me, we make our way to the tent. Maisie and I can hide while Jordan does what he needs to do. shake hands and kiss babies or ass, like in The Godfather, or whatever the political upper crust version of that is. Sometimes I forget that he's someone important. Everyone here seems to think so, which is both strange and interesting because he doesn't have many friends, or any that I've met. No one ever calls the landline at his home, and no one ever stops by. I know Jordan isn't a party animal, but no one? Following the gravel path along the grass polo field, I send up a silent prayer of gratitude that this stroller is one of those off-road types with big wheels. I'm already a hot mess, and pushing this thing over rocks and divots in the grass is turning an already critical situation into a terminal one. By the time we reach the seated area, my cute sleeveless top looks like a used diaper. "Did you see who's here?" an attractive woman in her mid-30s says to her equally attractive friend. They both look like they stepped off a runway. One of the women eyeballs me strangely as I pass by. No doubt because I look like I don't belong. Veronica would love this place. In contrast, I've already seen enough to count the minutes before we leave. "It's good to see him out," the other says. "Sad what happened. I'm totally happy to comfort him, though." They both laugh. A strange feeling tells me they're talking about Jordan. Not if I get to him first. Why do you think I donated to his mother's campaign? Yep, I nailed it. I find a small table with a few empty fold-up chairs and lay claim to it. Then I pull out my rations for the day. Water, juice, watermelon cubes I personally diced, yogurt, banana, and on and on. Maisie is a bit of a moody eater, so I've learned to come prepared for every scenario. "Watermelon or banana?" I ask the cute little nugget. "Mellow," she answers. "Welcome to the 5th Annual Polo for Pediatric Cancer Research Event," the announcer says over the loudspeaker. Scanning the crowd along the sideline of the field, I spot Jordan talking to the same man from earlier. He must feel my eyes on him because he glances around. His forest green, heavily lashed eyes narrow and scan back and forth until they land on me. It's one of those weird, meaningful moments that feels like it lasts an eternity. Or I could be reading too much into it. A curvy redhead walks up to him wearing a big smile and takes all his attention away. "It's a scorcher today. I hope you're all staying hydrated. We're going to begin our auction shortly. Last year, we hit our goal of $750,000. Let's make it $900 this year." The crowd claps and cheers. "But first, a great big thanks to our sponsors." He rattles off some big brand names. "And Mr. Jordan West." While that stunning new piece of information runs circles in my head, a man walks up to my chair. He's tall and extremely fit in the way people who do triathlons are. His short black hair and neat beard complement his sharp features, and his tan skin suggests he spends a lot of time outside. The pale, fine lines next to his smiling brown eyes are a good indication that he's got a healthy sense of humor, and by the looks of his clothing, I'd say healthy self-esteem. He's wearing cargo shorts, a faded navy Lacoste polo, and Birkenstocks, which makes him the only person here more underdressed than I am. This guy made zero effort to impress this crowd. He's suddenly my favorite person. "Hi, I'm Bo," he says, as if I'm supposed to know what this means. Hi?" is my reply. Hope Bo knows I'm not here to make friends. "Hi," Maisie chimes in. Bo, whoever he is, crouches down next to the stroller and smiles at Maisie. Every protective instinct in my body, instincts I never knew I possessed, activate. Sir, Bo, whoever you are, please step away from the baby." "Away," Maisie repeats. The big guy chuckles and rises. I'm Jordan's brother. He told me to come over and introduce myself. I turn 50 shades of red. The embarrassment is all over my face. Hi! Sorry! I nearly shout, grimacing. I am so sorry, I'm... Riley, the new assistant, he says, beating me to it. Jordan told me to come over and check on how you're doing. He takes a seat in the folding chair next to mine. Fine, I'm fine. We're fine. I feed Maisie another watermelon cube. Jordan never mentions his family. I wouldn't even know he has a mother if she wasn't always in his face. Jordan didn't mention his brother was going to be here. Jordan doesn't mention anything unless you put him in a chokehold, Bo is quick to explain. I like this guy. He's laid back with a sharp wit and an easy smile. Yeah, I don't think that would work for me. Two women walk past us and look longingly at Bo, the man sitting next to me, as if I don't exist. Then again, I wanted to be invisible, so I guess I got what I wanted. Don't you love these things? He says dryly. He smiles, and two big dimples appear dead center on each cheek. Not at all. You? I hate them. I rarely come, but I was in town. He doesn't strike me as the type to hang with the silver spoon set. He's the type I could see fishing on a small boat that he restored himself. A lover of nature type. You don't live here? Bo looks off at the polo players racing across the lawn. No, the Florida Keys, near my dad. This answers why I've never met him. Another crumb of information to store away like a squirrel with a nut. Has he always been like this? I ask, not expecting a serious answer. Mostly, Bo answers. Less so before he got sick. Sick? You know that feeling of free-falling? Like when an airplane suddenly drops altitude? That suspended, I'm going to crash and it's going to hurt feeling? That's what I'm feeling right now. My stomach feels hollow and my lungs lack air. Before he got sick? Jordan had cancer when he was a teenager. Bo examines my face. You didn't know? Out! Maisie demands, done with her snack. Bo springs into action, unbuckling her stroller strap. Meanwhile, I'm in a state of stunned paralysis as I process what he told me. Other than my heart beating rapidly and my lungs expanding with shallow breaths, I can't move. Jordan had cancer? Jordan had cancer. Jordan was sick. This follows the logical conclusion. Jordan could die. I've been here before. I've done this already. Memories from my dad's illness surface, spill over, and come roaring back. All the horrible treatments he endured, all the pain he felt, the hospitals, the smells, my mother crying. God, there was so much crying. I was all cried out by the time the priest came to the house to issue last rites. Jordan's fine. He's okay. He's alive. My mind justifies. Jordan is healthy now. But I can't calm the panic. The panic stays with me. Are you okay? Bo's question snaps me out of deep thought, temporarily dragging me out of my misery. He looks worried. Yeah, I'm just surprised. Out! Maisie shouts. I'll get you, pretty girl, Bo tells her, smiling sweetly. Maisie goes willingly to him, her little arms raised high in the air. What a shameless flirt. Hello, I'm John. I glance up to see a big, burly man approaching. He looks more like Bo than Jordan. The resemblance is uncanny. You must be Jordan's father, I say. Standing, I offer my hand. All the attention makes me self-conscious. Nice to meet you, Riley, Jordan's father says, gripping it gently. Jordan speaks highly of you. He says you saved him from getting mugged. Is that true? Oh, I didn't save him. He still got mugged. I just helped him get home. She did, Dad. Jordan's voice comes from somewhere behind me. She's just being modest. My face goes up in flames. Between all the attention, the news, and Jordan being so un-Jordan-like, today I'm pretty messed up right now. His family is being so nice to me, I don't know what to do with myself. Technically, I'm the help, and they're treating me like I'm something more. "Don't believe a word they say," Jordan murmurs into my ear. I can smell him, the soap he uses. I can feel his breath near my face, skimming my cheek, and goosebumps break out on my skin. He's healthy. He's alive. He's fine. My speeding heart rate won't listen. Jordan takes Maisie out of Beau's arms, and she throws her chubby little arms around his neck. He blows a raspberry on her cheek, and she screams and giggles. She's having the time of her life with him. He's fine. He's healthy. He's more than healthy. He's in perfectly gorgeous shape, I tell myself. Then why does it feel like I have a fucking boulder stuck in my throat? Our eyes lock, and he smiles. And I mean with teeth. He smiles with beautiful, perfectly white teeth. I'm a goner. That's the last nail in my coffin. I've done my best to keep all these inappropriate feelings at bay, but I failed. This man, who speaks little but cares so much, has officially stolen my heart. What do I do with these feelings now? "I'll be right back," I tell him before I fall apart in front of everyone. Walking away, I go in search of the ladies' room. We've been on the road for hours, and with everything that's happened, my body just remembered that it has needs. One of the cocktail waitresses sends me in the direction of the Polo Clubhouse. Inside the bathroom, I'm about to enter a stall when Joan comes out of another. Just my luck. The peace of mind I was starting to cultivate fades like a retro Polaroid picture. "Riley," she says, her tone telling me she's not exactly happy to see me. "Congresswoman West?" No joke, she insists on making me call her that. She called my cell phone once, looking for Jordan, and she corrected me when I called her Mrs. West. Joan looks around and pushes the doors of the stalls open, making sure no one is within earshot. Then she gives me her full attention. "Look, sweetie," she starts, hands clasped in front. "You're a really nice girl, and you seem to have your head on straight. In other words, you have a lot going for you." "Thanks, Joan," I say just to irritate her. She makes a face. I probably shouldn't push her buttons, but I can't help myself right now. "Whatever you think you feel for my son, it's sweet, but..." A sigh. "It's never going to work." My face gets hot. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "I was young once," she continues as if she didn't hear me. "I was a hopeless romantic once, too. I know what you're feeling. And then I woke up and realized the world is a ruthless place." She steps closer. "Let me be clear. My son is a brilliant man. He will make history, change the course of humanity. In some ways, he already has." Take a break from the helium hits, lady, I want to say. I can't, though. I have to let her say her piece and hope it ends here. To that end, I tell her, "I think you're getting the wrong impression. The last thing I need is for her to tell Jordan I have a crush on him. I won't survive that humiliation." She gives me a fake, sympathetic smile. "I see the way you look at him. He's not for you, Riley. He's meant for bigger and better things. His children will be senators one day, maybe even president of the United States. Overlords of the galaxy? New characters in the Marvel universe?" Joan gives new meaning to the term Tiger Mom. "Ma'am, with all due respect," I say before she continues ad nauseum, "I'm only the child care provider, and I need to get back to Maisie. Are you done?" Her eyes narrow. Her dark red painted lips press into a straight line. I'm done. I leave without using the toilet, because having my bladder explode is more appealing than listening to her rant for another second. Chapter 12. Riley. Wait a hot second. Veronica's eyes widen. I know that guy from Tinder. She jerks her chin toward someone at the end of the bar. A guy with his wife. Yeah, it's definitely his wife. He's clearly wearing a wedding band. He's married? She makes a face of utter disgust. Men are pigs. You're in good mood tonight. Hiding my amusement, I take a sip of my Dr. Pepper. She sucks in a breath. I know that guy too, she says, pointing to someone across the room. The word fades away as the cute bartender looks her way and winks. Veronica immediately flashes him her best smile. I promised to meet her for a drink after she got out of work. The location was her choice, Monkey Bar on 54th. The time was my choice, after Maisie went to bed. Jordan's been working such long hours lately, I couldn't ask him to do more with Maisie. Wait, you're on Tinder? Purely for research, she says. Like recon. I need to know what's on the market. I laugh. So, what happened at the polo thing? Otherwise known as the day I found out Jordan had cancer. I've been living with that dark cloud hanging over me for the past 5 days, and I'm pretty sure he's noticed. His mother happened, I explain. It was straight out of a Spanish telenovela. She cornered me in the bathroom and went full Cersei. You never go full Cersei. She thinks Jordan's a cross between Thomas Edison, Elon Musk, and a unicorn rolled into one hot package. At least you didn't get slapped in the face, she points out and takes a sip of her Cosmo. That usually happens in telenovelas. There's something to be grateful for. I'm sure she's saving it for next time. I met his brother and father. They live in the Keys, probably thanks in part to his mother. What's the brother like? Hot. Not your type of hot. He's all G.I. Joe Navy SEAL or something. He's really nice. I can't tell Veronica about Jordan being ill yet. It feels personal for some reason. I've been feeling stupidly protective of him since the news. So, she starts in a conspiratorial tone. Finished with the Cosmo, she places the glass back on the bar. Straight into my veins. What's happening on this week's edition of Billionaire and the Nanny? Some things are impossible to keep from her. She knows me too well. I'm in trouble. Her face puckers. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Have I taught you nothing? She gestures with her hands. You do not fall in love before they do. That's like rule number 1. This is unacceptable behavior. You've been a very bad student. F. You're getting an F for the semester. What do I do? How do I stop it? Vern makes a face that says, you poor schmuck. You can't. It's too late. You gotta go with it. You would tell me if you thought the case was hopeless, right? Cersei said I'm no good for him. Fuck Cersei, my best friend says. I love this girl. And why would you even say that? Why would you even think it? It's not like he's royalty. Because a bout of longing hits me. My voice drops. Because I barely finished high school and he invents things that, like, benefit humanity. I'm way out of my league here. You know what my grandmother used to say? A devilish spark enters her eyes. What? I'ma tell you. Say it already. I laugh. People are people everywhere. Considering everything that's happened since the day Jordan walked into my life, I'd have to agree. I love your grandmother. Yeah, me too. My phone dings with an incoming text, and I glance at it. Grim, do we have ibuprofen in the house? I still have PTSD over the peanut incident, so I'm immediately alarmed. Every muscle in my body tenses, and a charge of awareness travels over my skin. Now I know why most parents are either overly nervous or so fried from years of exhaustion and lack of sleep that they have the motivation of a slug. Me. Yes. Why? Is it the baby? Grim. No. Me. I don't feel well. It's a direct shot to the heart. I jump off the bar stool and sling my messenger bag overhead. V, I gotta go. Jordan doesn't feel well. And because she's my best friend and no explanation is necessary, she waves me off. Go, I got this. I run 20 blocks home. For a long time, I thought everyone was going to die. I was a kid, and my father died after I was repeatedly told that he was going to make it, and he was going to beat it. Those were two incontrovertible facts, and yet he died anyway. At the time, it seemed perfectly believable. Why would all these people lie to me? Well, because I was 12, that's why. In hindsight, I don't know which did more damage, the lies or losing my father. It took me a long time to get over both. The only reason I worked at it was that I didn't want to become a shell of a person like my mother. Some of it always remains, however. The distrust, the belief that all good things end badly. You can try and rationalize the feelings away. You can go to therapy for years, but it will always be there, lurking beneath the surface, like a wart lying dormant, waiting for the perfect circumstances to come out and remind you there's more work to be done. I run home in a frenzy, anticipating the worst, the wart making its presence felt. When I get there, I find Jordan on the couch in the living room wearing gray sweatpants, a white thermal shirt, and a blanket wrapped around him. He looks tired and pale. My mind goes to the worst possible conclusion. How do you feel? Have you taken your temperature? Is his articulate reply. I run into the kitchen and fetch the thermometer and a bottle of Pedialyte. When I return and approach him, his hand comes up to stop me. I don't want to get you sick. One of us has to stay alive to take care of Maisie. I take zinc and vitamin D daily, and you should too. I do. He nearly growls and makes a face. I think I'm going to throw up. No words are necessary. I race to the kitchen and return with a clean trash can. Bending over it, he empties the contents of his stomach, and it's violent. This isn't a mild anything. The cold and the flu don't even hit the stomach that quickly. My suspicion grows. Did you go out for dinner tonight? Takeout at the office, he says right before throwing up again. I run my fingers over his scalp and pet his back. Anything to make him feel better right now. I can almost feel his pain. Empathy is an actual burden. You have food poisoning, I inform him. I'm almost positive. In answer, he moans again. I'm so busy having a pity party for him that I almost miss the good news. His body is rejecting the contaminated food. It means his system is working the way it should. My father's home nurse taught me that purging means he'll recover faster. The quicker you throw up, the faster you'll feel better. His body reacts accordingly, evacuating the rest of its contents. Shut up, he managed to growl. I bite down on my lip to stave off the giggles and lift my hand from my hair. Don't stop, he pleads in a low, weak voice. Please, don't stop. I go back to sifting my fingers through his hair, and he exhales roughly. An hour later, I've somehow managed to get my very sick boss to his bedroom. I'll help you change your shirt. Dresser, bottom left drawer, he grunts. Turned on his side, He hangs onto the edge of the bed for dear mercy with a couple of clean buckets below him. His expression is a portrait of misery. I hold a clean t-shirt out for him. He sits up and hunches over. Slowly, I take the hem of his sweaty t-shirt and pull it over his head. It seems wrong to admire every beautifully sculpted muscle of his chest when he's feeling so low, but it doesn't stop me. Jordan is such a self-contained unit that it feels unnatural to be in control, and yet he's letting me do anything I want without argument. For a man with so much pride, I'm sure it's not easy. You're being very quiet?
It's 'cause I'm dead,
he grunts. Schooling a smile, I pull the t-shirt down, coasting my palm down the curve of his back. Sighing, he falls back down. He's set up for the night, I've seen to that. There's a water bottle and Pedialyte on his nightstand, a pack of wet wipes, and a clean bucket if he needs to hurl again. But he looks so miserable I can't make myself leave. He isn't exactly pushing me out the door either. It makes me wonder if Jordan is lonely. Who would have taken care of him if I hadn't been here? He's never mentioned dating anyone. His work keeps him busy, but those relationships are transactional. The thought of him being sick and alone makes my chest feel tight. My eyes follow the path to the black and white picture. That's Lainey and Eli in the picture? His eyes blink open. He gives it a quick glance and nods.
The weekend they got married.
Were you the best man?
I gave the bride away. Her father had passed.
More crumbs of information. I tuck them in the back of my mind to examine and compare them to all the others I've collected. You were really close, I say. It's more of a statement than a question. What I really want to ask is if he was in love with her, but I don't have the guts for that. He nods once and closes his eyes again. Operating on instinct, I crawl onto his bed and lay down behind him, brushing my hand across his back. This should feel awkward, but it doesn't. Quite the opposite, actually. He doesn't ask me to leave. Instead, he sighs like the weight of the world has been lifted from his shoulders. Jordan? Do you feel better?
Keep touching me.
Fortune favors the brave, I remind myself. At the club, he asked about love, and I gave him a coward's answer. I'm gonna stay here tonight. Tell me if you need anything. Wake me if you feel worse.
Come closer,
he murmurs. His deep voice gets inside of me and stirs up trouble. My hand stalls. Then, slowly, ever so slowly, I move closer. Close enough that I can brush my fingers up his neck and through his hair. He shivers and leans into me. 20 minutes later, caught between dreams and the reality of sleeping next to my boss, the same man I'm falling in love with, I hear him whisper,
"Thanks, baby."
But it's late and I'm tired, and I'm half asleep. I must have imagined it, I tell myself. I'm fairly certain I did. Days roll by, fall nipping at summer's heels with no sign of Eli. Jordan is beginning to worry in earnest. I can see it now and again when he plays with Maisie, like Eli is in the room with us, a specter haunting us. Eli? I ask him when he walks into the kitchen after 9, tugging on the dark blue tie that matches his dark shirt and pants. He looks exhausted, and still the most beautiful man on the planet. He gifts me a half smile. Exhausted, but happy. He definitely looks more settled lately. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'd like to claim some credit. Maisie, too. We helped smooth out all the rough spots and sharp edges in his life. Nothing, he tells me. Not a single lead. Grabbing a beer out of the fridge, He takes a seat at the counter and watches me cook like I'm the greatest show on earth. We behave as if we've been married for a decade without any of the perks of marriage, like sex. The fantasies had not abated. If anything, they've ramped up. I spend most nights at his place under the pretext that it's easier for our schedules and the commute's a chore. And although that's true, the flip side is it's torture having him across the hall, so close and yet so far. I awake in the middle of the night, tangled in sweaty sheets, restless. It's dire straits and I don't know what to do about it. You don't think he would, hurt himself? Jordan says, speaking for both of us. He shakes his head. I don't think so. He cares too much about Maze. So much he left her with you for 3 months? He tilts his head and examines the vegetables I'm chopping on the cutting board. What are you making? Pasta with veggies, I tell him. I'm freezing it in small containers for the week. Children will force you to become organized. No more scrambling for last-minute meal ideas. Slowly but surely, I'm developing the planning skills of a 5-star general, and food is my battlefield. Feeding a picky 2-year-old 3 times a day plus snacks is a freaking torturous process. I'd rather pour a foundation for a 2-story house on my own. Anyone who tells you being a stay-at-home mom isn't a real job should be taken out back and shot. Smells good, he murmurs, his heavy-lidded eyes meeting mine. My blood stirs, pooling below my waist. He's either the biggest tease I've ever met or completely clueless about the effect he has on women. His green gaze keeps me captive for what feels like minutes. This attraction has reached a level of crazy on my part that I may never return from. The sizzling of the vegetables brings me back to reality. And in reality, we pretend this attraction doesn't exist, and that the night I slept in his bed when he was sick, and I woke to him holding me in the middle of the night, never happened. Turning off the gas, I push the pot full of blanched vegetables to the back burner to cool off. They aren't the only thing that needs to cool off. Can you taste that sweet potato mash and tell me if there's enough nutmeg? I ask him, and point to the pot I have cooling on the kitchen island. Nutmeg? Jordan repeats and makes a face. I'm unsure if it's a curiously delighted or disgusted face. Don't make that face, just try it. I fill a tablespoon and make my way to the other side of the kitchen island. No thanks, he says, leaning away. It's delicious, just taste it. I reach out with the spoon the same way I feed Maisie, but Jordan grabs my wrist before it can reach his mouth. Mistake. Big mistake. It launches a big orange glob of sweet potato mash into the air and lands on his cheek. Whoopsie. We're both shocked at first, but then I can't stop laughing. Grim is mad. His hooded eyes narrow, and his mouth lifts in a sinister smile. That wasn't me. I slowly back away from him, laughing. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it. You did it to yourself. He wipes the orange stuff off his face and smears it on mine. I go from surprise to laughing again. Big belly laughs that hurt my cheeks and make my eyes water. Jordan's grin is wolfish and sexy. So sexy, it's indecent. I have filthy thoughts about this man who I work for. His eyes fill with a newfound brightness and something else, something predatory. I wipe the mash off my face and lick my fingers clean. His gaze drifts to my mouth, and time stops. Then it happens. A nuclear reaction on a subatomic level. We are two people who have denied their attraction to each other for far too long. 1 minute we're staring at each other, and the next, He has me pinned against the kitchen counter with the edge of the marble digging into my butt. Jordan holds my face steady while his lips devour mine. He kisses me like it's the last kiss of his more than ordinary life. My dirty dreams have nothing on the reality of him. He feels better, smells better, and tastes better than I ever imagined. The hard length of his body presses into my stomach, and I have to stop myself from rubbing against him.
Rye,
He murmurs sweetly, while he places a string of kisses up the side of my neck, and his hands knead my butt, pulling me closer. It's sensory overload. I don't know up from down anymore, right from wrong, and the thrill far outweighs the cost. Somewhere in the backdrop, I'm aware that Maisie is asleep in the other room, and that there will be consequences to what we're about to do. But I just can't make myself stop. It feels too good. Utensils clatter. Jordan pushes me to the floor where we can't break anything, and the sound of what is finally about to happen won't wake the baby. He presses his pelvis against mine, rubbing himself against me, and instinctively I push back. He's so hard under his dress pants that I can feel everything through my pajama bottoms. If he keeps it up, I'm going to come, and I won't be quiet about it either.
you feel so good.
He whispers against my mouth, while his hands rake through my hair and close in a possessive grip.
So right.
We can't get close enough. I hook my leg around his waist, and he melts deeper into me. I slip my hand under his shirt and scrape my short nails along his lower back, and he hisses in pleasure. Together we move as one, like we've been practicing for this moment all of our lives. After the initial frenzy, the kisses get slower and softer, more seductive. He nibbles the side of my mouth. My lips part, and his tongue brushes mine. It's a teasing game of advance and retreat. I've never been kissed like this before. With an all-consuming passion and tender care. Jordan has an uncanny ability to make me feel like I'm the only other person on the planet, as if it's just the two of us. But we aren't. We both hear Maisie talking on the baby monitor, and everything immediately stops. He pulls back, panting and a little disoriented.
I'm sorry,
He croaks, exhaling roughly.
I shouldn't have.
It's fine, Jordan. I rush to assure him. If it's regret I see on his face, I'm reasonably certain I will die from embarrassment. With his hands planted by my head, his hips dig deeper into mine. His erection grinds against me, and I nearly come undone. He stands, and his erection pushes against the zipper of his pants. I'm forced to stare up at him and bite my lip to stop from laughing at the view. Shaking his head, he pulls me up, grabs me by the hips, and presses me closer. I can see the battle being waged behind his eyes. He wants joy, love, and affection. He wants it desperately. So why won't he let himself have it? I won't get any answers tonight. I know him well enough by now to say that with total certainty. What I get instead are silence and a thoughtful stare. He places a soft kiss on my lips and strokes my cheeks. Without a word, he walks out of the kitchen, leaving me alone with my unanswered questions and even more unresolved feelings about what just happened between us. The next day around noon, I get a text from him. Grim. I found Eli. Pack a bag. Chapter 13. Riley. The ride to Cape Cod goes faster than I thought it would. Maybe it's because everything seems new. I've never been this far north, so I'm excited about this trip. Maybe because it's a beautiful sunny day at the end of September, and the trees in New England are beginning to change colors, from spots of red and yellow to orange exploding out of green. Or maybe it's because the man sitting in the driver's seat makes every minute I spend with him feel like it's slipping through my fingers. That's probably closer to the truth. He's been quiet other than to inform me we will be stopping in Rhode Island to have the best lobster rolls on the East Coast. We haven't spoken about what happened in the kitchen, and it's sitting between us right now like teenage pregnancy. It won't be ignored no matter how hard he tries. We pass quaint seaside town after quaint seaside town. Most all of them are decorated with small ports dotted with sailboats right out of the Hallmark Channel. I could use a little of that in my life. A wholesome romance with a lonely tech billionaire. It makes me realize how much I'm missing out on. "Boat," Maisie says, pointing to an older, faded red one moored to the dock. Jordan requested a table by the water, and we set up her high chair to face the boats. She seems quite taken with them. "Red boat," I tell her. "Red boat," she repeats immediately. She's stringing words together a lot more lately. Every time she learns something new or has a new experience, I can't help but wonder if Lainey knows, if she can see her baby growing up so fast and happy. I know Jordan thinks about it, even if he doesn't share his thoughts. He watches her with a faraway expression more and more lately, but I'm not brave enough to ask what he's thinking. He who is brave is free. My dad had it tattooed on his shoulder. I guess that says a lot about me. I catch Jordan staring at my lips for the second time since we sat down, and a streak of color runs across his cheekbones. This is getting a little ridiculous. We both know this is going to happen. We've been dancing around it for 2 months. It's starting to feel like the longest game of foreplay in the history of human civilization. But is it a mistake? Because there's right and wrong, and he and I are all kinds of wrong. Then there's Maisie. Letting her go is going to be hard, and nothing can prepare me for it. We're both going to miss her desperately. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit that I'm curious to see what Jordan and I are like without her. We've been operating as de facto parents for so long that this may not work. Who knows? Maybe after Maisie's gone, he'll lose interest in me altogether. You were right. The lobster rolls were delicious. He signs the credit card slip and says, "We'll be back," as if it's not up for debate. Will we? I want to ask. I want to press him on why he's so certain, but chicken out. Jordan is strapping Maisie into the stroller when an older man, not a day younger than 80, approaches our table. He places a wrinkled hand on Jordan's arm, and Jordan frowns. But when he sees who's trying to get his attention, his expression softens into curiosity.
"You have a beautiful family,"
the man says. He smiles, revealing the few teeth he has left.
"You're a very lucky man."
The two of us stand there, watching each other for a reaction, not knowing how to answer. Jordan looks shut down. It's the same expression I used to see on him all the time when we met. But then it clears, and he nods and smiles back. It's warm and genuine, and it bulldozes the last of my resistance.
"Very lucky,"
he repeats. It's the last straw. I've fought valiantly against these feelings and lost. My heart's been stolen by a repressed billionaire and his rare smiles, and there's nothing I can do about it. Over the man's head, Jordan's gaze connects with mine. I don't know what to think. All I know is what my heart is saying. But my heart doesn't get a say in this. It's not enough that I love this man. He has to love me back. And I'm not sure that's even possible.
God bless,
Our sweet messenger says and ambles away. He walks out of our lives, leaving a wake of emotional destruction behind. What's the address again? I mutter, partially distracted by the houses on the street we're driving down. They remind me of the old Kennedy home movies. Stately homes with sprawling green front lawns that face the ocean. Eli lives here? I say, with no shortage of disbelief in my tone. What does the guy do for a living? Print money?
basically.
What? Jordan's mouth kicks up on one side, seeing my surprise.
Eli Noble. Sound familiar?
The dystopian novels they made into a miniseries? I guess. He nods.
He's also the heir to a frozen fish empire.
How depressing. This conversation is bringing me down. Is anyone you know not rich? I ask him, struggling not to sound pathetic. In the familiar confines of his apartment, it's easy for me to forget that Jordan lives in another world, one far away from mine. Out in the real world, it's impossible to ignore. I'm forced to face reality, and reality says Joan is right. He's meant for bigger things. This trip is leaving me more hopeless than ever. We finally locate the house, a clapboard-style white home with navy blue shutters. It's big and grand and has a front lawn that goes on forever. Following the gravel driveway to the front door, we locate the man we've been looking for all along, Eli. And he's quite the sight. His auburnish long hair is up in a bun, and his beard is overgrown and, frankly, gross. His green tartan robe flaps open in the wind. It kicked up in the last half hour and has been gaining strength since. Every time the robe blows open, I get the honor of seeing his boxer shorts with Christmas trees on them in full display. What is he doing? I absently murmur.
He's running a flag up the pole.
Correction. He's running the flag of one of the fictional countries in his books up the pole. I turn to Jordan, who seems to be in accordance with me judging by his stern expression. This situation is dire. Look on the bright side. We found him, I offer.
I don't know if there's a bright side to be found here.
Jordan parks the Audi and turns to me with a calculated look.
Wait here in the car for a bit.
Okay, because that's not weird. Why?
Because I'm asking you to.
I don't like it, but I do as he says anyway. This is his friend. He knows him better than anyone. He could be violent for all I know. Jordan gets out of the Audi, and I roll down the window to hear what's being said. Because, yeah, I'm not missing this for anything. Eli spots the car and suddenly becomes curious about his new visitors. As soon as he recognizes Jordan, he spreads his arms wide and grins. "Buddy, Jojo!" he shouts. Then Eli moves in for a hug, and all hell breaks loose. It wasn't Eli I should have been worried about inciting violence. No, it's Jordan. I hear him shout, "Your daughter is allergic to peanuts, you selfish son of a bitch!" And then he cold cocks the guy in the face, landing one punch dead center on Eli's perfect nose. Who is this person I've been living with? Eli's head snaps back, and an immediate look of shock appears on his face. He gingerly inspects his nose with his enormous hands the size of bear paws and pats his face gently. Once he's determined his nose is still intact, Eli jumps on Jordan, and before I can intervene, I'm watching a sad imitation of a WWE match, two grown-ass men rolling around on the lawn. You have got to be kidding me. I hit the horn 3 times. It doesn't stop them. They keep taking swings at each other. Thankfully, not all of them land. After 2 minutes of this nonsense, I go to plan B. I grab a bottle of soda and check on Maisie, who's now waking up from her nap, and jump out of the car. Knock it off, you overgrown children! I shake the plastic bottle and spray them with cola. Plan B works. Breathing heavily, they stop and look at me. Hi, Eli. I'm Riley, your daughter's childcare provider. Joan would be proud. Hi, he says, out of breath and smiling. My gaze drifts down his body. You have company now, so you should probably close your robe. His eyes follow the same path and widen when he sees what I'm seeing. Thankfully, he slams the robe shut.
Jordan. I'm angry. No, I'm more than angry. I'm furious. For 3 months I've worried, lost sleep, and upended my life. I upended Riley's life. We've wasted time wondering where Eli was and whether he was harming himself. And to learn that he was on the Cape indulging his fantasies makes me want to punch him again. I can feel your dead man's stare from here, the son of a bitch hollers from across the porch. He's on the bench swing with Maisie. It's about time he spent time with his daughter. She's the last piece of Laney left in this world, and he's lucky to have her. Instead, he's been here doing God knows what. Glad you noticed. You want to explain why I haven't heard a word from you in 3 months? Head wasn't right. You couldn't call? Head wasn't right. The father-daughter reunion was touch and go at first. It took a minute for Maisie to warm up to him. The hair and beard certainly didn't help matters. You abandon your daughter for 3 months and there's bound to be problems. I scanned the lawn for Riley and can't find her. She left 10 minutes ago to explore the property and hasn't been seen since. I'm going to look for Riley. She's coming. He tips his head at the side of the house. A gust of wind blows her long, wavy hair all around. I watch her laugh as she tries to harness it. It hits me in the chest like a battering ram. I want to make her laugh. I want to make her scream my name as she comes. I want to make her happy. But the space between what I want and what I can have seems insurmountable. I tried to stay away. I kept myself busy and stayed out of the house. I even went on a date that turned out to be an unmitigated disaster. I'm tired of fighting it. I want her. And she wants me. It should be simple. The problem is that what I feel for her isn't simple at all. I catch Eli checking out her long tan legs and those jean shorts and send him a warning. Riley is off limits. He probably thinks I deserve a dose of my own medicine. But those days of the two of us fighting over a girl are long gone. You have a boat! Riley shouts, a smile stretching from ear to ear. Whenever I think she can't get any more beautiful, she proves me wrong. Eli, can I sleep on the boat? Anything for the woman who took care of my baby. She's so beautiful, sometimes I catch myself stealing second glances, as if I can't trust my eyes. And she has no clue, no idea of her effect on men. All that sex appeal, and she doesn't even know it. Jordan, it's a sailboat. Come see it. I get up and go to her. It's the easiest thing to do, as natural as breathing. I'll be back. Walking past him, I pet Maisie's beautiful head, and she smiles at me. Take good care of her, I tell Eli. There are about 1,000,001 meanings to that statement, and he knows every single one. Eli looks away, back at his daughter, who should be the only thing on his mind. Hear that, my amazing Maisie? Your Uncle Jordan is looking out for you. Joe, the baby says and tips her head back to look at me again. It's the first time she's spoken my name. I can barely breathe, stuck between feeling everything and desperately trying to block it out. And I'm failing at both. Eli watches me closely. You won't die from loving someone, Joe. Is he kidding? The two of us are a perfect example of how destructive love can be. For years, I played the role of a dead man walking, Now it's his turn. You sure about that? Jordan, are you coming? Go to your girl. A slow smile creeps up his bearded face. Or I will. Riley's headed to the beach. I run after her because it's the only thing in my life that feels right anymore. She's the only thing that feels right. I like it here, Riley says, climbing down from the boat after having explored below deck. We can come back whenever you want. I want to tell her. Whatever she wants, I'll give it to her. I'm constantly fighting between doing anything to keep her and knowing I can't. It wouldn't be fair to her. I can't be sure how long I'll be around, and I don't want to make promises I can't keep. She leaves me on the dock to explore the beach, and I follow slowly, watching her excitement, drinking it in. Sometimes it feels like life started the night we met. She saved me from more than getting my ass kicked. When I catch up, she's sitting on the beach with her arms wrapped around her knees and staring out at the ocean. In the distance, a bank of fog is rolling in. The wind has shifted direction. I spent most of my summers in Martha's Vineyard, I say, sitting on the sand next to her. I don't know why I just told her that, except for the second time in my life, I want a woman to know me, really know me, and not the bullshit she can read online. Is it like this place? She asks. Yes, except it's an island. Facing me, she examines my face, as if she cares about what she finds there. You're lucky. I wouldn't go that far. Bo told me you were sick when you were a teenager? I nod. It's not much of a secret if the information is everywhere. I've given plenty of interviews. There have been plenty of articles written about me. I was more surprised to hear she didn't already know when Bo mentioned it. He said Riley took the news hard, and it's bothered me since. The last thing I want for her is to worry about me. She's been through enough. If I were a better man, I'd send her away, spare her the misery. But I'm not that man. Is that what you meant when you said you spent a lot of time alone? She places her chin on her knees and watches me. I nod. You're kind of amazing. Her big blue eyes fill with wonder I don't want or deserve. I'd rather see lust when I kiss her senseless. Nothing amazing about it. I was lucky my cancer wasn't aggressive. Riley shakes her head and looks out at the ocean. Now that the wind has calmed, it looks unnaturally smooth. My dad had it. It was the hardest thing he ever did. And he pulled people out of burning buildings. I think you're amazing. Everything you've accomplished despite the illness. I could love this girl. We haven't discussed our arrangements when we get back home, but I'll find something for her to do. I don't care what it is, but I can't lose her. How did you all become friends? Me and Eli. And Lainey? She quietly adds. Lainey. Even dead, she stands between us. I decide to go with the truth. It's time we buried it all. I met Lane at Dana-Farber, in the hospital. She and Eli grew up together. Their parents were best friends. How did she die, if you don't mind me asking? My chest feels encased in cement. It's hard to breathe. Means it's hard to speak. All the feelings are back. The ones I spent years silencing. Her cancer came back. Hers was aggressive. Riley gets to her feet and brushes the sand off her ass. It falls on the bare tan skin of her thighs. I want to kiss them. I want to pull her down on top of me and bury myself inside of her so deep the lines between us blur and disappear. I'll race you to the end of the beach, she says with a hint of trouble in her smile. No, She takes off, kicking sand in my face, and I chuckle. Jordan, come on! She laughs. A memory surfaces, and it hits me like a ton of bricks. A vague image. A vivid recollection of a dream. A girl with dark hair on the beach. She was laughing and calling my name, and she was happy. So damn happy. I want to be happy too. Jordan! I get up and run after her.
Riley. One more match, Eli tells Jordan, like he's the emperor of the free world. Unless you're a pussy. One reddish-blondish eyebrow goes up in challenge. They've been going at it like this for 2 hours. 2 friggin' hours. Over speed chess, no less. Smack-talking like I've never even heard at Sal's bar when the Jets play the Pats. I'm tired. I'm gonna hit the sack, Jordan tells him. Eli made dinner. He grilled steaks and vegetables he gets delivered from the local farmers and made a potato salad all on his own, refusing my help. He's an excellent cook. He also has a refrigerator the size of a walk-in closet, so I suspect he doesn't get out much. After we ate, we moved to a family room covered in bookcases filled with books. One wall taken by a massive wood-burning fireplace. You told Lainey you saw me out with Brittany Walsh, Eli says in an accusatory tone. Sounds like he's harboring a little resentment over it. Earbuds in. I've been pretending to listen to an audiobook for the last hour just to catch their conversation. Because, yeah, I'm not missing this for anything. You were out with Brittany, Jordan argues. As a friend, Eli explains. You knew I had no interest in her. Oh, really? You two still keep in touch? The conversation is once again getting heated. Until a new chess match starts. Then there will be a lot of banging on timers. For the record, it's a weird game. I'm getting a better picture of what went on. They were both in love with Lainey, and Eli won. It makes me wonder what kind of woman she was to have both of them so taken with her. It makes me feel small in comparison, reminding me that I don't belong here, that I don't belong with him. Start the game, Eli orders. Time to put an end to this.
Jordan. Riley walks up to the table and stands over us with her hand on her hip. I don't know what dick-measuring championship you two have been fighting for a decade, but you need to grow up. It's over. Act like it. Good night. Good night, Riley. Sleep well, Eli says with a shit-eating grin. The minute she's out of the room, his smile drops. It's hard work to sustain an appearance of normalcy when all you want to do is to go to sleep and never wake up. I know something about it. I'm done. I stand, anxious to go after her. It's an involuntary reaction. My body has a need to be with her, close to her, to feel good again. Pussy, Eli mutters. Go ahead, go after her. I know you're dying to. You know nothing about it, I tell him, setting the record straight. I won't taint whatever is happening between Riley and me with the problems in my past. I jogged down the backyard toward the dock. I took a bedroom in the house, but I'll be damned if I'm sleeping there. I've been biding my time, waiting 3 months for the chance to touch her, and I'm not throwing away the opportunity now. A dock light shines on the name painted on the back of the boat. My Lane. He called the goddamn boat My Lane. He's never getting over her. Kicking off my shoes, I climb aboard and follow the stairs below deck. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen is standing in the galley, drinking a glass of water. Hi? She says, her eyebrows raised in question. She smiles so sweetly I want to devour her until she's screaming my name. Did you need something? I almost laugh. Where do I begin? In 2 steps, I close the gap between us. Take the glass out of her hand and place it on the table. Then I take her face in my hands. I'm falling in love with this woman. Hell, maybe I'm kidding myself and I'm already in love with her. I didn't want to love her. I didn't want to love anybody. I was done with love. too much pain, too much suffering, but I can't lie to myself anymore. You. I need you. Looking into my eyes, she touches me, shapes her fingers over the bones of my face, and puts her full lips on mine. Every time I kiss her feels like the first time. A lit fuse leading to a raging fire. I've never had so much chemistry with anyone. I kiss her back. The fire threatens to get out of control. I pick her up and carry her into the bedroom.
Chapter 14. Riley. It's happening. This is finally going to happen. I don't know whether to fist pump or cry from happiness. Soft and heavy-lidded, his eyes meet mine. Then slowly, very slowly, he leans in, takes my face in his hands, and kisses me. His tongue slips into mine, and we slowly dance backward toward the small bed. If the kiss in the kitchen was a promise of long nights and twisted, sweaty sheets, this kiss is filled with longing and need. It's charged with emotion. Jordan kisses with every fiber of his being, like his life depends on it. I want you to know that this means something to me. It comes out of him in a low, sweet murmur, but I hear it as loud as a shotgun blast. And just like that, his sweet words bring me back to earth. This is going to change everything. It might be the beginning or the end, but I'm still unsure which. I search his eyes and see the truth. He's letting me see the truth. And the truth is that he's as scared of getting his heart broken as I am. This means something to me too, I confess. I fall back onto the bed, and he follows. He climbs on and spreads my knees apart with his. His hands bracket my shoulders, holding himself over me, looking at me like he can't believe this is happening. Holding his face, I bring him closer and kiss him, giving as good as I'm getting. All my senses level up. The wine we had at dinner tastes better on his tongue. His stubble is rough under my palms. His lips are silkier on mine. I accumulate details about him like I do crumbs of information. But what I don't have to wonder about is his desire.
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
here for me. Don't disappear on me again.
I won't,
He promises. Jordan pushes off the bed and stands. He grabs the back of his thin black sweater and pulls it over his head. Does the same with his black undershirt, exposing his magnificent chest dusted with hair. It never ceases to amaze me. He's so perfectly sculpted, I need to touch it to make sure it's real. I wonder how much work it takes to look like this. He unbuttons his jeans, slowly, happy to take his time and let me watch. Too much time, maybe. Jordan? He's teasing me. I see it in his smile. A smile that reaches his eyes for once. He spreads open the fly of his jeans and his erection punches out, barely contained by his boxer briefs. Hooking his thumbs over the elastic waist with deliberate slowness, he pulls both down. He's bigger than I imagined him to be. And my imagination is pretty fertile. This may be more than I can handle. Similar to never working out and then entering the New York City Marathon. You'll get some personal satisfaction, but it will hurt in the end.
baby.
I glance back up into his smoldering green eyes and find them filled with concern.
Are you okay?
Now would probably be a good time to tell you that I don't do this often. You'll need to grade me on a sliding scale. Fighting a smile, he comes over to me and unbuttons my jean shorts, looks up.
Can I?
Yes. He pulls them down along with my blue panties with a strong grip. His nostrils flare, his eyes telling me he likes what he sees. There's something primal about him when he's turned on, dominating in a way that turns me on too. He's not gentle about what he wants. I don't know why it surprises me. Jordan's a classic alpha out of bed. I've had plenty of practice taking orders from him. I make quick work of the oversized white sweater I'm wearing, which leaves only my bra. But Jordan is in no rush. His attention is held captive by my nipples poking through the nylon. Warm fingers brush back and forth over them. He scrapes them between his teeth, and I shoot off the bed, quickly reduced to begging for relief. Jordan! I arch off the bed, and Jordan makes quick work of removing the bra. Then he pins me down with his hips, and even though he's 3 inches taller than me, all our parts mold together perfectly. A matching set. Being skin to skin with him feels so good I'm ready to come. My patience begins to wear thin, and my passion runs high. I can't wait another minute. He teases me between my legs with his fingers and tongue. He explores every inch of me with his lips. And after he's made me scream his name, after he's made me come with his mouth, and he presses his pelvis down, grabs my thigh, and hooks it over his waist. He thrusts his hips and buries his body inside of mine so deep, I can't feel where I start and he ends anymore. And when I come, he comes with me. I can't keep the love out of my eyes. Where he goes, I follow.
How do you feel?
The man I'm in love with asks. Like I was run through by a battering ram. I smile and he places his soft lips on mine. Other than that, never better. One glance at my phone tells me we slept past breakfast. I've never spent so much time in bed in my entire life, not even when I had the flu. Jordan's lips lift into a soft smile, his expression both guilty and self-satisfied. Last night was amazing. Even better than my fantasies. But I need to ice up before I can get back in the game. That said, I now recall that we didn't use a condom, and I'm trying not to freak out about it.
I'm sorry if I was rough. Leaning over me, he places a string of kisses down my shoulder and arm.
You get me so turned on I can't help myself.
Good, I say, glad to be the one who makes him lose control.
Can I ask you something?
He says quietly. Anything. I sift my fingers through his hair, and his eyelids get heavy.
Why didn't you go to college?
Not the question I was expecting, but a fair one. Why didn't I go to college? Do I tell him the truth? That I was busy committing petty crimes with Tommy's crew when everyone else was preparing to take the SATs? That I was a bad student because I had a hard time concentrating? That I feared if I didn't keep a close eye on my mother, I would turn into an orphan? Do I tell him that if I hadn't run into Dominic that lucky day at the 7-Eleven, I'd probably be in jail?
You're one of the smartest people I know,
claims the man I'm madly in love with in a quiet voice. Coming from him, that's saying a lot. I'm flattered, but I'm doing exactly what I've always wanted to do. I love the home renovation business with all my heart, and now that Maisie is back where she belongs, I need to get back to it soon. Because everything I need to know I can learn on YouTube. I'm only half kidding. Jordan examines my face.
Funny.
Have you browsed YouTube lately?
No, not lately.
He deadpans, his lips twitching in amusement.
Do you own stock in the company?
I wish. But go ahead. Name anything and I'll find you a video that teaches you how to do it.
Anything?
He says, the challenge making his eyes spark. Anything.
Open heart surgery,
he says, with a look so smug it begs to be slapped off his pretty face. I sigh. I should have known he'd be like this. Name something else. But he doesn't. He waits patiently for me to get serious, while his warm, encouraging hand brushes up and down my bare back. His gentle persistence makes me want to confess everything. My mother, she really loved my dad, I explain. Like crazy love. They were high school sweethearts. My throat swells with emotion. I haven't spoken about this with anyone, not even Veronica. I used to believe some things are best not examined too closely, and maybe I was wrong. When he died, she fell apart. There were days, sometimes weeks, she wouldn't get out of bed. It was clinical depression, but I didn't know that back then, and she refused to see a doctor until recently. I swallow. I missed a lot of school. I barely slept for years, too scared she'd hurt herself and I'd be alone. Tears well up in my eyes. I bite the inside of my cheek to stave off more, but Jordan won't have it. He pushes me onto my back and gets between my legs. Hips to hips, green eyes to blue, his lips a hair's breadth from mine. Jordan's an anchor, the steadiness I've never had and desperately needed. I realize now I've been drifting my entire life.
I'm sorry,
he murmurs. Holding my face, he kisses me softly. Jordan can strip the bark off of me with one look, the protective shell I've spent years building. He makes me feel like I'm the only person in the world who matters.
Don't hold back. Give it to me. I'll carry it for you.
I kiss him back the way he kisses me, as if everything rests on this one point of contact, like he's committing every fiber of his soul to it. He pushes inside of me, and I arch up to take all of him, good and bad. He guides my hands above our heads and holds them there, and then I do as I'm told. I don't hold back. I give it all to him. The town of Chatham is exactly what I expected. Charming shops and mom-and-pop restaurants, vintage clothing stores, antique shops and sidewalk art shows on Sunday. It feels like I've traveled back in time to a simpler world, one I'd like to get lost in and never return. I'm going for a run, I announced to my lover. I mean, technically, he's my lover. I want to be his girlfriend, but that's still very much up to him. Jordan picks his head up off the pillow and looks at me, eyelids heavy. Come back to bed. I'll get your heart rate up. My body needs a break. Jordan does nothing in half measures, including sex. I need some air. Come with me. I walk back to the bed we haven't left for 12 hours and kiss the back of his neck, and he sighs. I've never known a person more desperate to be touched than this one. He's responsive, and not just in a sexual way. It's like no one has ever shown him any affection. I run my fingers through his hair and drag my nails down over his shoulder, and he groans in delight. You better stop. I can't run with a heart on. I slap his ass. Hurry up. I'll wait for you on the deck.
Jordan. I've given up trying to anticipate what life has in store. Whenever I think I have something figured out, I'm inevitably reminded that I know nothing. I'm a proven fraud. Riley runs ahead, her long, shapely legs eating up the asphalt. I'm happy to hang back and enjoy the view. Her spectacular ass is arguably the best on the planet. Mine, the little voice in my head whispers. My basest instinct plays on a loop in my head, the blood in my veins pulsing with it. I've turned into the worst possible version of myself overnight. Insatiably hungry for her. Proprietary. I haven't felt better in years, a decade practically, and it's not just because it's the best sex I've ever had. It's because she's so much more than that. Try to keep up, old man, she says and laughs. I'm enjoying the view too much. We're surprisingly well matched in every way possible. In bed, there's no question, but also in life. Despite everything she's suffered, she has a strength of spirit I admire, that I envy. Life could have soured her a long time ago like it did me, and yet she's still an optimist. She's still kind and loving. It's time to be honest with myself and admit that I'm in love with her, that maybe I have been for a while. She stops to catch her breath, her hands on her hips and her breasts rising and falling. She glances at the house to our right, and her face lights up. What is it? My eyes follow her line of sight. The house is old and small compared to the other estates on this street. Knowing this area fairly well, I'd bet it's a historical landmark, one that looks to have been neglected for years. It's in bad shape. I know, isn't it amazing? She says. You're amazing, I want to tell her, and that's not all. I would rebuild the dormers, she says excitedly. Retain the historical integrity, but with less flourish. Something more appropriate for the proportions of the house. Paint it blue with white trim. The yellow is outdated. Fuck. This is turning me on. I'm getting hard just listening to her talk about a broken-down house. There's a for sale sign, I hear myself saying. It's on the ground. Come on, let's go check out this dump. I'd buy her the house just to see that look on her face every day. No, Jordan, she laughs. And it's not a dump, it's a treasure. She's the real treasure. She can see the beauty in everything, even a rundown house with a sagging roofline. She can see value in someone like me. What would you do with a house like this? Historical landmarks are notorious money pits. Her gaze moves from me to the house. I have a family. The answer knocks me off balance. I look back at the house, at the promise of what could be. Except I can't see it. Not the family she wants. Not the life she more than deserves. I can't give her what she wants. I can't make her happy. And that tears me to pieces. What? She smiles softly, blue eyes bright and full of wonder. You're beautiful. I kiss her. Come. Taking her hand, I drag her across the lawn, kick over the real estate sign, and pull out my phone.
Riley. It's been in the Anderson family for over 50 years. Missy Paget, the real estate broker, tells us. Love at first sight. And I'm not talking about Jordan. That love was a slow build. I'm talking about this old house. He's right. It's an absolute mess. The roof needs to be rebuilt. The foundation is compromised in certain areas. But I'd have the time of my life restoring it. The grandmother who owned it died last year, and the grandkids who inherited it, well, as you can see, they've let it go. You should make an offer, she says to Jordan. The sellers are motivated. Sorry, Missy. Just window shopping and daydreaming. I feel Jordan's eyes on me and turn. I love this man with my heart and soul. Every time he looks at me or touches me, he does it with love. It's not just off-the-charts hot sex. It's that he puts so much feeling into every touch that I wake up feeling worshipped every morning. What? I say as an irrepressible grin pulls my lips apart. I'd rather look at you than stained wallpaper. I laugh. Missy, he says, getting her attention. We can check out the rest of the place on our own. My girlfriend is a contractor. She knows what she's doing. I'll let you know what I decide. Girlfriend. He said girlfriend. Missy looks confused about being dismissed so effectively. She has no idea who she's dealing with. When she doesn't move fast enough, he gives her the Grim Reaper special, a look I've come to know well. Oh, okay. A contractor? Missy replies. Licensed in New York, I add. I wouldn't want her to think we're scammers. Just good old-fashioned tire kickers. It's not like we can steal anything in here. There's nothing of value except for someone like me who can recognize the real maple panels under 3 layers of wallpaper in the living room. Okay, yeah, call me if you have any questions, Mr. West. The second Missy walks out of the ground floor dining room, Jordan is on me, kissing my neck, squeezing my ass, pulling my hips against his. His silky shorts are no match for the strength and size of his erection. We might as well be naked. I thought you'd never leave, he grunts. This is why you wanted to see the house? We could have spared her and gone back to the boat. No. He kisses my neck and scrapes the skin with his teeth. It sends a shiver up my spine. I like the way your face lights up when you see something you like. My poor, insecure heart thumps harder. I press my hand against him, smooth it down the length of his erection, and squeeze. Here's something I like very much. Never in my life would I have said something like that before. Jordan makes me bold. He makes me brave. Maybe fortune is finally favoring me. I get down on my knees and show him just how much. Chapter 15. Riley. That's not how you... No, don't do that. It needs to be at... says immature male number 1. It's never going to hold. No, it isn't, and you'll end up falling, replies immature male number 2. The next day, I'm back, not 5 minutes from a morning run, when I hear this coming from the back of the house. I walk to the far side and find Eli and Jordan ready to throw down. Do that again and I'm going to punch you. I fucking dare you. They're rolling around on the ground again. You tried to steal my wife, Eli yells. She wasn't your wife then, Jordan growls. This isn't a crumb. This is a lot more than a crumb. This is an entire damn loaf. I march over to the garden hose in the corner and spray them. What is going on here? They stop wrestling and look up at me, water dripping off their faces. "Hi, remember me?" I wave. "The responsible adult in the house?" Jordan looks aggravated while Eli ignores me altogether. They get up and Eli returns to inspecting the lumber and plywood a lumberyard delivered when I was out. "Anybody see a 2-year-old lying around?" I ask, angry at both of them. "In the playpen on the porch," Jordan indicates, his expression shuddered. Glancing over my shoulder, I see the baby playing with a stuffed doll and sigh in relief. She doesn't look to have noticed the 2 grown men fighting over her dead mother. I want to cry. "What are you guys doing with all this wood?" I ask, hiding my despair in small talk. "Treehouse," Eli announces while he drags a post across the lawn to an ancient oak tree that splits halfway up the trunk. Mind you, he does it in a red terrycloth robe that flaps in the wind and exposes his gigantic dick covered only by transparent white boxers. I glance at Jordan, who is either too embarrassed to look at me or lost in thought about the dead love of his life. "Are you guys always like this?" His lips purse and he shrugs. "Not so much when Lainey was around." We watch Eli struggle to drag the second beam over by himself. Once done, he marches over to us. "I understand this is your area of expertise," he says to me, all businesslike. "It is." "I need to build a treehouse for Amazing Maisie," he announces. I try to choose my words carefully. From what I've gathered since we arrived 5 days ago, Eli has always been somewhat eccentric, a mad genius of sorts. I don't know how much grief has turned him more mad than genius, though. "She's 2 years old, Eli." "For when she gets older." He looks off, brow wrinkled in deep thought. "Lane and I had one when we were kids. I want Maze to have one too." I walk over to the oak tree, which is at least 100 years old. The branches mangled, heavy, and hanging low. The weight would have to be offset so that the branches wouldn't grow through and around and take the entire structure down. "I'll come up with a rough plan and we can start tomorrow." Eli bear hugs me and swings me around. "That's enough gratitude," Jordan grumbles. I laugh and Eli puts me back on my feet. Jordan claims me instantly. Wrapping his arm around my shoulders, he plants a kiss on my neck. It's the first time he's been openly affectionate with me in public. The thing with Tommy keeps nagging me. I love this man. I love him utterly and completely, even if he is still in love with someone else. And I'm keeping a big secret from him. It's not right. It's wrong, in fact. And it feels increasingly as if I'm holding on to a ticking time bomb that's about to explode in my face. I have to come clean about Tommy if I want a future with Jordan. How, though? How do I tell him my life is falling apart without losing him in the process? For the next 2 days, we worked tirelessly building Amazing Maisie's castle, as Eli named it. Jordan, not accustomed to physical labor, is asleep by 10 p.m. every night. Our nightly activities have been seriously curtailed, and he's not happy about it. I crack open a book I found in the library, one of Eli's fantasy novels, while the man of my dreams talks in his sleep. "Too much. Wrong." I run my fingers through his hair, and he whimpers and presses into my touch. Even asleep, he welcomes it. I'm so far gone, I can't imagine my life without him in it. But our days here are numbered. It's only a matter of time before Eli finds a nanny for Maisie, and Jordan and I have to get back to reality. I don't know what going home will do to us. It also hasn't escaped my notice that he hasn't said anything about love. He hasn't made any declaration.
Then again, neither have I.
Jordan. Pack sandwiches. We're taking the boat out today. I haven't sailed since last summer, and I've been itching to get back out on the water. A nice wind kicked up today, giving me the perfect excuse. It's a cover. Frankly, I need to have Riley to myself again. Those big blue eyes search my face. But what about the treehouse? She looks so unsure, I almost give in. Those eyes have a power over me that's borderline frightening. The treehouse can do without us for a few hours. When Riley makes a promise, she keeps it, and she promised Eli a treehouse before we leave in a few days. Riley puts Maisie back in the playpen and pets her head. I feel bad for Eli. The woman I'm falling hard for has a heart as big as the sun. She puts on the sunglasses I bought her yesterday in town. I nearly pissed myself laughing when she tried to give me money for them. Sometimes I can't believe she's real. For a cynic, I'm constantly surprised this world hasn't ruined her yet. We just took care of his daughter for 3 months. We've done all that we can do for him. Riley's an open book, her thoughts clearly visible on her face. And right now she's torn about something. Tipping up her chin, I kiss her gently. She rakes her fingers across my chest, and I instantly get hard. I don't know what it is about this woman, but her touch breathes life into me. An image flashes in my mind. Riley holding a baby, our baby. And my pulse races. For a single suspended moment, so much joy explodes in my chest that it robs me of oxygen. Then I remember I can't have kids, and it all comes crashing down. I've never even considered having a family. Not with my history. Turkey or ham? She asks. Turkey. Our days here are numbered. And with each passing hour, I'm getting a growing sense of unrest, of something unresolved. Where are you two going? Eli asks when he sees me prepare the boat. I push the cooler of drinks onto the deck and load the bag of food Riley packed for us. Taking the boat out, is all I tell him. Did you find a nanny? We haven't been able to leave for that reason. He can't take care of her alone, and I would never leave Maisie with him without one. Eli nods. A retired nurse who lives in town? Good. You guys are leaving soon? He looks off at the horizon. Something in his voice gets my attention. We've had a fractious relationship since the day we met. First friends, then rivals, then friends again. All because of Lane. I have to get back to work. I'm pretty sure he was dragging his feet on the nanny to keep us here. Not that Eli would ever admit it, but he's lonely. And having someone, anyone, but especially a woman like Riley in the house, changes everything. Nothing seems hopeless anymore. I know from first-hand experience. We'll be back soon, Eli, I promise, Riley tells him as she walks past him and boards the boat. He nods and forces a smile. I know how he feels. I know that sense of loss, and how it colors everything else. But I finally have a chance at happiness, and I'm not going to give it up. Not for anything.
Riley. Jordan? We didn't get very far. We sailed around the bay, found a deserted cove, and dropped anchor. We've been below deck since. The man is insatiable. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, but I would like to see sunlight occasionally. I rake my fingers over his chest, circle his nipples, and he's fully erect again. I'm going for a swim. Water's cold. I don't care. I haven't gone swimming in forever. His head comes off the pillow. Did you bring the red swimsuit? His smirk makes me laugh. So you did like it. Too much, baby. I liked it too much. I got hard in public. A grin spreads on my face. I'm flattered. You should be. He grunts into the pillow. That doesn't happen to me, ever. Come on.
I say, stroking his erection.
You can't leave me like this,
he practically howls. How is his dick not chafed? It's the hardest working organ on his body. I've had more sex with Jordan in 1 week than in the 2 years I dated Jimmy. You'll survive. Come with me. On deck, I watch the bank of clouds in the distance creep closer. The weather is mercurial here on the Cape, especially the wind. It can cut you in two on a windy day. Taking my long-sleeve t-shirt off and shorts, I jump in the water in my bra and underwear. The red swimsuit is tucked in the drawer at home because someone led me to believe it was too sexy. I scream. The water is freezing. I can barely catch my breath. Told you, the man of my dreams says, standing on the deck in nothing but shorts and his sunglasses. He slips them off and jumps in after me. Breaking the water line, he blows out a sharp breath and shakes his head. Then he grabs my hips and pulls me close, my legs wrapping around his waist.
Fuck, it's cold,
he grumbles. You didn't have to follow me in, I say, between the sweet, closed-mouth kisses he keeps placing on my lips.
I'd follow you anywhere,
he whispers back. And when I think I can't fall any harder for him, that I couldn't love him more than I already do, he makes a liar out of me. Jordan? I finally scare up the courage to speak. He's doing something with the boat, adjusting lines or preparing sails or something. What happened with Lainey and Eli? Between the three of you. Jordan drops the ropes and walks to the head of the boat, looking out at the horizon like he's searching for something. He exhales, pushes his sunglasses to the top of his head, and squints at me.
I was 14 when I got sick. Do you know what's on the mind of a boy that age?
Girls?
Girls.
He smiles.
Lane and I had something in common. Cancer. The disease we were both fighting. It's like going to war. The experience binds you. She turned it into something romantic. Too many Jane Austen books.
He sits down next to me.
She was beautiful and funny, and I was a boy with no hair, no social life, and a handful of friends who never came to visit. She paid attention to me, made me feel seen.
He shrugs.
I fell for her, but Eli was always around, visiting daily. I convinced myself I could win her over. Then for a few years, she made me believe I had. We were both going to get better, so we could be together. At least that's what she made me believe. I did everything the doctors asked of me. I never gave up because I was doing it for Lane. She told me to keep it a secret because she didn't want to hurt Eli's feelings. She told me to wait until we went to Harvard. We'd both been accepted. Eli was heading to Yale. For years, she kept stringing me along, until our freshman year at Harvard. That's when she admitted she was in love with Eli. I transferred to MIT next semester.
I can hear my heart breaking one piece at a time. For him, for me, empathy rearing its ugly head again. My chest aches for the boy with so much working against him. But I also send up a silent prayer of gratitude to Lane. She gave him a reason to live, a reason to fight, and for that I thank her. She probably saved his life by giving him hope, false or otherwise. And you stayed friends? He smiles softly.
I couldn't stay mad at her.
And Eli?
He doesn't know.
You never told him. He shakes his head.
What for? To make him as miserable as I was? I wouldn't do that to her.
I get up and walk over to him. I throw my arms around his waist and sink my face into his neck. He feels so solid and warm and present. I never feel like his mind is somewhere else or with someone else when we're together. Is this real? I whisper. Jordan squeezes me tighter. He kisses my cheek and my forehead. This is real, he whispers back.
Chapter 16. Jordan. I envy you. Eli's rocky voice rips my attention off the football game. We're watching the Pats shut out Miami, but I'm barely paying attention. My mind is on the woman in the kitchen. Me? Why me? I'm curious enough to ask. He chuckles dryly. There's no humor in it, and glances at the door that leads to the kitchen. Eli cooked a feast fit for 10, and Riley offered to clean up. Because your best years are ahead of you while mine are long gone. At 34, I doubt it, but he's not ready to hear it. He's still too drunk on grief, and the process of drying out is a long one. You're wrong, but you won't listen, so I'll save the speech for later. You're one to talk. The smartest motherfucker I know, and yet clueless. He raises his glass, gives me a sardonic smile, and drinks. You think you've hit a wall, but you're only in a corner, brother. Life is sending you in another direction. All you have to do is open your eyes and feel your way out. Wise words for a man who's stuck in his own personal hell. I'd be lying to myself if I didn't admit that he may be onto something, though. I've never planned anything. I never saw the need. When you're a kid with cancer, you learn very quickly to live day by day and not to set impossible goals. There's so much misery, so much at stake with every doctor's visit, with every test you take, that you dare not risk more disappointment. In a way, it's a blessing and a curse. It forces you to live in the moment, to appreciate every single one you experience. The downside is that you develop a blind spot for the future, in fear that the future may never come. Maybe that's why I fell so hard for Lainey. I was a scared, lonely kid, sick and isolated at an age where I was beginning to figure out who I was. Then a beautiful girl with an easy smile came along who understood me. She knew my pain, and suddenly I wasn't alone anymore. Despite the circumstances, she gave me hope. I would have done anything to take her away from Eli back then. He was the enemy standing in my way. Why don't you take your own advice? You have a daughter who needs you. Eli stares blindly at the bottom of his glass, like he's waiting for someone to give him a break from the pain of missing Lane. If Lane would kick your ass if she saw you like this. He nods. You're right. The blank look on his face worries me. He slipped in and out of it all day like he's hiding from me. What about Riley? For a long list of reasons. I can't talk about Riley with him. With anyone. And at the top of that list is that I'm still trying to figure it out myself. My feelings for her are too strong to be safe. It's a need so powerful, it scares the living daylights out of me. What about her? I see the way you look at her. Sometimes I feel like I've lived 100 years, and none of them good. None except for the last 3 months. It's been so long since I felt content, at peace, whatever you want to call it, that I'd forgotten what it's like. Images from yesterday flood my mind, and I have to stop myself from going to her, from wrapping my arms around her from behind and sinking my face in her neck, nose to skin, hips to hips, joined as one. I can't get enough of her, of the way she moves, the way she feels, the way she smells. There's something about the scent of a woman that transcends physical attraction. A person can be your type and check all the right boxes, but if her scent is off, it won't work. Riley even smells like mine. The thought of her leaving makes me uneasy. And since I won't abide feeling that way anymore, I need to convince her to stay once we get back to the city. Whatever it takes. Even if I have to dream up ways to pay her. It's just a distraction. I dissemble remarkably well, but the words leave a bitter taste in my mouth. A distraction? He shakes his head. I know you better than anyone. Catching himself, he pauses. Laney knew me better than anyone. I love Eli, but Laney understood me in ways he never could or will. If life has taught me nothing else, it's that misery brings people together like nothing else can. And what Laney and I experienced can't be manufactured. The day we met irrevocably changed both of us. Don't lie to yourself. There's more to it than that. I'm a bad bet, I tell him, and she knows it. Both painful and true. Riley could do so much better than me. She needs to be with someone who can guarantee her a future. Someone who won't leave her a shell of a person, a bad copy of her former self, like what's left of Eli. Sparing her heartache would be the noble thing to do. Eli's attention returns to the game. He swallows the last of his drink. Does she? It's not a question. He's calling me on my bullshit. Take it from me, buddy. You may not get another chance at happiness. The thing about me, I've never been noble.
Riley. With blood rushing in my ears, I back away from the open door to the family room and sneak out of the house. I wasn't about to stick around and listen to more insults. Distraction? I'm a distraction? I'm glad I found out how he really feels before I declared my undying love. He's looked so genuinely happy lately that I thought, forget it. I don't know what I was thinking. At the boat, I climb aboard and sit on the deck. The darkness is so thick it's a black curtain. The perfect backdrop to my mood. The night chill makes me wrap my arms around my knees and rest my chin there. I catch his scent on the sweater I'm wearing. The pain in my chest is so severe, it feels like I walked into a buzzsaw. It's not like I expected declarations of love, but I didn't expect him to be so cold, so flippant about us. Maybe I imagined it. All of it. The warmth, the affection. I thought he cared about me the way I care about him. The way I love him. Fuck. I'm completely, undeniably in love with him, and I was hoping he could love me back. Behind me, footsteps approach, and I wipe my face and eyes. Under the cover of night, I'll be spared the embarrassment of him seeing he broke me. I can keep the last bit of my dignity. Hey, he says quietly. So quietly it brings tears to my eyes again. My mother was right. I don't know why it surprises me, but it does. I guess I'm still the fool who believed her father was going to get better and a family of magic dragons lived under the city streets. Tomorrow morning, I'll book a bus ride home. Maisie's finally back where she belongs, with Eli, and Tommy's gambling debt will be paid off next payday. My work here is done. Hey, I echo back, but it's weak and falls flat. He'll know something is wrong. I can't even pretend right now. What are you doing out here? I thought you were going to join us. My stomach is on the fritz. Go on without me, I say in a shaky voice. Are you in pain? Can I get you anything? There's tension in his voice at the slightest sign of illness. Now I get it. It all makes sense. It's a stomach ache, Jordan. I'll recover. I can't even look at him. If I turn around, he'll see I'm lying. Then why won't you look at me? I hear him climb onto the boat and stop right behind me. Is something wrong? His powers of observation are really inconvenient at times. Nope, everything's fine. You don't sound fine. Well, I am. Riley? I said I'm fine. Go back to your friend. He stands there silently for what feels like a short eternity. Then, to add insult to injury, he says, Is this a female issue? I shit you not. I am barely holding it together, and he wants to know if I'm on the rag. He needs to stop, or it's going to get ugly. Am I supposed to guess why you're suddenly in a bad mood? He continues without a clue. Have you ever been so mad you want to cry? So mad you're positive the blood in your veins is turning into acid? Yeah, we're at that part of the story. The part where I want to hurt him the way he hurt me. But I can't do it. Something stops me. I don't have that gene that allows a person to hurt the one they love most. Because I do love him. It sucks, but I do. I love him desperately. Riley. I won't hurt him. But I'd settle for screaming into a pillow right now. You don't know a damn thing, Jordan. Zilch, Zippo, nothing. Okay. You sound confused, so let me clear it up for you. You don't know squat. If I had to write a book about what you know about females, it wouldn't be worth the paper it's printed on. Riley. The audiobook would be white noise. Bzz, bzz, bzz. White-hot anger bubbles to the surface and spills over. There's no stopping me now. Fine, you've made your point. Good. Now get off my lane, I tell him. I'm livid, the feeling running roughshod over me. Rye. No! Standing, I turn to face him and catch the look of complete bewilderment on his beautiful face. Then I march below deck wearing anger and resentment on mine and slam the door shut. Naturally, he follows because why should he listen? The selfish jerk. He walks into the bedroom, closes the door, and leans back against it. What's going on? His voice is forceful this time, and it's enough to drive me over the edge. What's the point in keeping it to myself? I'm leaving tomorrow anyway. I'm leaving tomorrow. The room is so small there's nowhere to go. No escape. Leaving? He makes a face somewhere between confusion and suspicion. Why? You don't need a babysitter anymore, and it's time I get back to my business. Frankie and Fat Jesus need me. Tommy, too. Fat Jesus? He echoes, thoroughly confused. You're my assistant. That's what I hired you for. I can't be your assistant. I'm sensing a lot of misplaced anger. Misplaced? It's like he knows exactly what to say to piss me off. I heard you. His brow wrinkles quizzically. Okay. No, I heard you talking to Eli about me. His body stiffens, and guilt appears on his face. His chin tips down, and he runs both hands through his hair, as if he's searching for an answer or an excuse. What did you hear? It doesn't matter, I say, losing the will to fight. I'm catching a bus back to New York tomorrow. I can't look at him or I'll cry. He sits on the bed next to me, and his muscular thigh, covered in navy deck shorts, touches mine. I can feel his body heat and smell the expensive body wash he uses. It triggers memories of what we've shared the last few nights. What did you hear, Riley? He gently repeats. That I'm a distraction for you. I heard enough to know it's time to get back to reality. He gave it all away a long time ago. Bonnie's words come rushing back. But then I feel his gaze on me, and he brushes my hair off my shoulder, and my resolve weakens. He can be so sweet and tender at times that I want to scream at the injustice of life. It's not fair that the first time I fall in love, it's with someone I can't have. I didn't mean it, he tells me. My pride won't let go of the anger. Spare me. I can't talk about us with Eli. Then who can you talk about us with? He has no answer for this. Just go, Jordan. He shakes his head. No, I'm not losing you over a misunderstanding. Tears of frustration start all over again.
Why does love have to be so painful? I understood you perfectly. I was laboring under the false impression that you're a nice guy. Thanks for the heads up. He blows out a sharp breath, steeling himself. I feel guilty. That's why I can't talk about us. Pausing, he takes hold of my shoulders and forces me to face him. I spent years trying to take Lane away from him, and for the first time in decades, I have something good. Something real all to myself. And Laney's gone. His eyes close, embarrassed by his admission. I know him by now. I know what shame looks like on his face. I also know it's tearing him up. The fight leaves me drained. Why couldn't you just tell me that instead of hurting my feelings? He places me on his lap and holds me tightly, getting as close as possible. Then he kisses me. Don't leave. I'm begging you, Riley. I can't leave Maisie alone with Eli just yet, which means I can't chase you back home. Please stay. My arms wrap around him and squeeze. Clinging to him, my complicated, emotionally challenged man, the one I'm still very much in love with, I say, okay. Nobody has ever accused love of being easy, so why does everyone expect it to be? A moment later, I hear, "Who's fat Jesus?" As they say, all good things come to an end. So does our stay in Chatham. We passed the 2-week marker when Maisie's castle was completed. Eli being Eli, he painted the exterior to look like an honest-to-goodness medieval turret. For the first time, I'm both excited and scared to face what comes next. This was a perfect little bubble to indulge my fantasy of happy ever after. But New York is a different animal. I made this for you. Eli holds out a package roughly larger than a book. I'm so shocked by the gesture that I don't reach for it immediately, which leaves him hanging. Oh, you didn't have to, I mumble, finally coming back to my senses. I know, I wanted to. I remove the wrapping paper carefully to reveal an illustration of me as a cartoon action figure reminiscent of a Marvel superhero. In one hand, there's a baton, and tucked under the opposite arm is a baby who looks like Maisie. A wide smile splits my face, and tears fill my eyes. You did this? Eli's a man of many talents. I'm playing around with the idea of adding her to my books. Eli? The words desert me. I'm touched and honored. 3 months ago, I didn't know either of them, and now these people mean the world to me. Jordan kisses Maisie on the cheek and hands her back to Eli, his jaw rock hard from too much emotion with nowhere to go. Putting his sunglasses on, he heads for the Audi without another word. Come back anytime you want, Eli says. Maisie would love to see you. So would I. He smiles tenderly, and my heart feels it. The inevitable tears come when it's time for me to say goodbye to Maisie. She shattered my world and gave me something else to consider. Rye, pick up. Holding her close, I whisper in her ear, I love you very, very much. Don't ever forget that. Love, she repeats. As soon as I snap my seatbelt, Jordan slowly backs out of the driveway while Eli watches us go, the wind kicking up the black robe he's wearing. Maisie tugs on his beard, unfazed by it all. I wipe the tears away as quickly as I can, but they're soon replaced by more. Jordan stops at the bottom of the gravel driveway and leans closer. He takes my face in his hands and kisses me like he's gone too long without one. Ready to go home? I nod, then whisper near his lips. What home? His easy gaze drifts over my face. Our home. Chapter 17. Riley. Hear that? Jordan says to me the minute we push open the front door. I step inside and listen, but I can't hear anything. No? That's the sound of an empty apartment. Jordan stalks toward me with a hungry expression. I laugh, backing away from him while he advances. How has your dick not fallen off yet? Is the real question. Baby, his smile is positively wolfish. I'm just getting started. Taking my face in his hands, he kisses me. We move through the apartment, peeling clothes off along the way. A sweater in the foyer, 2 pairs of sneakers in the hall, jeans in the living room, and underwear on the couch. We just had sex on the kitchen island, I mumble hours later, after we've had our fill of each other, when we're both exhausted and drugged from the endorphins flooding our systems. I've been blissfully mindless all day, soaking in every moment spent with the man I love. In the quiet hours of midnight is when I remember that time is ticking. I need to tell Jordan about Tommy and the gambling debt, and I'm terrified of how he'll react. And the couch? And the floor of the hallway? We just desecrated the entire apartment. What do you have to say for yourself? Want to do it again? He smiles wickedly. Turning onto my stomach, I stuff a pillow under my cheek and run my finger down his naked back. He shivers under my touch. Jordan? I need to get my business up and running again. It's going to be winter soon. Wait until spring, he mumbles, half asleep. People need me. They depend on me for work. His eyes blink open. Like Fat Jesus? And Frankie. He has PTSD and can't hold a steady job. And Tommy. The guy with the attitude? He says, running his hand over my shoulder. I'm surprised he remembers Tommy from that day at the job site. Thing is, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a problem. My gut says to tell him everything, why I took this job in the first place, and my heart implores me to keep quiet, that I risk losing him if I don't. He's a friend, I say, keeping it simple. A wary look grows on his face. I don't trust the guy. Well, that seals it. This is definitely a problem. Discussing Tommy with him isn't going to happen. It's dead on arrival. You don't have to, Jordan, but he's my friend and I'm keeping him. He gets quiet again in the same way he would before Cape Cod. Work for me until spring. Then I'll help you get your business up and running again. Can you do that for me? I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But then he leans closer and places a string of kisses down my shoulder and arm, and I forget why I shouldn't. Doing what? I ask, and turn onto my back. He crawls between my legs and whispers in my ears. I'll figure something out. We're going to the Met Ballet tomorrow night, my mans tells me when he walks into the bedroom. Another late night at work, fixing something in the code. Ballet? I'm immediately nervous. I mean, ballet? It's so out of my comfort zone that I'm starting to sweat just thinking about it. Go to Bergdorf Goodman tomorrow morning and get something to wear. A suit or a dress, shoes, and a coat to go over it. Nothing flashy. That sounded a lot like marching orders. He seems intent on making me go. Why? I ask. He throws his suit jacket on the plush velvet lounge chair and unbuttons his dress shirt. He peels it off, leaving his chest bare and his pants hanging low on his hips. I'm momentarily distracted. Sometimes I can't believe my luck. It's for charity, organized by one of my first investors. He'll expect me to be there as a courtesy. We haven't really discussed my new duties as his assistant.
I've been running errands and cooking for him, but that barely fills my mornings. I can't stay on his payroll and be his girlfriend. That's wrong in a million different ways. I'm warning you now, my mother will be there. Great. This makes me all the more reluctant to go. Do I really need to go? He glances up from removing his pants, pushes down his underwear, and searches my face. Then he approaches the bed. Pushing me back, he gets on top of me, and I immediately forget to be nervous. Yes, I need you there, he says, looking down at me with unbridled lust. I've never felt more desirable, more wanted in my life. It makes me want to give him everything in return. We need to discuss something, I say as I feel him harden against me. Hooking his fingers in my panties, he pushed them aside and brushes the head of his erection against my core, ready to enter. I guess I should have brought this up before, I say, panting. We never use condoms, and you haven't asked if I'm on the pill. I can't get you pregnant, he states matter-of-factly. I can't hide my surprise. What? How? Chemo. Too much of it. But I froze my sperm. His eyes smile down at me while he plunges inside my body. Wrapping my legs around his waist, I arch my back to take him deeper. I don't know how I managed to speak coherently after that. You did? He nods, and a small smile pulls up one side of his mouth. My mother insisted on it. There's so much I want to ask, so much I want to know, but I keep the questions to myself. I can't hope for more than we have right now, at this moment. Not with all the secrets between us. As much as I want from him, I'll settle for what he's willing to give. I should have told you. His gaze holds mine while he thrusts his hips, pushing me closer to falling apart. Is it okay if we don't use them? It's okay, I whisper near his lips. Now shut up and make love to me. There's no more talking after that. I'm going to the Met Ballet. Pick me out something to wear, nothing flashy, I tell my best friend. Veronica's entire face lights up like she just took a hit pay dirt. This is my favorite part of Billionaire and the Nanny. When the shopping spree starts. Sometimes I skip all the other chapters and go straight to this one, she says, mounting the escalator. Lingerie first. What? No. Hell yes. Cersei will be there. Make me look sophisticated, I say, swallowing the ball of nerve stuck in my throat. I got you. And she did. She picked out a skinny suit in a dark crimson color, a neutral silk top underneath, black pumps I can barely walk in, and a long black maxi coat to go over it. I nearly threw up when she rang me up. I could have bought a new pickup truck for my business with that money. The look on Jordan's face when he came to fetch me at the apartment was worth every penny, though. You look stunning, he tells me when we get out of the car. Jordan takes my hand while the driver holds the door open. He's always been handsome, but there's another dimension to him these days. He looks happy, and it shows. I'd like to believe I had something to do with it. You look nice too, I tell him. It's unfair that all he requires to look stunning is a simple black suit, a white dress shirt, and a black tie. Just nice? He says. Kissing my hand, he pulls me toward the entrance. Can I get in extremely? I can throw in a very for free. I'll take a very. Overly perfumed bodies crowd the entrance of the auditorium. A few greet Jordan. The fun and games come to a crashing halt when we run into Joan. Her fake, bleached smile literally dies when she sees me. What is she doing here? She says to Jordan the moment we step up to greet her. Nice. Fat Jesus has better manners than this one. Don't be rude, he says,
his expression stone cold. Riley's my girlfriend. Why wouldn't she be here? Jordan squeezes my hand tighter. While they discuss me, I pretend I'm not standing there being insulted to my face. It is, however, the first time he's called me his girlfriend to people we know. His mother, no less. So the night isn't a complete soul-crusher. The nanny? Really, Jordan? What's next, a stripper? Or maybe a porn star? The transformation is instant. My sweet, passionate lover disappears, and the Grim Reaper takes his place. We're going to find our seats. Don't call me again until you're ready to apologize to both of us. He doesn't give Joan a chance to respond. He drags me away. It doesn't matter, though. The evening's ruined. Jordan doesn't say another word for the rest of the night. Rye, I need to see you. Call me. Hearing Tommy's voice on my voicemail has a chilling effect. He sounds slightly manic. I know from experience that he's capable of anything when he's in this state, operating on instinct, fear, and emotion he doesn't know how to process. My gut tells me something terrible will happen if I don't deal with him now. I plan to go home in a few days to give him Ivan's last payment. Maybe this is for the best. Once Ivan is paid off, I can worry about getting Tommy some help, maybe getting him into a program. I'm changing into jeans when I get a text from Tommy. T, need to see you. Can you come to SI? Before I answer him, I fire off a text to Jordan. Me, headed home to the SI. See you later. Grim, text me when you're leaving to come back. I'm about to step out the door when Kevin, the doorman, calls my cell. Hi, Miss James. I have a Tom Marsden here to see you. Yeah. I'm both surprised and worried. I don't know how he found the address. I've always been overprotective of Jordan's privacy. I haven't even told my mother where he lives. You can send him up, Kevin, thank you. Lately, he's become so unpredictable that I don't trust him. And having him show up here at Jordan's house uninvited makes me very uncomfortable. Hey, I was just coming to see you, I say, forcing a smile. He looks panicked and jumpy when he steps off the elevator. Pushing past me, he enters the apartment. Is he here? The guy? He demands to know, and glances furtively around for any sign of Jordan. What's this about, T? You're scaring me. And he is. I'm getting increasingly anxious. So much that he's making me regret helping him. Enabling him. He's making me regret not coming clean about this mess with Jordan. About everything. Tommy, the money. I should have told Jordan what happened to me all those years ago. Is he here? No, he works, Tommy. You know, work, what other people do to make money. Eyes cast down. He looks genuinely remorseful for once. Until he opens his mouth again. We need to leave. We need to get out of here. Leave? What the hell is going on? Let's leave. Me and you, let's start over in California. It'll be awesome. He takes my wrist and I rip it out of his hand. I'm not leaving. You're acting crazy. If you cared about me. I have a mother who needs me. My anger breaks free, the anxiety too much to bear. It feels like we've been on a collision course for months. And now that it's finally coming to a head, I don't know how to handle it. I have a business I'm trying to save. I'm not on my own like you, responsible for nothing and no one. Not even yourself. I have a man I love. But I don't say that part out loud. I keep that to myself. Despite all the trouble he's caused, I don't want to hurt him. Most of all, I don't want him to hurt himself. He rubs his face. His hands slide down and come to rest over his mouth. He's freaking out about something. He's hiding something, and I can't do it anymore. I can't save him from himself. Adapt or die. Dom's words keep coming back to me. To save myself, I need to put some distance between us. "They're going to get me if I don't leave," he mumbles. Another gut punch. Something inside of me unravels. I can feel the separation already. Our friendship, a vestigial limb being severed. An umbilical cord stretched beyond its limits until it snaps. I know it's going to be painful, but the reality is that it's already too painful to bear. "Who's after you?" Tears of frustration pool in my eyes. "Who is it?" He shakes his head. He comes here asking me to abandon my life. What's left of it after I put everything on the line for him? But he won't tell me who or what he's running from. "Stay here for a minute," I order. I leave him to get the cash from my dresser drawer. The remaining $2,000 of a $30,000 gambling debt, including the VIG, I owe to Ivan De La Russo. By the time I return to the foyer, he's gone. The front door is wide open, and Tommy is nowhere to be found. I've never aspired to much other than to build a sustainable business I can be proud of and take care of the guys who work for me. You know, pay it forward and all that. Don't get me wrong, I don't begrudge anyone's great success or wealth. Veronica has those aspirations, and she's the best person I know. But I've never wanted more than a modest life. And now that I have one foot in each world, Jordan's and mine, it feels like I don't belong anywhere. Seeing Tommy again reminds me that I don't fit in Jordan's world of wealth and status. But I also don't belong on Staten Island anymore. I'm no longer that girl from the block, hanging out on the stoop, watching life go by. After Tommy takes off, I lock the door and head for Jordan's bathroom, needing to wash away the entire experience. Tomorrow, I'll regroup and see Dom. He might have an idea of how to handle Tommy's problem. The more pressing issue is how to explain it to Jordan. I run the shower super hot and step in. It smells of the British bath gel he uses. It smells like everything good in my life. When I'm with him, I'm not dreading what new crisis I will have to resolve, what fire to put out, what life needs saving. The shower door swings open and Jordan steps inside. Sometimes I see the man I admire. Sometimes the lonely boy he once was. And yet, despite his circumstances, despite everything he's endured, he's still the best man I know. Unlike Tommy, he's never used his struggles to mistreat others or abuse their generosity. Eyes blazing with passion, he takes my face in his hands and kisses me like he hasn't seen me in ages, instead of 10 hours ago. Like I'm the center of his world. That I found him apathetic before makes me laugh. Jordan's reserve of emotion runs so deep that I don't know what it would be like if he ever really cut loose. "You're so fucking sexy," he murmurs. "You drive me crazy." His hands slide down my breasts, one tugging on my nipples while the other works below, getting me ready for him. Picking me up, he pins me against the gray slate wall. I wrap my leg around his waist and grip his ass, desperate to feel him inside me. Sex with Jordan is on another level. He's demanding and dominant. He moves on instinct and takes what he wants. There's something filthy about it that both excites and embarrasses me. Jimmy was nice, sweet, and never once rocked my world. Jordan rocks it with a simple touch, like he stores up all his energy for me. "If I could stay inside of you for the rest of my life, I would." This declaration is made in all seriousness. I giggle, and he bites down on the side of my neck and thrusts harder. A punishment and a gift. A blessing and a curse. It's too much. Too intense between us. "Fuck, baby, you feel good." I push my face into the slope of his neck as tears leak out of the corners of my eyes. Tears he'll never know about. He pumps harder until I'm on the edge of coming, wound so tight I don't think I can hold myself steady any longer. The pressure is too much to bear. I'm ready to spill every secret and confess every lie. He's the one I've been waiting for all my life. My anchor and my wings. And there's a good chance I'll lose him. I want to have a baby with you, he whispers. He thrusts his hips and comes so hard it tips me over the edge, right into despair. We sleep, we make love, we sleep. In the middle of the night, I feel him enter me from behind, his fingers gently wrapped around my throat. I can feel his pulse on the pad of his thumb, his heart beating against my back. He slides his hand between my legs, trapping me against him. All I can do is surrender as he slowly pumps in and out of me. Let go. Let me do it, he says. I promise I'll make it good for you. And he does. Jordan always delivers. He gives it everything he has. Around 4, I stumble into the kitchen to grab a bottle of water and come to an abrupt halt when I find him staring into the cash drawer. He's so absorbed in whatever has his attention that he doesn't hear me come in. Jordan? His head snaps up, his brow furrowed, confusion swimming in his eyes. The cash is gone. My stomach bottoms out. Instinctively, I know what happened to it. I know that it's my fault. Are you sure? I ask, desperately hoping there's a mistake. Yes, I'm sure. My heart starts to thump so hard I feel it in my breastbone. The rush of adrenaline makes my knees shake. As far as Jordan knows, I'm the only person who's been in the apartment. The cleaning crew comes every other day of the week, and it's a Sunday. There was a little over 10,000 in here. Jordan is genuinely puzzled, which hurts so much that I feel it down to the bone. He trusts me so implicitly that he doesn't even consider I might be the one who took it. It never even occurred to me that Tommy would steal anything. I'd forgotten all about the money drawer. I can't even think of a reason to justify needing the money and not telling him. He looks up at me, his expression carefully neutral. Where's the money? I can't tell him it was Tommy. 10,000 is classified as grand theft, a felony. Tommy would go to jail and never recover. He's too soft for a life of real crime. My choices are lie to the man I love, lose his respect and possibly his love, or send the boy who saved my life to jail. Did you take it? He tries again, inching closer to the truth. I know what I have to do. Riley? I nod, and shame turns my face a deep crimson red. I can't bring myself to outright lie to him. In a roundabout way, I am responsible for the missing money. Tommy was here because of me. What for? He's not mad yet, only curious enough to pursue it. But I won't fool myself into thinking it ends here. Palms sweating and knees shaking, I step closer to get a better view of his face across the kitchen island. I can't tell you. His expression shifts from curious to suspicious. It's about to get ugly. You can't tell me? I'm sorry. I can't. He exhales harshly, frustrated. Riley, what did you need $10,000 in cash for that you can't tell me? His frustration is quickly turning into anger. I can't tell you, I repeat, with tears stinging my eyes. His face goes cold, his features cut from ice. I told you never to lie to me. I'm not. By omission you are, he fires back, the volume of his voice rising. I'm sorry, I say quietly. And I am. I'm sorry I let Tommy come up. I'm sorry I never told Jordan the truth. And I'm sorry I'm going to lose him because I can't send my friend to jail. Can't you just trust that I have a good reason? Ever hear the saying, trust but verify? I wipe the tears running down my cheeks away and nod. I can't ever trust you again. Do you understand that? It's not the money. This has nothing to do with the money. It's that you won't tell me why you took it. What do I say to that? There is no defense. I can't blame him for holding me to the same standards he has for himself. He gives everything. All he asks of me in return is honesty. And I can't even do that for him. I understand. That's it. That's all you have to say to me? He looks bewildered. If the roles were reversed, I'd feel the same way. I'm sorry, I keep repeating. It's all I've got. He shakes his head. Not good enough. The end is near. I can see it written on his face. He thinks I'm lying, betraying him. The one thing he can't abide. I guess I was wrong about you. His eyes dare me to argue, but I can't. I'm going for a run. I want you gone by the time I get back. Chapter 18. Riley. Broken and in despair, I gather my personal belongings as quickly as possible and stuff them in a duffel bag. The process takes a lot longer than I want it to, because my hands are shaking so hard stuff keeps falling. I'm careful not to take anything that may belong to him, even the toothpaste, just in case. I place the iPhone and credit card Jordan gave me on the kitchen counter. I take the $2,000 I was supposed to give Tommy before he decided to steal the $10,000 with the credit card. That should go some way to paying off the stolen money. Then I bid goodbye to the place that has been my home for the last 3 months. The same place where I've made so many great memories, where I fell in love for the first time, where I discovered that I want kids of my own one day. The same home where I thought I found my one true soulmate, the one for me. I take an Uber back to Staten Island. I can't afford it, but it's the dead of night, and I'm not risking some junkie pushing me into an oncoming train. It's been happening more and more lately. By the time I turn the lock at my house, it's 5 a.m., and dawn is peeking just in time to see my new life, the one I loved, come to an end. Dropping everything at the door, I drag myself upstairs, tired, listless, hopeless. All the horrible feelings that happen when you lose someone you love bear down on me to the point that I struggle to get up the stairs. It doesn't matter that this was a self-inflicted wound, because the result is the same. Jordan is one of the most stubborn people I know. He'll never trust me again. And without trust, there's nowhere for us to go. A few hours ago, I had the most intense sexual experience of my life. And now I'm alone. And not just alone. Alone and heartbroken. Hiding under the covers, the dam finally fails, and all the tears I've been holding back cut loose. I cry so hard I can hardly breathe. I cry for myself. I cry for Tommy because he's on a dark path that will lead him to one place only, jail. And his life will only get worse from there. I cry for Jordan. A beautiful, complicated, sensitive man whose feelings run so deep sometimes he can't see the truth standing right before him. None of us come out the winner in this. We all lose. Rye? My mother crawls into bed and cradles me from behind. don't say it. If she utters one word, I'll really lose it. I'm sorry. Get it all out. She holds me until I can't cry anymore, until the tears run dry. Curly Sue, a deep, scratchy voice calls out. It's Dom's nickname for me. He loved the movie and has been calling me by that name since he picked me up for shoplifting all those years ago. Turning off the sander, Dom lifts his goggles and tosses them on the workbench. He turned the garage into a wood shop 5 years ago when he retired from the NYPD. I haven't seen him without goggle marks around his chubby face for years. He loves woodwork as much as I do, and we woodworkers consider the mark a badge of honor. Dom, you know I hate that name. I give him a great big hug and kiss his soft cheek. His waistline looks to have expanded because, even though we're the same height, my arms barely make it around his shoulders. It's good to see you, kid. How's it going? Not great. This is a nice piece. A set of dining room chairs. Running my hands over the wood piece makes me miss my work desperately. French antique. I got so much work I don't know what to do with myself. You need a job? He's joking. Dom still thinks I have my business. Little does he know the destruction wrought on my life, nuked by 2 men who claimed to love me, no less. I might need one. His smile drops. The man who was the closest thing to a father to me frowns. Really? Yeah. Yeah is unprofessional. It pops into my head. My brain is working against me. It won't leave me alone, reminding me constantly that the man I love believes I'm a thief. That he thinks I'm even capable of stealing from him kills me. After the initial stab of pain wore off, the anger set in. All I wanted was a little trust from him. I needed time to get his money back, to sort out what to do about Tommy, but he wouldn't give me the benefit of the doubt. He demanded trust when he gave me none in return. Talk to me. How can I help? I've been putting it off for a while, but it's time to come clean about Tommy and Ivan. If anyone can help, it's Dom. Tears well in my eyes. I love this man. I don't know where I would be without the Vega family. It's Tommy. He's in a pinch with Ivan De La Russo. A Russian meatball? He says, confused. The bookie. Yeah, that was our name for him down at the precinct. This was before he got into gambling. We picked him up a half-dozen times for Grand Theft Auto. Used to run with both outfits, the Russians and the Italians. How was Tommy involved? He lost money at the poker table. I paid off the debt. Kid, why didn't you come see me sooner? If Ivan knows he can lean on you, it ain't gonna stop. They don't slaughter the goose that lays the golden eggs for the meat. That's how these guys operate. He's gonna hook Tommy for more, I guarantee it. Legs trembling, I sit on one of his stools. I think he already has. Tommy came to see me the other day talking about skipping town, that they were after him. I don't know what to do. I'm worried they could hurt him. Dom gives me that look that says, not much. I know Tommy is an adult, but I need to exhaust all options for his sake and mine, so I can live with myself later. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Ivan is a hothead. There's no guessing what he'll do, so you have to stay out of it. Don't see Tommy for a while, and don't let him over your place. In the pause, Dominic's expression softens. Remember what I taught you. Adapt or die, sweetheart. You going down with a sinking ship doesn't save anyone on the ship. Don't let Tommy take you down, too. In my gut, I've known it since the night he came to get me after my shift. And isn't that precisely what happened? To protect Tommy, I lost Jordan, and in the process, put us all in harm's way.
Tommy isn't safer today than he was 3 months ago. Standing, I walk over to him and give him a big hug. I may have to take you up on that job offer later. I basically mortgaged my business to pay Ivan. Essentially, it's true. Putting my business on hold had the same net effect. No more business. No more buildings. I'm starting from scratch. Oh, Riley. Dom looks so upset I almost regret telling him. Let me know what happens. I will. Asshole. Veronica has developed a tic. Every 10 minutes or so, she shouts obscenities, and they're always directed at one man. Just do me, I plead, in an effort to look and feel a lot less like oatmeal left out in the rain. I'm having her do my makeup and hair. Douche nozzle. Time out. She stops braiding my hair, and I get off the couch. In the kitchenette, I grab a Dr. Pepper out of her fridge. Don't waste your time. He'll never know how much you hate him. He would if I sent him a pig's head in the mail. I nearly spit out my soda. I'm pretty sure that's a crime. I'll have to check that out. I'm still mad at you, too. You should have told me about the jamoke. I would have helped. That's why I didn't tell you. Then we would both be broke with nothing to show for it. Nah, I would have killed him. Then we'd both be fine. It's almost 3 weeks since I saw Jordan, or heard from him. Any small measure of hope I had that he would come to his senses has faded. I don't even have the energy to be mad anymore. The initial flash burn of rejection is always the most challenging part to get over. But eventually, the resilience of the human heart wins out. Pride telling you that life must go on. Besides, I have bigger problems than a broken heart right now. I need to put my properties up for sale or risk having them foreclosed on. Veronica's phone lights up. It's an unknown number, so she sends it straight to voicemail. Let me check who it is. I've tried blocking Brandon 3 times already. I immediately know something is wrong because Veronica blanches, her expression frozen as she listens to the message. What is it? I say with my heart in my throat. It's Tommy. They couldn't reach you, so they called your mother, and she gave them this number. What happened? I'm nearly going into cardiac arrest. Hit and run. Somebody ran him over. He's at the hospital.
Jordan. My mother's eyes do a full-length sweep of me as soon as I open the front door. Why are you dressed like that? I look down at my shorts and t-shirt, unsure what she's referring to. I just got done working out, I tell her bitterly, drying my face with the towel around my neck. I say bitterly because I'm pissed I have to answer any questions at all from her. The better question is, what are you doing here? I step aside, and she walks into the apartment. True to my word, I changed all the passcodes. No more surprise visits from family. The only code I left unchanged was Riley's. I don't know what stopped me. Hers probably should have been first, but I couldn't do it. Riley. Every day I wake up angry. Every day I reach for her, expecting to feel her next to me, and every day I'm reminded of what happened. Deceived again. I've loved 2 women my entire life, and I was betrayed by both of them. Lied to by both. Then again, I'm still having a hard time believing the girl who wouldn't charge a swimsuit to my account would steal $10,000 in cash, money that had been sitting in that drawer untouched for months. The Post-its have been nagging me. The drawer is still filled with them. Every time she took cash out to pay for groceries or takeout, she left a receipt. A receipt. Something isn't right. I've always thought that taking the money is way out of character for her. But then why lie? Why not come clean? Why not tell me why she took it if it wasn't for something illegal or for something I wouldn't approve of? Lainey lied to spare me heartache and made a bad situation worse. Riley lied for reasons unknown. And even if she didn't lie, It's guilt by omission. So why do I feel like the one in the wrong here? Why do I feel like such a worthless piece of shit? Why am I having nightmares of her crying face and waking up in a cold sweat every other night? I've been carrying this sense of oppressive guilt for 3 weeks with no relief in sight. I can't sleep. I can't work. I can't function. Worst of all, I miss her. I miss her so much I'm crippled by it. It feels like a limb's been severed. And I'm living in a constant state of near paralyzing fear that something is really wrong. That something is wrong and I won't get there in time to save her. Or myself. Sanjay said you haven't gone to work all week. I'm on a hair trigger and she's pushing my buttons. My mother thinks that pressuring my business partner will help her cause. She doesn't know that Sanjay has ceded power to negotiate to me. Shouldn't you be in D.C. harassing other elected officials? I'll never understand why anyone would want a political career. I leave her standing at the entrance, walk back to the couch, and turn the volume down on the game. I'm flying back this afternoon. Get to it, I tell her, so I can get back to my miserable fucking life. Whatever it is. Her shoulders drop. She looks off. This is what she does when she needs something from me. She looks contrite. She pretends to be. It doesn't work for her. Joan West has never been sorry for anything a day in her life, and it shows. What's happening with Windstar? Leventhal said you haven't gotten back to him with a counteroffer, and he's anxious to close the deal. Ironically, as she's speaking, it all starts to come together in perfect clarity. I'm going to decline his offer. We're not selling exclusive rights, and definitely not to a military contractor. Jordan, you know what this deal means to me. Yeah, I do. Leventhal wants it badly. In the wrong hands, it can be manipulated and weaponized. Tell him the answer is no. Negotiations are over. I raise the volume on the Giants game. She watches me closely, no doubt strategizing her next move. What has happened to you? It's that ridiculous girl, isn't it? Cold rage. That's all I feel right now. It pushes everything else by the wayside. I can't think of a time when I ever felt whole, happy, and fulfilled before Riley, and my mother did everything she could to scuttle it. I'm not going to dignify that with an answer because it won't be pretty, and you are my mother. But that girl has been supporting herself since she was 16. She built her own business from nothing, with no help from anyone. Calling her ridiculous will only piss me off, so tread carefully. Honey, she sighs, her expression softening. You're being irrational. There are millions of women out there, better women than a glorified babysitter. This isn't like you to take it so personally. This is how little she truly knows me. Better women? Something about that stays with me. And then I realize why. It took my mother's insane appetite for control to make me see the light. There are millions of women out there. I've met quite a few of them. Beautiful women. Smart and accomplished ones. And not a single one can hold a candle to her. I just sent away the only woman who truly loved me for me. I know she does. I feel it in her every word, every touch, every glance, in her every action. And I sent her away over money because I didn't trust her? A woman beautiful enough to have leveraged that asset at any point, and she never did. All she wanted was me. Shame washes over me. I need to find her and beg her to forgive me. My mother looks confused. Why are you smiling? I throw my arms around her and hug her closely. I haven't hugged my mother since I was 14, since the day I was diagnosed with leukemia. And even then it was brief and perfunctory. But today, she deserves one. A sense of relief comes over me that I haven't felt since Riley left. And now that I know what I have to do, there's no time to waste. Thank you, I tell her, and she finally relaxes in my arms. her hands coming around me to hesitantly rest on my back. Thank you for helping me come to my senses, for making me realize that I love that ridiculous girl, and I can't live without her. I want you to know that you'll be the first person I call when she says yes. She pulls back, alarmed. Jordan, you are not going to marry her. Have a safe flight back to D.C. I leave her to get dressed. I have plans to make, and very little time to execute them. I just hope I'm not too late.
Riley. All the sounds and smells are the same. The beeping of life-saving machines, the smell of ammonia with a subtle note of urine. The quiet of the ICU is only interrupted by the occasional frenzy of activity when someone crashes, on the verge of dying. They had to remove Tommy's spleen. He has 4 broken ribs and a skull fracture, but it could have been worse. I've been in the ICU with him for 2 days, holding vigil. His eyes are so swollen he can barely open them. Not enough to watch TV, so I read to him on the rare occasion that he wakes up. How did we end up here? Everything I did to save him didn't matter. It had the opposite effect. The situation went from bad to worse. It makes me think of my father, of everything he sacrificed for his job. All those fruitless days working search and rescue only to lose his life. Was it worth it? Hey. Tommy squeezes my hand. He has to wear a neck brace for a few more days, and his head is completely bandaged, so he can't really move it. I drag the armchair closer to the side of the bed. That way, he has a direct line of sight. How do you feel? Awesome, he croaks. How do I look? I don't think you should go on any Tinder dates for now. His mouth curves up ever so slightly. The doctor warned us that he would be in a lot of pain, so they have him medicated for now. His eyes flutter closed for a beat. When they open again, they fill with tears. Mine do too. We've been friends, family, for the majority of my life. I can't abandon him, but I also can't go down with a sinking ship. I'm sorry, Rye. I'm sorry I never listened. I'm sorry I got you into this. I take the edge of the sheet on his bed and wipe away the tears on his face. Who did this to you? It's a full 2 minutes before he answers, his voice barely audible. I didn't pay Ivan the last 2 times he gave me money. I went to AC and lost it at the craps table. My knees shake. It's a good thing I'm sitting down because they wouldn't have held me up. And the money you stole from Jordan? I ask, trying not to hyperventilate. When he doesn't reply, I make an educated guess. You lost it gambling. I'm getting out of here. When I get out of the hospital, I'm starting over somewhere new. I understand. I know what it feels like to dream about leaving your problems behind. The thing is, you carry them with you. You need to stop gambling and get into a program. I know, he says, genuinely contrite. He looks so beaten down, and not just physically, that I can't bring myself to push him now. After he gets out, I'll take him to a meeting myself if I have to. You think Ivan's goons did this? Doesn't matter. I got what I deserved. No, you didn't. You don't deserve this any more than I deserved what Stills did to me. It's the first time that name has ever been spoken between us. It's long past time we did. Do you remember? Yeah, I remember. How did you know to save me? His throat works. He swallows. I was watching you because I knew about your dad, that he died. I liked your dad. He was good to me. Before he got sick, he saw my dad trying to smack me around right on the front lawn. Son of a bitch had balls.
Your dad saw it and took him by the shirt and shook him and said, 'Stop beating on your kid, you fucking coward.' Then he laid him out. One punch and the old man went down with a broken nose. Best day of my life."
Tears funnel down my face unchecked, my eyes stinging with them. That was my dad, trying to save the world one person at a time.
I had a bad feeling about Stills. He'd been paying attention to some of the other kids on the block. A boy around the corner, Jimmy Nunez.
An image of little Jimmy comes to me. Shy kid, small.
I just happened to be on the stoop having a smoke that day.
What happened to Stills? Eyes cast down, he exhales.
Told him to get the fuck out of town or I was going to come back and gut his balls off.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Thank you. I never got a chance to tell you.
You don't have to thank me. You're family. We take care of each other.
It's time for your sponge bath, Mr. Marsden. A middle-aged chubby nurse comes in, holding a cloth and pan.
Best part of my day, Dolores,
is his snappy comeback. You're okay, right? I recall Tommy's words all those years ago. He's going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
Jordan. It took me 2 phone calls and a personal visit to her house to get Mrs. James to tell me where to find her. Needless to say, I'm not one of her favorite people right now, but I assured her I'll fix what I've broken. I promised to repair the damage I've done to her daughter. To that end, I've been sitting in the Bentley for the last 20 minutes outside the hospital, waiting for a chance to start over, to do it right this time. All I need is for her to give me an opportunity to show her that I do trust her, and that she can trust me too. Riley exits the door, braced against the cold wind. She's wearing a thin denim jacket, and her shoulders are rounded, a knitted red scarf wrapped around her neck, hiding everything but those big blue eyes. She could get sick dressed like that in this weather. I jump out of the car and run after her. "Riley!" I yell, crossing the street. She turns, startled to hear her name. The shock on her beautiful face quickly turns to indifference, a frosty reserve completely unlike her. I did that. I'm responsible for the pain visible under the mask. The shame that comes with it hits me hard. "Hi," I say, walking up slowly, scared she'll run if I come on too strong. "Hi," she says quietly. "Can I talk to you?" She shakes her head and looks away. "Now is not a good time, Jordan." She's slipping away. I can feel it. "I just need a minute of your time. Can't we get a coffee? There's a Starbucks." "How did you know I was here?" she says, interrupting me. "Your mother. I harassed her until she told me your friend Tommy." My voice trails away. She nods, and we're back to awkward silence. "What happened to him?" "He got hit by a car." She looks desperate to get away from me, and it fucking hurts. I did this to her. To us. Is he okay? "He will be." She exhales tiredly. She looks tired. An overwhelming urge to carry her away and take care of her comes over me. To hold her and kiss her until that sad look on her face is gone. "He's got a skull fracture and he lost his spleen," she says, on the verge of tears. I don't get why. Unless he's more than a friend. Unless he's a boyfriend. A new one. Did they catch the person who did it? I press. Anything to keep her talking. No. She won't look at me, avoiding eye contact. A pit opens up in my stomach. What if I'm too late? What if this guy saw his opening and took it? What if my being a complete dick to her pushed her into a relationship with him? Are you dating him? Her head snaps up and her eyes flash with anger. I'll take it over indifference. That's none of your business. And the panic grows. I don't know what to do with it. Are you? She looks shocked. How can you even ask me that? You show up here weeks after you throw me out of the house in the middle of the night, and I'm sorry for that, I cut in. You accuse me of horrible things. I didn't mean that either. This is why I'm here, what I came to tell you. Tears fill her eyes, and my chest cracks open. I can't handle the tears. Not hers. I don't care what you came to tell me. You hurt me. I'm barely holding it together right now. My friend is in the hospital and he needs me. I don't have the energy to make you feel better about what happened, Jordan. I step closer, and she steps away from me. Let me explain, please. If you're looking for forgiveness, then I forgive you. The little energy I have left, I need to save for Tommy. Something inside of me snaps. A fit of jealousy so dark and ugly I don't even recognize it. It's like the day I lost Lainey. It's the same feeling, the same sense of loss. I'm always runner-up, never the winner. What the hell is it with that guy? Who is he to you? She flinches and steps back, a sheet of tears falling down her face. I immediately regret what I said and how it came out. I go to take her hand, but she rips it away and backs up a few more steps. He's only the guy who saved me from being raped when I was 12. He's family. That's who he is to me. And my loyalty runs deep, Jordan, down to the bone. You should know that about me by now. I would never abandon him the way you did me. She turns and marches down the sidewalk, while I stay in place for another 10 minutes, processing how badly I fucked up again. Raped. She was almost raped. I keep hurting the one person I love most. I'm my own worst enemy. Eli was right. Smart doesn't mean shit when you go through life a blind fool.
Chapter 19. Riley. You're not wearing the turkey tail feathers, Julie, the floor manager of the cosmetics department, says to me. Julie is one of those annoying people who always has a smile on her face, even when she's stabbing you in the back, and thinks holidays are a celebration of life and expects everyone around her to act accordingly. Julie blows. I'm trying to spread a little holiday cheer, and I want everyone to wear them. Taking the headband out of my bag behind the counter, I slip it on my head. She smiles like a crazed Disney character and saunters away. I'm not wearing this, I tell my best friend in a fit of pique. I have a turkey tail on my head. This is what my life has come to. A once promising life I was proud of has been reduced to this. Plucky white girl makes good after bad start. That should have been the byline of my story, had the story not been totally wrecked by the two men I love. Instead, I'm wearing feathers. Ugly brown feathers to make ends meet. Veronica stops sifting through the drawer of eyeshadows behind the counter and looks up. She's wearing one too. The difference is that she makes it look sexy while I just make it look stupid. I'm going to the stockroom. We're low on black mascara, I announce petulantly. Veronica hooked me up with a part-time job at the store through the holiday season. I'm employed until after New Year's Eve. After that, I'm on my own again. Thanksgiving is in 2 days. I can't even bear to think about it. Maisie's gone. Tommy's gone. As soon as he was well enough to travel, he caught a bus to California as promised. I begged him to stay and get into a program, but he insisted he needed a clean start somewhere new, and I wasn't going to force him to stay and face Ivan again. He made me promise to visit him when I got back on my feet financially, which will probably be never. Veronica invited me and Bonnie over to celebrate with the Vegas, but I think I'm going to spend it in bed with 2 dudes who have never let me down. Ben and Jerry. At least they'll make me feel good and they won't accuse me of stealing their money. I'm selling the two-family. Bonnie and I are moving into a studio apartment, and there's the packing to get done. This is just the reality of life right now. There's no use in crying over what was lost. Don't ever give up on your hopes and dreams, Astor, my dad used to tell me. I can't. I refuse to go down without a fight. It's just that I'm so tired of fighting for every little scrap. I try not to think about Jordan much these days. It doesn't mean I'm very good at it. I'm just saying I try. Which is a pretty big deal considering I spent the first week in bed crying until I'd wrung every grain of salt out of my body. It was a shock to learn I'm more like my mother than I want to be. Watching her suffer used to baffle me. Why didn't she get over it? Now I know why. She didn't have a choice. Love doesn't give you a choice. It dictates how it's going to be. The truth about love is that it's painful. That's how you know it's real. The people we love are sometimes not good or kind and often make mistakes. Some die, some leave. Some will betray you, but you'll continue to love them anyway. I guess this is what it means to be human. That despite the cost to oneself, despite the pain, we continue to love. No matter how many times you tell yourself to get over it, no matter how many times you tell yourself to move on. That goes for me too. Because despite everything, I do love him. I still love him, and I probably always will. Veronica Vega. That's right, 2 V's, I hear Vern say. I glance up from my crouched place behind the cosmetics counter and watch her smile at an attractive guy in his late 40s, dressed to kill. He doesn't stand a chance. She'll have him crying and threatening self-harm by Christmas. As in victory. Or if you put them together, W for winner. I snort and she lands a kick to my hip with the point of her Manolo Blahnik 4-inch heels. I'm torn between laughing and howling. I bet, replies the good-looking, soon-to-be crier. I'm back to restocking the black mascara in the bottom drawer when I hear a chillingly familiar voice say, "Where is she?" It's a gut punch that sends my pulse racing and my hands shaking. I'm having so many conflicting emotions that are running into each other. The last time I saw him was an unmitigated disaster, but it's all out in the open now. There's no running from the truth anymore. "Veronica, where is she?" he repeats. That's when anger begins to ride above all the others. Anger at him for not having faith in me. Anger at life that seems hell-bent on humiliating me at every turn. I've played out this scenario in my head 1,000 times, and never once did it involve him finding me on all fours, hiding behind the cosmetics counter of a department store while wearing a headband of turkey feathers. I'm not doing this now. Not here. Not when I need this job more than I need opposable thumbs. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll be right with you," Veronica forces out between a fixed smile. "I really need to speak to you now," says the man I both hate and love to death. It's the panic in his voice that gets my attention. It reminds me of how he reacted the day I had to rush Maisie to the hospital when she had an allergic reaction to the hazelnut ice cream. At his lost expression the other day when he cornered me outside the hospital in a jealous tantrum. "Go ahead and help him," I hear the customer say to Veronica. "I can come back later." No. I can help you," Vern pleads to her unwitting victim. "He's nothing, a nobody." "Yeah, thanks, man. It's urgent," Jordan cuts in, ignoring Veronica's attempt to get rid of him. "It's not urgent. I don't even know who you are," Veronica fires back. A moment of silence follows in which I'm fairly certain the guy walks away.
I tried to call her, but I think she blocked me.
You bet I did. It was also pretty much an empty threat. I didn't expect him to call. It's not like I'm brave or anything. In fact, if this experience has taught me anything, it's that I'm not nearly as brave as I thought I was. That was a hard pill to swallow.
Have you lost your mind?
Veronica hisses.
You just cost me a sale.
Here, put it all on my card. I'll buy it all. Just tell me where she is. I drove by the house and no one answered, not even her mother. Her neighbor won't tell me anything. I make a mental note to give Mrs. Argento a break on her last month of rent.
Aren't you supposed to be smart or something? She doesn't want to see you, asshole. She doesn't want to hear from you. You blew it. God gave you a gift and you threw it back in her face. Get the hint.
A lump forms in my throat. Love may be painful, but it's also brutally beautiful when it shines. When you get back tenfold what you gave. I can't imagine my life without Vern, and I'm grateful I never have to.
I know,
Jordan quietly admits. One of a handful of times I've heard him humbled. Nice to know he's capable of it.
I know, I just want a chance to apologize.
You should have thought of that before you accused her of being a thief.
Technically, I didn't accuse her of that.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. She didn't explain why she took the money, and I assumed the worst. That was wrong of me.
Yeah, you did, Jordan. You accused her of stealing.
Just tell me where she is,
booms across the busy cosmetics floor. Holy hell. The room goes dead quiet. Veronica gets that look on her face, the one that tells me she's plotting a murder, making a list and checking it twice. Stun gun, electrical tape, garbage bags, bleach. I saw it once. That same look when her sister Selma borrowed her Louis Vuitton bag without permission and ruined it with nail polish. The following day, Selma had no eyebrows and no one asked questions. We all just knew.
You did not just yell at me,
Veronica snarls. The words come out pulverized between her back teeth.
Riley, come get your mans before I cut him.
That's my cue to stand. Slowly, as gracefully as possible, I get up, straighten my clothes, and cast a brief look around. Every single woman in the busy cosmetics department is now watching us with a level of engrossed attention usually reserved for a Housewives episode. I calmly remove the goofy headband because I won't be having this conversation with a crown of turkey feathers on my head, and finally meet Jordan's gaze. He looks so wrecked. My resolve to immediately send him away stumbles. It's not his appearance that tells me he's having a hard time. By that standard, he's the perfect man. Hair cut fresh and styled perfectly. Black button-down shirt under an expensive cashmere coat. No one else would notice the flat, bottomless look in his dark green eyes. It's the same look he gets when he's hurting, overwhelmed with emotion he doesn't know how to process.
What do you want?
I say, sounding bored and unaffected, more and more like him every day. And yet I'm far from either of those two things. My hands are shaking, and my heart, the one I've been carefully piecing back together, is on the verge of falling apart again. Jordan's face softens, relief coming over him.
Riley.
I'm working. He walks around the counter and crams his big body between the boxes of products I need to restock.
Can we go somewhere and talk?
I can't. I'm working. His gaze sharpens and goes directly to Veronica, who I notice is holding his black Amex, staring at it with almost diabolical glee in her big brown eyes.
Charge everything at this counter on my card. I'll buy it all,
he commands her. Done, is her quick reply. I can't fault her. She works on commission. Veronica, don't. My time is worth more than a couple of wands of mascara and a few lipsticks. I can't do this, Jordan. You need to leave. Seeing him triggers a wave of memories. Like the look on his face that shitty day a month ago when he told me to leave. The way he made me feel like the lowest form of trash. I've pretty much kept to the same circle of friends I've had my entire life. I don't have many, but they're real. Maybe it's because something has always told me not to wander where I don't belong. After everything I've done to build an honest life and a thriving business, to be accused of stealing by the man I thought cared about me, the one person I wanted to be proud of me, was the deepest cut of all. Just give me a few minutes and... There's nothing to talk about, I blurt out, frustration boiling over. Yes, there is. He brushes a strand of hair away from my face. You're going to get me fired, and then I'll be broke and jobless all over again. Doing my best not to cry, I push him aside and walk away, heading for the nearest exit with Jordan in hot pursuit. Outside on the sidewalk, the near-freezing temperature takes my breath away, the wind chill cutting straight through me. I'm wearing my mother's old blouse and skirt I had altered. I'm not exactly dressed for the weather. Riley, wait! I'm not doing this anymore, Jordan! I shout as I walk towards the Paris Theater on 58th Street, out of earshot of the store, or, God forbid, my manager. Grabbing my arm, he wheels me around and hugs me tightly. Then he takes the flaps of his coat and wraps them around me. I'm engulfed by his body heat, drowning in the familiar smell of his skin, anchored to the feel of the muscles beneath his shirt. He feels so good, I'm in no rush to push him away. And I should. I really should. 1 minute, I tell myself, and I'll send him away. But instead, I burrow deeper, closer. I missed him. How can you love and hate someone so deeply at the same time? It seems impossible, and yet here I am. I miss you, he murmurs next to my ear. Shivering, I automatically wrap my arms around his waist and rest my face against the side of his neck. He smells like mine. He feels like mine, but he's not mine. He was on loan for a little while, long enough for me to play make-believe, and now it's time to get back to reality. I'm not the little girl who believed dragons live under the streets of New York City anymore. I stopped believing in dragons the day my father died. I stopped believing in princes and happily ever afters for people like me the day Jordan kicked me out. Let's go inside. You're going to catch a cold. It's his biggest fear, and it probably always will be. I don't know if he'll ever get over the belief that everyone he cares about will get sick and die. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about what happened. I want to tell you over and over how sorry I am, but I don't want to do it out here, standing in the snow. My eyes blink open. I tip my head back, and snowflakes hit my nose, my mouth, my eyes. Snow lands on Jordan's hair and disappears. He runs his thumb over my bottom lip and slowly leans in. He's close to kissing me when it all comes back to me. The foreclosure, packing to move out, my precious business in shambles. I can't afford you anymore, Jordan. I don't have the time for your drama. When I said I'm broke, I meant it. I need this job. His expression hardens, the soft, dreamy look on his face vanishing in the blink of an eye. I was paying you $4,000 a week. How could you possibly be broke? I try to push him away, but he holds on tighter. You expect me to be an open book while you pick and choose what I'm allowed to know? I can't fault his logic. No matter what happened between us, he does deserve the truth. The money's gone. I was paying off a debt.
My voice breaks, frustration bubbling to the surface. That's why I took the job in the first place.
What debt?
What's the point of protecting Tommy anymore? He's gone, hopefully somewhere safe.
What debt, Riley?
Jordan repeats, watching me with the intensity of 1,000 suns while I decide how to explain and where to begin. All of a sudden, we're moving. With his arm around my shoulders, he's pushing me toward the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton across the street. Where are we going?
I'm not doing this on a sidewalk in the middle of a snowstorm.
I just told you.
I know it was Tommy, he says, cutting me off. I know he took the money from the drawer and you were protecting him. He sent me a letter.
Jordan makes a pained face.
With an IOU receipt inside.
Just when I think I've seen and heard it all. I'll pay you back, even if it takes me forever.
It's not about the money.
Not for you, it's not. He breathes out harshly, exasperated.
Riley.
No, enough. I push him away and actually accomplish it this time. He looks as surprised as I am. You're not going to handle me the way you handle everyone else. I was paying off a debt for Tommy. That's why I took the job. I did it because I didn't want to lose my properties, and I ended up losing them anyway. Jordan blinks, seemingly processing everything I just unloaded on him. Then he frowns.
Baby, you're going to get sick.
Like who? Like Lainey? That sets him back. The love of your life? I was ready to lie to myself that it was okay that I was a poor substitute. She came long before me, and you guys had history, and I get history. Tommy and I have history. He needed my help, and I couldn't let him down.
Why didn't you tell me?
A bout of humorless laughter bursts out of me. I'm not even shaking anymore. Numbness has set in all the way through. Oh, right, yeah, because you would have been so understanding.
That's not fair.
No, it's not. But neither were you. I loved you. I loved you, and you dismissed me to your friend. You said I was a distraction.
That's not. I didn't mean it. You have to know that.
He doesn't even attempt to disguise the surprise on his face at my claim of love. If I had any doubts about the way he felt about me, I finally have my answer. You made me feel small. Smaller than I've ever felt. I know I'm not in your league. I never pretended to be. But I'm not trash either. He blinks, his thoughts locked away tightly. It's best this way. A clean break. He never loved me. He cared about me. The affection was real. I wasn't imagining that. But it was never love. I never want to feel that way again. Goodbye, Jordan. I don't stick around to see what he'll say next. I walk away. This time, on my terms.
Chapter 20. Jordan. There are moments in life that leave a mark on a man. First love, first lay, the first time you learn your parents aren't perfect, the first time you realize you may have done irreparable damage to someone you love more than life itself. I'm at that stage of the learning curve, the worst part. You would think at 33 I would have learned that lesson already. I've done everything I can short of tattooing an apology on my forehead. I'm even willing to negotiate the tattoo if she's willing to listen. This is my last chance, the only hand I have left to play. I board the train headed downtown. This feels like the right thing to do. That speech about not being in my league nearly killed me outright. I've never felt worse about myself or more ashamed. This is my penance. The doors close with a hiss, and bodies jostle in place. That's when I see the writing on the wall, in a manner of speaking. Wall, door, it doesn't matter. A cynical subway poet has replaced the "Do Not Lean on Door" sign with one that reads, Do not fall in love. Anthem of the broken-hearted. I know how he feels. My broken heart is already pounding hard in anticipation of what's to come. Thanks for the heads up. I want to tell the subway poet, but it's too late. The deed is done. It was done the day Riley ran into me, the day she saved my life. Because she did save me, in every sense of the word. I was going through the motions before she crashed into me, barely living, barely surviving, waiting for the end to come. The train stops and everyone pours out. I jog up the stairs. The wind cuts through me when I reach the top. You can see the 9/11 memorial clearly from here, and it makes me think about Riley's father and everything she's been through, everything I put her through. I'll gladly spend the rest of my life making it up to her, if she'll let me. I was 14 the day the towers came down. It was the summer I was diagnosed with cancer, and whether you choose to see it as a stroke of luck or tragedy, I wasn't in the city that day. But I should have been. I should have been attending the private school only a few blocks from the World Trade Center. Instead, I was in Boston, getting my first treatment, where I met a girl named Delaney Chen, who would become my best friend. I'll always love Lainey. She gave a teenage boy with no hair and even fewer friends a reason to live. But that was a boy's love, a selfish one, impulsive, desperate to be seen and heard. I haven't been that boy in a long time. For most of my adult life, I thought I couldn't let myself love again. I wouldn't allow myself to hope for a family, to build a life with someone, fearing I wouldn't be around to see it through. Held me back by my own cowardice. It had me believing I was living on borrowed time, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Riley changed all of that. The ferry's cold, windy as hell. I flip up the collar of my coat and look ahead to what awaits me on the other side. That is, if she'll have me. If the person of my heart and soul, my match in every way, can forgive me one more time. If she can give me one last chance to prove to her how much I love her. Hey, watch where the hell you're going! An old woman barks at me. It makes me laugh, reminding me of that fateful night at the restaurant when she saved me from more than a mugging. I spent decades in a state of inertia, not willing to go forward, but not ready to let go of the past. Riley didn't save my life that night on Broome Street when she came onto the scene like my own personal avenger, chewing gum and brandishing her stick. She saved my soul, stole it for safekeeping, because I sure didn't have any use for it. The ferry docks. I follow the crowd to the taxi stand, flag one down, and head to Riley's place, more than ready for the redemption part of my story to start.
Riley. Moving day. D-Day is what I'm calling it. Depends on how you look at it. Whether you're a glass half full or half empty person. I choose half full. I choose hope. I may be battered and bruised, but I will not let this world ruin me. We'll be spending Christmas next week in our new studio apartment. Mrs. Argento moved out last week. We closed escrow on this place last night. We even had a little bidding war going on. It's not a total wash. I'll be able to pay off what's left of the mortgage on the other property and put the rest away for rent and other essentials until I can get another job. I've been helping Dom at the woodshop recently, and it's keeping us both busier than we thought it would. "Did you pack the utensils, or do you want me to do it?" my mother asks. She's seeing a new doctor, and they have a solid plan for tackling her health issue. So far, so good. She's even applying for a permanent job. Fingers crossed because we need help with the bills. "Here." I hold out a mug she forgot in the kitchen cabinet. "You forgot this." It's not just any mug. It's my father's old NYFD coffee mug. So faded, the enamel on the handle is half worn off. I have so many memories of my mother clutching it like it was a priceless artifact to be treasured that I can't imagine her leaving it behind. It's also inexorably linked to the worst memories of the past. Whenever she would spiral into a deep depression, she would take pieces of him with her. His mug, his gloves, his old sweatshirts. She'd wear those for days on end. "No, I didn't," she tells me with a sad, resigned smile. This is a step in the right direction. Every time she lets a piece of him go means she's one step closer to living for herself again. "Hey, Mom?" She looks up from the box she's taping shut. "Do you think it was worth it? Dad's work?" Her head tilts slightly to the side, her eyes cast down thoughtfully. "When I told him there was talk about the air quality being bad down at the World Trade Center, he used to say, 'It's not a job, babe. It's a calling.'" Lost in the memory, she smiles wistfully. "I couldn't have stopped him, even if I wanted to. So it doesn't matter whether I think it was worth it or not. Because he did. He loved his job, even knowing the risk." It sounds like something my dad would say. There's something about the truth that strikes a frequency in all of us. Even if you're not ready to face or hear it yet, you can feel it resonating inside of you. My mother's words ring true. "I'll check upstairs," I tell her, "and see if we forgot anything." I take the stairs 2 at a time, check my mother's bedroom first, and give it the all clear. Then I check mine. I open the closet door and something drops to the ground. I recognize it immediately. It's one of the flowers Jordan gave me on the trip to Cape Cod. I saved it between the pages of a book because I wanted a keepsake to remind me of the first trip I took with a man I was madly in love with. The petals of the flower lay broken on the carpeted floor, a perfect metaphor for how that turned out. I managed to pack all the angst I avoided in my teenage years into my late 20s. It's been 2 weeks since I've seen him. The day he showed up at Bergdorf to attempt another apology. A day doesn't go by that I don't think of him, but it's better this way. Seeing him hurts too much. There are days it feels like part of me is missing. Sometimes the pain is excruciating. Sometimes it's a dull ache. You can't just stop loving someone because they're no longer in your life. There's no kill switch for that, as much as I'd like there to be. You learn to live with it until it consumes less and less of your time and thoughts. At least that's what I'm telling myself. I pick up what's left of the dried black-eyed daisy and twirl it between my fingers. It turns to dust in my hands. Another step toward letting him go. "Rye?" My mother calls from downstairs. I'm going to miss this house. "I'm going to warm the pickup," I tell her and grab my down jacket on my way out. I had to sell my truck with the H&D logo on the door that I painted myself, so Dom lent me his for the move. Most of the furniture was sold for a tidy profit, but it'll still take a couple of trips to complete the move. Outside, the dry, biting cold makes me hunch my shoulders and turtle my neck. The temperature dropped overnight, and it's colder than a snowman's piss. But whatever. I'm prepared to deal with it. What I'm not prepared to deal with is the man leaning against the pickup truck, shivering. The sight of him brings me up short and makes me catch my breath more than the cold ever could. Seeing me on the front steps, he stands, and a smile tugs the corners of his lips up slightly. I hate that he's still the most spectacular creature I've ever laid eyes on. But mostly, I hate that he still has the power to make my pulse race and my knees go weak. He walks up to me slowly, while my heart hammers against my ribcage. It bothers me that despite my best efforts, I'm still as madly in love with him now as I was then.
even after all I've done to forget him. "What are you doing here dressed like this?" I ask, and motion to his cashmere overcoat, the bitterness in my voice unmistakable. "This isn't the Met Ballet." I sniff and rub my nose. "Or maybe you're headed there. Got a hot date tonight?" Picturing him on a date with anyone makes me literally mental. Like Rage Against the Machine, head-banging crazy. Best not to go there, or the tentative grip I have on my self-control will evaporate. "No," he says with all the confidence in the world. "No date. I'm here for you." I'm on the verge of tears again. For the millionth time, they bubble up and sting my eyes. "Why are you here, Jordan?" "I'm here because I love you. I'm here because, despite my behavior, you're the love of my life, Riley James. You and only you." Tears fall down my face, burning the skin of my cheeks that have turned raw from the frigid temperature. If I had any sense at all, I would have told you the night we met. I should have told you sooner, but I'm an idiot and a fool. I wipe my cheeks and rub my eyes. I don't know why I'm fighting it anymore. Doesn't everyone deserve a second chance? Don't I deserve another chance? I'm not giving up on us. I'm never going to stop trying, Riley. And if I have to sleep on your lawn and tell you that I love you every single day for you to believe me, then I will. I'll do it until you tell me to stop. "I don't have a lawn," I tell him, half laughing and half crying. He pulls out a long, thick envelope from the inside pocket of his fancy dark coat. "This is for you. I would have been here sooner, but it took a while to get these." I open the seal carefully and pull the papers out. The deed to the Anderson house in Chatham. The deed to this house. The deed to my investment property. "I paid too much for the last one," he grumbles. "It's a mess." Tears fall down my cheeks while an irrepressible smile grows on my face. "I haven't renovated it yet. This is too much, Jordan. I can't accept this." "I just want you to have them. It'll make me feel better to know you have something to fall back on." My smile fades. It's time to make a decision. I either let him love me the way I love him, or walk away forever. What do you want from me? Part of me wants to tell him to go to hell, but words are cheap and regret is expensive. It would be my pride talking, not my heart. "Just give me one more chance to earn your trust back," he quietly pleads. "That's all I'm asking for." You never know what life has in store for you, or how much time you have left. Jordan knows that better than I do. Don't ever let a chance to tell someone you love them pass you by. You may not get another one. I push back the flaps of his coat and wrap my arms around his waist, letting his body heat chase the chill away. Under his shirt, I can feel his heart beating fast while he wraps his arms around me in a grip so tight I don't think he'll ever let go. Despite everything, Jordan will always be my one and only love, my person, my soulmate. "Is it too soon to tell you how much I love you?" "I love you too," I tell him. "You know that, right?" He lifts my chin and kisses me. "I'm sorry. I don't know how to begin to make it up to you, but I'm going to spend every minute I'm alive trying. I was just scared. It scared me how much I wanted you. Scared that you deserved better, that you deserved more than I could give. That fear, it'll always be there in the back of my mind." "Afraid of getting sick again?" He nods and I squeeze him harder. "Then let's not waste another minute." He exhales deeply and kisses the top of my head. "Now that we've got that cleared up, I'd like to offer you a job." "I've got a job already," I say, placing my smiling lips on his. You haven't heard my offer yet, he says, mumbling. I'm working at Dom's wood shop. I don't need a job. What's your number? He says, repeating the words that marked the start of our love story. I don't have a number. Everyone has a number. Hear me out. What's the job, you dope? I say, giggling. Wife. My smile falters, and my breath catches in my throat. Wife? It pays very well. I smile into his chest. How's the medical plan? Top shelf. I'm also hoping to promote you quickly to CEO of West Family Enterprises. Enterprises, huh? What enterprise? A baby. I sniff into his shirt and blot the tears falling down my face. Deal, I whisper. Nothing like winning a hotly contested negotiation to make a girl cry.
This concludes How to Save a Life by P. Dangelico. Narrated by Jameson Adams and Isabel Turner. Copyright 2021 by P. Dangelico. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with P. Dangelico and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.